go. Some more.
Up to them.
And Rob, do you remember we've got the 3 late submissions and then the 2 extra ones?
Yeah, I've talked to Richard about the extra ones.
Yeah, with 3 floating around in the earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you have to do much with that, but that's.
All good. Well, good morning everyone. Welcome to the hearing of the Cold Gold Clutha Limited applications. We'll just do some brief introductions and I'll cover some procedural issues. So my name's Rob van Voorthausen. I'm an independent hearings commissioner based in Napier in the Hawke's Bay, and I'll get my fellow panel members to introduce themselves to you.
My name's Jane Sinclair and I'm an independent commissioner based in Queenstown.
Craig Welsh, Independent Commissioner based in Nelson.
And now we're just going to have a health and safety briefing.
Good morning everyone, I'm Tamsin, the Hearings Administrator. Just a couple of notes on health and safety. If the fire alarm sounds, there's 2 exits to the room, at the doors you entered by and at the back right as well. Toilets are located in the hallway as you entered, either side of the doors. And water is available just here at the door, and there's tea and coffee at the back of the room as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamsin. So to everyone who's here, Tamsin's an important person, so if you have any administrative issues that you have questions about, then see Tamsin and I'm sure she will sort you out. Just for the benefit of everyone here and anyone who might be watching, us 3 panel members have been delegated decision-making authority by all 3 councils, the Queenstown Lakes District Council, Central Otago District Council and the Otago Regional Council. So the 3 of us will be jointly deciding the applications to each of those councils, and we'll be issuing a joint decision at the end of the process. Just also, if I could get the council staff to introduce themselves to the hearing.
Good morning, my name's Josie Burrows. I'm a planner at Becca and working on behalf of Otago Regional Council.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Jackson. I'm a team leader in the consents team at ORC and just here supporting Josie.
Yep. And now the reporting officer for the 2 district councils, Kirsten Royce, is watching the proceedings on Zoom due to health issues. She won't be attending the hearing in person, but she'll be following the whole process on Zoom and will be participating towards the end of the hearing in terms of a report to us. Just for anyone who hasn't been to a hearing before, the process we follow is that we'll hear first of all from the applicant, we then hear from submitters, we then hear from the Section 42A reporting officers, and then the applicant gets what's called a final right of reply. Tasman's prepared a schedule of appearances which has been circulated. If anyone doesn't have a copy of that, then they can get one from her. And any other issues that you have, see Tasman about those. Now, just from the reporting officers, is there anything you want to draw to our attention at this stage before I turn to the applicant?
Yes, there's still some outstanding queries relating to cultural effects and how that fits within the policy framework. There's been questions raised in the submission by Dr. Marilyn Dux and Dr. John Harris relating to effects on aquatic ecology, and still awaiting review of the conditions that the applicant is proposing.
Okay. And so you'll cover those matters off in your end of hearing report to us?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, Ms. Irving, just happy for you to introduce your team to us, and then I've just got a couple of matters I want to ask you about before I hand over to you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So my name's Bridget Irving. I'm counsel for the applicant. I have with me my colleague Hannah Perkins, who is assisting me. To my right is Peter Hall, who's the representative for the applicant. And then behind us, we have Jess McKenzie, our landscape architect, Daryl Sycamore, the planner and person who prepared the application, and Mark Hamer, our ecologist.
All right. Now, just two matters. First of all, obviously there's been, late last week or over the weekend, a landscape peer review commissioned by the councils, and then the two reporting officers have produced addendum responding to that. So just interested in how you might intend to address that.
Has Josie prepared an addendum on the landscape stuff too?
Yes, so that...
I don't know if we've had that.
No, that came through this
yesterday.
morning.
Yeah. Yes.
So we'll provide
Right,
that.
okay.
Get
So
Tasman.
So sorry, we've seen Kirsten's response on the landscape
Yeah.
peer review, but not Josie's.
Yeah.
So if we could get to that, that would be good.
Yes, and I'll bring around hard copies.
Okay,
shortly.
that would be great. Cool. And in respect of Kirsten's one, we've had the opportunity to review that, and Jess will address that in her introduction to you this morning.
Mhm.
And the same in relation to the minute or response to minute 3 from Kirsten Royce. We'll address that in the course of the evidence. We might just reserve on
Yeah, yeah.
Josie's response, but I suspect we'll be able to deal with it
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah, look, that's fine. And if you don't have time to respond to the ORC addendum report, then we can come back to that at some stage
Yeah.
during the hearing, either in the hearing or as part of the reply,
Yeah,
but we'll just
certainly.
play that by ear. The other issue is there's a number of late submissions. I think there were 3 late submissions earlier in the process, and then 2 late submissions that came in very late in the piece, I think only late last week. Does the applicant have a view on whether or not they would be willing to accept or otherwise those late submissions?
Yeah, I think we're comfortable with those. coming in.
Comfortable to
They
accept
raise
those?
similar issues, so
Okay.
we're out all on
Rightio,
for
that's
those things anyway.
That's fine. All right, and just for everyone's benefit, yesterday we undertook a site visit. We went down to where the dredge is currently operating in the Clutha River. We viewed it from the shore, and we also viewed it from the water in a jet boat and did a 360 reconnaissance of the dredge in operation. We haven't as yet done a site visit of the application site, the upper river, but we intend to do that later during the week at some stage. All right, and with that, hand over to you, Ms. Irving.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, what I thought I would do this morning, obviously we pre-filed opening submissions, so I'm assuming that those have been read.
Yes, if I could just respond to that. So thank you very much for pre-circulating your submissions and all of the evidence. We have read that, so as per minute 1, there's no need, and in fact we don't wish to have anything pre-circulated read out loud to us, but of course yourself and all of your witnesses are very welcome to summarise key points or present any new or additional information that's arisen since they drafted their briefs.
Yeah, sure. So what I thought I would do this morning is actually talk about conditions and where the applicant is currently at with respect to those, so that you sort of, I suppose, understand at the outset what we're proposing in terms of managing some of the issues that have cropped up through the evidence and submissions. So what I'd like to do is just pass some paper around, if I may.
Cheers. Just while that's been handed around, can everyone, especially those people at the back, can you all hear all right? You can't hear. Oh, some say yes, some say no. All right. So just everyone, just lean into your microphones and speak loudly at any stage. If you can't hear us, just wiggle your hand and we'll adjust our speaking position for you. Tamsin, we have emailed you a copy of those to send to Kirsten. So what I might do is start with the Regional Council consent. So you'll see the RM 224341 at the top. These effectively are the conditions that were attached with the section 42A, and then we've amended those, and I've got comments through the document explaining some of the changes and referencing to the places where our evidence addresses these. So starting with condition 6, which is over on the second page, we've just amended the conditions there to reflect the shutdown periods that are proposed during public holidays and some of those key public holiday weekends when we anticipate that there will be, I suppose, a higher level of use of the river by other parties, and those sort of capture that key Christmas, New Year period, Easter, Waitangi and Labour Day, when the weather is probably nice enough for people to be making the most of the river. Moving over to condition 16 there, which is on the fourth page. This is the records condition, so the thing that we need to be keeping information in relation to. We have proposed there a requirement to keep records in relation to the emptying of the cassette toilet in light of some of the allegations that have been made in evidence, and Mr Hall will speak to that further, but that's something that we thought would be useful to include in conditions. And then down below at paragraph G is a record of a breach of turbidity standard conditions which are in the 03 consent. So this is currently the condition that requires no visual conspicuous change in colour or clarity, and I will talk about that further in relation to that consent shortly. We've kept the condition in there around recording fish. Practically it would basically be impossible, we think, to identify the type of fish. There is a chance we might see it if it came through the dredge, and if that happened, then we would record that, and that might at least give a sense of the frequency at which that is happening, which we expect to be very low based on our knowledge of the current operation. Turning over the page then to condition, which should be 7 or 18. This is our proposal in relation to nesting or ground nesting birds. And so what we are proposing here is that we've identified a series of beaches which are over the page there in table 1 and was in Mr Hamer's evidence, where there is habitat that is likely to be utilised by nesting birds. And so where we propose to dredge within the stretch of river of those beaches,
Within that July to March period, we would engage an expert ecologist to identify whether or not the area was in fact being used for birds, and if it was, then we remain set back from that by that 250 metres. And equally, if birds are identified in that area, then we propose to place some pest traps around the nesting locations to try and help those birds as best as we can to have a successful breeding season. A lot of the land along there, of course, is owned by other parties, and so we may or may not be given consent to access some of those areas to place traps, and so the condition just provides for that if landowner consent were not to be obtained, then that obligation to place traps doesn't exist anymore. So carrying on, condition 19, we've proposed a requirement there to conduct a visual inspection to identify whether any Lagerosyphon exists in an area we might be proposing to dredge, and if there is, then that area is to be avoided. There was, I think, a question raised by Ms Burrows in relation to deeper water where we may not be able to see the bottom. We do think that's relatively unlikely, given Lagerosyphon does tend to occupy quieter, more shallow bits of water along the edge of the river, but having said that, we do have a camera on the end of the dredge nozzle, and so we're able to check the river bottom before we actually commenced operations. And so the condition there provides for that if we can't see the bottom to identify the Lagerosyphon, we will check that with the camera on the dredge prior to starting. And the same obligation applies that no dredging occurs if we do spot that weed. I have, in relation to the proposed condition 20, which was around advertising in local papers and social media about the operation of the dredge, we have a preference, I suppose, for the recommendations from the Queenstown Harbour Master in relation to notification, which was to place signage at relevant launching places. It seemed to us that advertising in the paper at the commencement of dredging activities could well be quite far removed from the operation, a number of years down the track, and so signage where people are actually putting boats in is probably more relevant. And so we've added this condition into the CODC and QLDC consent, which I'll talk to shortly. The conditions can be mirrored in both sets of consents if that's considered necessary, but we think that the signage approach is likely to be more effective. So if we carry on, I think that's all the changes to that first consent. There was nothing substantive in relation to the O2 permit, and so that takes us to the O3 permit. Now, performance monitoring conditions, I've made some relatively minor changes to the proposed conditions around there being no conspicuous change in colour or visual clarity. We've also added a further paragraph there, effectively requiring that active management of the operation. The reality is that the operators they have cameras on board. They are able to see and watch the material that they're working at any particular point in time. And we thought it useful to have a requirement for them to be really paying attention to that and sort of tweaking the actual operation of the dredge to minimise the extent of the plume to the extent that they can. And that active management approach is going to, I suppose, be the first cab off the rank in responding to this issue around the sediment plume. We have been thinking carefully about how we can, I suppose, monitor this, because obviously that narrative standard is challenging. We had been working up a condition that set some limits to be monitored with a turbidity meter. And as you will have seen in Mr. Hamer's evidence, we think that the turbidity meter is the right tool to use in this case. Where we are at the moment, and we haven't drafted it yet because we're still sort of working on the detail of it, is that the best approach would be to have a period of quite intensive monitoring in the first couple of months of operation to establish the turbidity standards that need to be achieved at those 100 metre and 200 metre points. And the reason for that is that obviously where we're operating at the moment, lower in the river, is a different environment. The clarity is different from the upper river, and so utilising the operation as it is now and setting turbidity limits from that is unlikely to work in the upper river, and so we could well end up setting limits that are too high given the baseline level of clarity that we've got in the upper river. And so we think that we are best to have an expert do some monitoring from the outset and advise on what the turbidity limits are that would achieve that requirement for there to be no conspicuous change in colour or clarity at those critical points downstream. And then we'd provide that advice to the council for certifications. That's our thinking at the moment in terms of process for that. And we'll be continuing to sort of work on that condition and have something to present to you, I think, in reply. Good?
Yeah, no, carry on.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just one brief comment.
No, we save questions till the end. Thanks. Carry on, Bridget.
So that is the discussion of the ORC changes.
Yep.
So we'll take you to Appendix 1 for the Queenstown and CODC consent. So this was picked up from the suite of conditions that Ms Royce attached to the response to Minute 3. And what we've done is identified where we agree with the recommended changes that Ms Royce included in that version, and then made some further suggestions or responded to some of the questions there. So the first, Kiesha, obviously at condition 7 there, we've added in Waitangi weekend again for a shutdown period. Condition 8 is the noise condition. Broadly comfortable with Ms Royce's drafting there. We have included, of course, the noise standards for the respective councils because they do differ, and our proposal is to comply with the permitted noise standards for the respective councils. And then at condition 9, we've added a new requirement for a noise assessment to be submitted within 2 months of operation, addressing the noise generated from the barge and confirming whether there are any setback limits required from the notional boundaries of dwellings in order to ensure that we comply with those noise limits. Again, because we are proposing some changes to the barge, particularly in closing the equipment at the back, the noisy bits. We can't monitor the barge now and utilise that because we're expecting it to change. And we've also noted some of the comments from submitters about the different characteristics of the upper river. And so we thought it best for monitoring to occur, I suppose, in that environment with the amendments and changes to the barge in place. and then we'll identify, what kind of distance we need to be set back from notional boundaries to ensure that we comply. And then obviously we'd have those effectively exclusion areas around any properties that are closer to the river than that setback requires. At condition 10 there, we're happy with that notification requirement. We have also included the 2 harbour masters, and also that if there are other parties who indicate that they wish to be advised about where we are, that they be included on the list. So if there were to be new commercial operators or whitewater clubs or whatever that would like to have that information, they can just touch base with us and we'll include them in the email list. The condition 11, so this is in relation to that notification condition. Kirsten obviously recommended some changes to the signage condition to make it more workable. What we have suggested is actually being specific about the locations where signage is required, so everyone's really clear about that. We've proposed a list upstream, which include the Albert Town boat ramp, the Ely Point boat ramp, and the Wanaka Marina boat ramp. Or we thought probably the most effective location would actually be on the Red Bridge at Luggard, which is the top end of the consent area. And so if we were to obtain approval from NZTA to put a sign on the bridge, that would be the upstream notification point. And then we've identified the downstream points there as the Bendigo Conservation Area, Lake Dunstan Boat Ramp and Perium Cove. And that we would consult with both the Regional Council and QLDC Harbour Masters in relation to those the locations of that signage prior to placement. If people are aware of or know of other locations where they think it would be useful, we're more than happy to receive some feedback on that. But we thought it better to be clear about where that signage goes rather than leaving that to chance, I suppose. We've got the condition in there in relation to setbacks from anglers that are fishing at the time that we arrive. We note the Commissioner's points about the reasonableness of that, but it's something that we are comfortable working with. And then just above that at what is condition 12A, but should probably be 13, was the suggested condition from the QLDC Harbour Master about the mooring or anchor lines entering the water within the beam of the dredge. Now we are happy to accept that condition, and that's to help deal with some of the potential navigational risks to other water users. Peter will speak to this more in his summary about how they intend to manage that. What I can say is that we are cognizant of this being a different stretch of river and one where there are, I suppose, probably a higher rate of water use than where the dredge is operating now. And so Cold Gold is certainly cognizant of how it's going to have to adapt its operations to manage that navigation issue more closely perhaps than the lower stretch of the river. So in agreeing with the imposition of that condition, we think that responds to a number of the concerns that have been expressed by submitters, in particular the evidence that's being filed in advance of this hearing. At condition 14, that condition regarding the spill of light, we are happy with. Condition 15, which is the annual work programme. So we think there is still some utility in providing that and including the 1,500 metre sections of river that we propose to work each year. And that's partly because we've got a number of parameters that we'll be working with, the likes of the setbacks from beaches with potential bird habitat, obviously houses where we may need setbacks to comply with noise limits, possibly the time limit that Mr. Denny's talked about from some houses. So kind of identifying those chunks of the river and where those different conditions are in play or not, we think is a useful thing to do. And obviously I've added in it condition B there, identifying the areas of the river that we'll need to stay out of in order to comply with the noise limits. And so everyone's got clarity and transparency around those issues. We have added in at condition 18 part of the condition recommended by Mr. Denny, which was that we effectively have to work a 250 metre stretch in 3 months, where it's visible from a dwelling on Maori Point Road or River Ridge Road. We are just have under advisement the 1 kilometre setback. We're just looking at the aerial photography and how many houses that captures and whether that needs to be that wide. So we will be reverting just on that particular point. But the principle of that condition from those residential dwellings in those locations we are comfortable with. And that's on the basis that for residents in those locations, it's obviously their house. They can't really leave it. They're there for extended periods of time. So that issue around exposure being for a longer period of time does potentially arise in relation to those residences. We haven't proposed the other time limit requirements, I think, around the upper Clutha track or the exclusion area around the scientific reserve, because in our view, the people that are frequenting those areas themselves are transient. And so they may well, say, go along the Clutha River track. They may see the dredge 1 week and not see the dredge the next. And so we don't think that the basis for that progression through the river areas is as acute when the population that will be affected by it is itself a transient population. We have obviously got the exclusion area around Devil's Nook and the exclusion area around confluence of tributaries. In relation to that tributary condition, I think in the ORC permit from memory, we have listed the tributaries to which that applies, and we'd recommend making the conditions consistent. GPS, we just, at 22 there, clarifying that the GPS is on while we're dredging. And then we've got comfortable with the changes around setbacks from transmission lines. And we've just proposed some slight suggestions to condition 22 around the location of the fuel tank. And my suggestion there is just being clear that the certification relates to compliance with the district plan standards, so that everyone's clear about what that certification relates to. And we've also at 28 there just proposed a condition around the storage of the fuel hose and to move that away from the water's edge, which is in part a response to the evidence from Wedge Hall, which Peter will speak to further in his summary. The shipping containers there, we've accepted that condition, and then the storage of materials is acceptable also. So that there is it so far. So I just thought that might be useful to give the panel some understanding of sort of where we're sitting, I suppose, in terms of conditions at the start of the hearing.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. Is there anything in your pre-circulated submissions you wish to draw to our attention, or are you happy to go to questions on that?
No, I don't think so. I'm sure you'll have questions for me if there's...
Okay. All right, we'll see if we have questions for you. Probably first of all dealing with the pre-circulated submissions and then any questions arising at this stage from the conditions document.
Certainly.
Jane, start with you.
Thank you. Thank you for the pre-circulated evidence, your submissions. That was very helpful. Can everyone hear me? Is that okay? I just had some questions around your advice on definitions, and there's been various definitions presented through various pieces of evidence. And one that I wanted your advice on was the temporary activities and the issues raised by Mr. Denny, and been with the barge and the length of water and how long it's visible for. And I just wondered if you had any, and then we've had some recently in the addendum reports, if you had anything to add to that in terms of case law or anything to
well, I
guide
think
us.
Ms. Royce referred you to a case about temporary activities, effectively saying even temporary effects are relevant.
Is that the tri-lane?
Yes, it
case?
is. Yeah, and I think we accept that effects are effects. I think we haven't been able to distill any consistent principles in terms of how long a temporary activity might be, or the court has not. There's nothing emerging from the case law in relation to that we've been able to find. So where I get to on all of that is that it is a sort of case-by-case, fact-specific analysis. And that will be influenced by, obviously, the length of time, the scale of effects, the quality of the values that are being affected, all of those types of things, and something that you will need to evaluate in your decision-making process. But the starting kind of position, I suppose, and this was consistent with the tri-lane, is that even though effects might be short-term, they are still relevant effects that need to be taken into account. And so then from there, you're saying, right, well, they might be effects that are there for 12 months or 6 months or whatever, and then can the person that's experiencing those effects get away from them? Are they exposed to them all of the time? All of those kinds of things. And I suppose that was the assessment that we sort of undertook when thinking about Mr. Denny's proposal, and why we think that the response in relation to the residences is fair, because the people there, of course, that is where they live. They can't choose to go somewhere else when they go home from work. While the dredge is in parts of the river that those people can see, they will see it, and they don't sort of have the capacity to choose to get away from it in the same way as someone on the upper Clutha track might. In those cases, of course, they're either cyclists or they might be walking. They go and do that on a Saturday, or might be Saturday and Sunday. They might say, well, I don't like the dredge, they can go and walk a different track. Or when they go back the next week, the dredge could well have gone. So that was the sort of discussion we had amongst our team, is what capacity is there for the people that might be affected to actually move away, and that was, I suppose, the basis on which we thought a response in one context was justified and perhaps not in the other. But in terms of any direction I can give you on 6 months as a temporary effect or 6 years as a temporary effect, there's certainly nothing of that sort emerging from the case law that we've been able to find.
Thank you for that. The other definition that I wanted to talk about and just get my head around is when the barge is on anchor, tethered, might not have the right word there, to the bank's structure, definition of structure in terms of Queenstown Lakes District Plan, and just the policies, where I'm coming from, the policies and objectives have quite specific moorings and infrastructure associated with boating is linked to those policies.
Yeah.
And in terms of interpreting those policies and objectives, when it is tethered, is it a structure?
Can I come back to you on that? Because I haven't thought too deeply about that myself, so
Okay.
I'll have a look at that.
Sure,
and
would
revert,
appreciate
if that's
that.
okay, yeah.
And the third definition was a lot of once again, the Queenstown Lakes proposed district plan talks a lot about subdivision and development.
Yeah,
Development doesn't seem to be defined
no,
anywhere. And in terms of the landscape matters, I looked up the definition of development and it's a change basically in the environment. And is this something that could be captured by the definition of development?
I know I'm pretty sure there's a definition of subdivision and development in the conjunctive sense.
Right.
Which might be worth just checking out. I mean, I expect that where that phrase is used, it is intended to capture stuff that's happening, generally, not a limited type of development per se, unless it appears to be the defined term of subdivision and development. So in that sense, I think that this is intended to be development. From memory, the provisions that utilise that phraseology tend to be in the higher order chapters, and so I anticipate then that's meant to be a broad term that then flows down into the more specific provisions in the zone chapters. So yeah, I think where they are those higher order, maybe not quite strategic, but sort of chapter 3, chapter 6, probably chapter 6 I think is where that comes up.
Yes.
It is a broad term meant to capture a wide range of activities that might take place. And then I think you'd probably then look at the provisions within the rural chapter and see how they've treated different types of activities differently, whether those are farming activities or activities on the surface of water, and be informed by the terminology used in those more specific provisions.
Thank you, that was helpful. Just I wanted to understand an update on where you are with Department of Conservation and LINZ, and especially now I've just heard about potential trapping on what I would assume would be part of it would be dockland, and how you're getting on with those processes.
I'd have to defer to Peter on that.
Okay, we'll park that one up at some stage. And I'll come back to conditioning questions when we get to conditions, is that right? Oh, okay. I had just your advice on the noise assessment, that we had the undated, unnamed, different location, the weight that we can put to that in evidence, and then I've just seen the conditions about potentially the separation distances, and we'll get a noise report in. Just briefly looking at that, it didn't seem to have an opportunity to get that reviewed by the councils, and it didn't really say what would happen if you breached the noise. What happens to the operation? Does it stop until you can sort the noise, or just sort of some practical advice around that?
Well, I suppose that the starting point is what we're proposing is to comply with those limits. So we will manage the operation by staying far enough away from the compliance points, being the notional boundary of residential dwellings, as necessary to meet those limits. And so the noise report is really about informing our operation, and given that there have been some concerns expressed by submitted and blah, 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 that we'd submit that to the council and say, look, here it is. This advises that we need to set back, whether it's 175, I think is the current sort of arrangement, more or less than that in order to comply. If that noise report came back, I suppose, and said you have to be set back kilometres, then that would be the end of our ability potentially to operate. We're not going to happen, and we'd need to either seek to breach the limits, or we couldn't exercise the consent. we're very confident that's not going to be the case, particularly with the proposed amendments to the barge, which is to cover in the screen at the back, which is the thing that is creating most of the noise at the moment, and will be, because it's the noise that runs obviously all the time while we're operating, the thing that will, I suppose, attract the most attention. So in terms of, we could consider whether that condition provides an opportunity for the council to review it. We obviously can't compel them to do that in a condition, and I suppose that's why we've proposed that the report's done by a suitably qualified noise expert, so that it is done in accordance with those NZS standards, and there isn't an argument about the quality of that work, perhaps like there could be in relation to the noise testing that's previously been done.
And I just noticed that the condition 9, that the report just be submitted to council, and you wouldn't say that it needs to be certified by council, or?
We can have them certify that is right. I don't know if that is going to serve any purpose.
I had some questions on the potential use of signage and in terms of, especially in the Queenstown area, in terms of beside a river in an ONF, size of signs. Have you had any thought about that? And I can't remember if the bridge is a heritage feature, if that's something that's been considered and that proposing those conditions.
Yeah. Those things have crossed my mind. We have had a preliminary look at the rules around that. Certainly in CODC there aren't any issues.
Right.
The signage rules in Queenstown are challenging. There does appear to be the ability for the harbour master to install signs for navigational safety purposes, and same with NZTA. So we anticipate this would fall within that. There are permitted activity rules for signs which rely on understanding the property that those signs are going on and whether there are other signs on the property. And we haven't, as of yet, been able to work through and understand where we are proposing those, whether those permitted activity standards would be met. But given that that's something requested by the harbour master, and that we felt that it would fall within that provision as a navigational sign.
And I just had last question was on if any thought had been given by the applicant to a bond in terms of flooding, damage, vessel sinking, if that is something that you had considered.
The short answer is no, we haven't considered that.
Removal, the barge
we
being having
can,
to removed from the river, those
Yeah.
sorts of things.
Liability insurance is we hold liability insurance on $5 million, and it was a condition of previous consents as well.
Okay. That was all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just turning to your legal submissions, paragraph 6, you argue that the entire application falls to be assessed as discretionary activity. My question is that with except Queensland Lake District Council, or is that dealt with further in your legal submissions?
Correct,
And that's
yeah.
what you're hanging that statement on?
Yes, that's right. So my submission to you is that because the Queenstown rule that was non-complying is no longer operative, the case law has now settled the position that in that circumstance, 88 capital A effectively doesn't apply.
Okay,
So the consent's discretionary.
Does rely on that
It does.
further down?
Yes. Yeah.
In paragraph 42, you refer to data. I just wondered if you could clarify what data you mean. It is apparent from the data available that compliance can be achieved.
Yeah,
What do
so
you-
that, this is in relation to noise, I think, isn't it?
So is that reference to that noise AEE report?
Yes, yes, that's right.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Just turning to the conditions. Condition 9 in the district council set,
Yes.
there was discussion about council certification. Possibly that could relate to the setback distance,
Yes, could do.
and that there'd also need to be a statement that the setback will be complied with. At the moment, it just says that you'll
Yeah, we could.
identify a setback.
Yeah, we could add that. I had, because the compliance with the noise standard needs to be met, and the setbacks of course required to achieve that, but absolutely we could include a requirement around maintaining that setback.
So, 17A, you talk about in the ORC
Right.
set of conditions.
Of which permit?
The first one,
Right,
dot 1.
yes,
17A, you talk about if any of the above species are found, no suction dredge activity may commence. A more robust statement would be occur rather than commence. Would you accept that? So rather than the word commence, the word occur.
so, whereabouts
Second
we
line,
talking?
second line in E. Because the way it's
Ah,
worded,
yes.
the way it's
Yeah, yeah,
worded,
yeah.
you could commence
Yeah.
300 metres upstream and then
Yes.
carry on through it.
Yes, yep, understand.
And with respect to the dot 04 section, dot 03, the compliance limits you discussed in detail. You're talking about revising the conditions through the hearing process. Will you take the regional water plan framework into account in that?
This, you mean Schedule 15?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
And will you put that in the mix when you come
Yeah.
back to us?
Yes, we that's what we've been working with. We, how do I put this? There is a question, and I think probably a general consensus now, that the regional plan water is a creature of its time, and may not adequately or doesn't give effect to any of the higher order policy statements. And when you look at the limits in Schedule 15 for this part of the river, I think there is a live question about whether or not those are adequate in order to implement the MPSFM.
The 5 NTU is too
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, and that's why we think that we need to set a bespoke regime, given the clarity, the baseline clarity of this stretch of water. Because effectively meeting 5 NTUs would breach, I think, that requirement for there to be no conspicuous
Okay,
colour change.
thank you.
Yeah.
Now, the pest traps that you mentioned, are they mitigation or an offset?
I don't think they're either, to be honest. I think they are probably likely to be a positive effect. Because with the setback requirement, the intention of that is to avoid adverse effects on those species. but we thought, given that pests are the primary risk to ground nesting birds of this sort of nature, and that was something that the applicant felt would be a positive thing to do.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So you're pitching it as a positive effect, not an offset.
We don't think there are residual adverse effects with the imposition of that setback requirement that would require offsetting or compensation.
Right.
But we're willing to put those pest traps in place because we think it's a good idea.
Okay, and final question. If you cover the screen for the noise, cover the screens at the back for noise requirements, how do you monitor for fish?
So we're proposing to use a flexible sound barrier. Proposing to use a flexible sound barrier, which can be removed, but there's cameras also on the classification screen at the back, so we'll be able to visually see them. So we've actually got multiple cameras on the nozzle. I think there's 4 or 5, so we can see in front and laterally and underneath the nozzle when we're working, and that's typically where we would see any fish getting trained. Excuse me, and from my experience, I think it's probably happened maybe 2 times in the life of the dredge that I'm aware of. It's a very, very rare occurrence. We do see them from time to time. You might see a tail flick in or out of the image, but actually going up through the getting trained into the dredge is really a very rare occurrence, and identifying the species would be extremely difficult.
Sure, I understand that, but the condition set that I've seen is talking about recording fish that go out the back end.
Yep.
And so if there's a screen, if there's a cover over the screen, how would you actually see it?
There'll be lights and cameras within that.
Within the screen?
Yes, we need to be able to monitor what's going on that classification screen. Sorry, I didn't make it clear.
Thank you.
Mr. Irving, I just wanted to discuss with you the permitted activity baseline, which you addressed at 23 of your submissions. And I think it's only reasonable that I put to you, I'm yet to be convinced about the utility of applying the permitted baseline in this case, which of course is a discretionary matter for us to consider. I view it as being quite problematic. For example, under the Regional Plan Water Flow Otago, we have Rule 13.5.17, which says, as a permitted activity, you can have a nozzle 150 millimetres diameter. The proposition for us is a 350 millimetre nozzle. So what do? Do we omit 42% of the effects of the activity? And just, how is that going to work? And in terms of some of the other permitted baseline proposals that have been put to us, multiple smaller barges on the stretch of the river, I consider that to be reasonably fanciful. So I just want to put to you that I see that as problematic, and also suggest to you in terms of your client's case, wouldn't it be more robust for us just to assess it on its merits based on the evidence before us, rather than trying to discount any permitted baseline?
I'm not at this point going to concede the permitted baseline is not relevant. I will think about that further, perhaps, and address it further in reply if I think... I take your point. I suppose the permitted activities indicate to us that activity of this nature is anticipated. And you see that, I suppose, in the policy regime. So to that extent, that I think helps inform your analysis. I think I'll leave it there for now, and I note your question and the indication you've given, and we'll consider that as we progress through the hearing.
All right, thank you. Bear with me a minute. Just at your paragraph 47, regarding the health and well-being of the water body and ecosystems, of course, we have conflicting evidence on that in front of us. Dr. Young from the Cawthron Institute comes to some quite different conclusions on that matter. So is your aquatic ecology expert going to respond to Dr. Young's evidence?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, I think when I filed these, I'm not sure we had Dr. Young's evidence yet. Sort of all
No,
came
and to
in
be
at the
fair,
council.
initially Dr. Young's evidence was provided as a letter or a statement to Mrs. Duxon, and then I liaised through the hearings administrator and encouraged Mrs. Duxon to make Dr. Young available for questioning, and Dr. Young agreed to do that and then thought he should reformat his statement, which I said that's fine and helpful, so that's the background for that. All right, just wanted to check you're going to address that.
Mm-hmm.
Just in terms of the operating limits, and I may be remembering incorrectly given the amount of documentation we've read, but somewhere in the documentation there's a commencement time of 8 a.m. as opposed to 7 a.m. Just want to confirm, is the applicant's proposal still to commence at 7 a.m.?
So, yes, it is, subject to compliance with the noise limit. So I think the 8 a.m, of course, is the daytime noise limit for Queenstown. So depending on the outcome of the noise assessment, we may not be able to commence operations in Queenstown until 8 a.m. So that operational time will be driven by compliance with those noise limits. So we've kept the operation hours 7 till 8.
Yep. Now, just in terms of the issue regarding the bond, I think Mr. Hall mentioned that they have public liability insurance of $5 million, and there's an existing condition regarding that. So we look forward to seeing some wording from you, just in terms of making that an enforceable obligation. Yeah, just a couple of questions arising from the preset or the conditions that you circulated this morning, and thanks for doing that. ORC can permit number 3. Pages aren't numbered, but it's, what number is it? Probably 6D.
Yes.
So just those last words, management of the rate of dredge. I presume
Yeah.
there's some typos in there, that doesn't really make sense, but look forward to Mr. Hall explaining how active management of the rate of dredging, I presume that should be,
It's just
would be undertaken to minimise the extent of a sediment plume, just how that might work in practice. So very interested in hearing some more about that. And then in terms of the district conditions, my fellow panel members have already asked you about condition 9, but would any setback distance that pops out of that process, whether or not there's a certification of that by the district councils, is that where condition 15B clicks in?
yes.
Okay. And then I'm also very interested to fully understand the practical implications of what is condition 12 crossed out little a. And just how that will work in practice and how that varies from the current operation, and particularly interested to see some kind of pictorial demonstration of that, like a diagram showing here's the river, here's the barge, here's where the anchor lines are going to go, here's where any side cables are or aren't. Because my understanding of that is that's a fundamentally different proposal from what's currently in place, unless I'm misunderstanding it.
Yes and no. Peter is going to speak to this further, so I won't profess to be an expert in this. But what we understand this condition requires is that the lines effectively enter the water within the beam of the dredge.
So it's only entering the water?
Correct, yeah, not actually that the anchors themselves need to be within the beam of the dredge. That's
Okay, now that's an important distinction.
yes, it is, and that is why I've deleted bed from that condition, so it's extend into the river. Now that is what Cold Gold have, or how they operate to the extent they can now, and is the way that they've worked with the regional council harbour master in relation to the operation of the dredge.
Right.
And Peter can speak to that further because it is something, it is a live issue wherever they are operating.
All right.
But yeah, that is a critical point to understand, that it's the lines going into the water.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, thanks for that. So the lines still might extend to either side of the river, and there might be sidelines,
they'll be-
etc.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that should say river surface.
Yeah, it could do into the river or the water surface, or yeah, if we.
All right. Right, I think that's all we had for you this evening, so
Very good.
now we can proceed to your first witness. And just for everyone's information, we're breaking for morning tea at 10:45. In case anyone's wondering when that's going to happen.
Then we'll just hand out more summary. So I've got a summary, written summary here that Peter's prepared.
Thank you.
And oh, thank you. Yes, please. Great, thank you. Thanks, Tamsin. Oh, you can. Just wait for you to get around.
Now, just while that's being handed out, just for the benefit of all the witnesses, if documents are tabled, which is fine in terms of summary or further addressing issues that have come before each witness, my preference is that those documents are read out word for word. Please don't ad lib and add verbally comments that aren't written down, because then we don't know what is the evidence and what isn't the evidence. But if you get to the end of your or the circulated document and you wish to add some verbal comments, then do it then and we'll make note of them. But don't ad lib halfway through or partway through the document. Just makes our job easier. Thanks.
That's good. We're ready to go?
Yeah, we are. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name's Peter Hall and I am the Director of Coal Gold Clutha, or a Director. So I'd briefly like to address the following. A, the role mining plays in modern society and the contribution it makes to the community. And B, the worrying allegations made by some submitters' evidence. There has been criticism that a submission does not establish social and community benefits, which we have perhaps incorrectly assumed was widely understood. Gold has a particular role and has become ubiquitous in our lives and is often subliminal. If you use or own a cell phone, a computer, TV, or almost any piece of equipment that contains electronics, then you benefit from it. If you buy or wear jewellery, if you are married and wear a ring, you enjoy dental and health care, or you took a flight on an aircraft, then you benefit from it. It is used in fine arts and sign writing and to adorn religious icons and highlight their significance. It formed the basis of our financial system and is traded as a global commodity. It is stockpiled by reserve banks around the world to manage fiscal risk and objectives. It is even possible that some component of your KiwiSaver investment fund invests in gold. As we move towards a low-carbon economy, gold will have a role to play in new technologies. And I quote the Right Honourable Helen Clark in her speech at the 2022 International Mining and Resources Conference in Sydney. As is well known, the mining industry has a very important role to play in the shift to net zero carbon emissions. The technologies for a sustainable energy future, such as solar panels, wind turbines and electric vehicles, all rely heavily on minerals. But it will be a challenge to have sufficient mineral supply to be able to deploy low carbon technologies at the scale and pace required for climate action, while at the same time protecting the rights and interests of stakeholders along the mineral value chain. Action is needed to turn that challenge into an opportunity, the opportunity to grow the mining sector to support the energy transition while ensuring both good governance and sustainable development in minerals producing countries. Most low carbon technologies use far more minerals than do their fossil fuel based equivalents. A typical electric car requires 6 times the mineral inputs of its conventional equivalent, and an onshore wind farm requires 9 times more mineral resources than a gas-fired plant, according to the International Energy Agency. As a result, coming decades are likely to see strong demand growth for certain minerals. Again, according to the IEA, limited global warming to below 2 degrees would require a 4-fold increase in the supply of minerals for clean energy technologies within the next 2 decades. The more ambitious the world is in its decarbonisation efforts, the more mining it will need. End of quote. Coal Gold Clutha is a 100% owned New Zealand business. At a community level, we employ 6 permanent full-time staff. We support local business by engaging engineering suppliers and maintenance contractors who in turn spend locally. Currently, 2 of our staff members are local to the area, and as more than likely any future staff employees will also come from the area. Dredge that the gold produces is sold to a New Zealand-based business. They refine it and make extrusions, predominantly for the jewellery sector, but they also produce bullion. The fine jewellery sector in New Zealand was worth $537 million in 2022 and employs over 2,000 people. 2% of the gross gold we produce goes to the Crown as a royalty. To move to operational matters, I want to take this opportunity to discuss some of the matters that have been raised in evidence filed on behalf of submitters, particularly operational matters discussed by Kim Fogelberg, Reg Hall and Oliver Moon. I can confirm that Mr Hall and Mr Moon are both former employees. Mr Hall's characterisation of his departure from us is correct. During his time with us, Reg worked as both skipper and operator. Mr Moon summarily quit following a relatively short stint with us. He did not work out his notice period. There were a number of challenges during the course of his employment where he clashed with our staff. This included Mr Webber. Mr Webber is our operational manager. I understand this was on the basis that Mr Moon was living in Luggett and we had not yet relocated the dredge to the upper river, which he had expected. He did not advise me that the reason for him quitting was associated with the operation of the dredge or the toilets in particular, nor was this a matter that he previously raised in his submission or other complaints he has made to council. I have to confess to being horrified at the allegations and evidence of Mr Hall and Mr Moon. I agree that if that is what some of our staff have been doing, that it is completely unacceptable. It is not the method that is intended or promoted by the company or myself as a director. I have raised the issue with staff, with our current crew, who do not accept that this is what has been occurring. I have also contacted Ricky, that's Mr Stenton, who Mr Moon refers to, and he confirmed both verbally and in writing that such a practice was not employed during his 3.5-year tenure with us. In Reg's case, he was the skipper on the dredge for some of the time he worked with us, and it would have been his responsibility to ensure that the cassette was emptied correctly. At no time did he make me aware of a practice of emptying the cassette into the toilet. If he had, I would have addressed it immediately. Such a practice by staff would be a contravention of their employment agreement. It is correct that the dredge is fitted with a cassette toilet for use by staff when on board the dredge. They are the same type of cassette toilets commonly used in large self-contained camper vans or caravans. We have 2 cassette toilets available, the purpose of which is to allow an empty one to be fitted when a used one requires emptying. They have a capacity of 20 litres and typically require emptying 1 to 2 times per week. The practice is to remove the cassette and take it to a dump station. There is one available in Lawrence or Roxburgh. If we begin to operate in the upper Clutha River, there are dump stations at Cromwell, Wanaka and Hawea. As the operational manager at the time, I personally emptied the cassettes for 9 years. I would take the cassette home and empty it into the dump station on the way. While a straightforward task, it is not particularly pleasant, and I never asked any of the crew to do this. To provide greater certainty about this, we'd be happy to offer a condition requiring a log of cassette disposal to be kept, proof that this is occurring. Next topic is the pipeliner. Mr. Moon describes the pipeliner contains numerous inaccuracies that I wish to correct. He is correct that an HDPE pipeliner is inside of the main dredge pipe. It is similar to the type of large HDPE pipes used for sewage pipelines, etc. Anyone that has driven from Milton to Waihola recently will have seen them lying on the ground where the council is installing new Three Waters infrastructure. The pipe is 25mm thick and is rotated. It's by approximately a third of a turn every 500 to 600 hours, not 100 hours as suggested by Mr. Moon. We therefore get 1500 to 1800 hours out of each pipe. The pipes do get worn in places, but not to the extent described by Mr. Moon. It is not normal for them to wear completely through, although that has happened in the early days of the dredge due to high pressure water being directed incorrectly, and modifications were made to prevent this reoccurring. Plastic pipes of this nature are used in suction dredge operations here and overseas. HDPE strikes the right balance between weight, flexibility and durability for the purpose. Our system is unique to a degree, but the use of HDPE pipes is not. We did investigate using other materials for the pipe. Steel is less resilient and is much more difficult to replace due to the weight and inflexibility. With regard to moving the dredge, the video referred in the evidence of Kim Fogelberg shows the dredge being moved down the river. I would like to explain this video as it does not reflect our current practice. I was on the dredge the day this manoeuvre took place, although I was not the skipper. On the day I did express my concerns about the approach being taken, but was required to defer to the skipper. The movement was the first time that we relocated the dredge following its launch in 2012. As I mentioned in my evidence in chief, we did have quite a steep learning curve when we first commenced operations. How best to move the dredge is one of the areas where we have refined our procedures a lot. In the video, the dredge is travelling forwards down the river. This means that in order for the engines to gain traction in the water to drive the vessel, it needs to be moving faster than the flow of water. That had obvious consequences for how fast it needed to travel and also created issues with manoeuvrability, which are readily apparent from the video. I can confirm that there were some pretty frayed nerves on board that day. Since the day that video was taken, we only manoeuvre the dredge backwards. This means that it moves more slowly because we are working the engines against the current. It allows us to maintain full control over both speed and trajectory. Our manoeuvres on the river are now much more mundane than they appear in the video. We also have a pilot boat in attendance during all movement. They either work upstream or downstream of the dredge to assist with guidance and provide warning to other water users as necessary. It is correct that there are no waste oil tanks on the dredge. That is largely a function of the boat's size. It is not big enough to require them. The design was completed by a naval architect and it has obtained all the necessary certifications. We took the expert advice we were given in relation to these matters. The absence of waste tanks does not mean that waste on board is not managed. There are waste oil containers that are used to capture waste products during maintenance processes. These containers are emptied at appropriate disposal sites. Typically, they're taken to a Dunedin contractor where they're collected by a waste oil disposal company from Christchurch. We have desiccant pads on board to clean any of the more minor leaks, such as from the anchor winch. The hydraulic room that contains the majority of the hydraulic equipment is fully bunded, ensuring any leaks are fully contained. The image of the floor grate provided by Mr. Moon in his submission is located 60 millimetres above floor level. Therefore, the room would need to overtop the bund to that depth for anything to escape from there. We have a catch-all tray at the filling port where refuelling takes place at the dredge. The Detroit engines have been raised as inappropriate. I discussed this to a degree in my evidence in chief. Once again, we took the advice of our naval architect in utilising these engines. They were one of a few options in the power range that we required, and due to their relatively low usage, they were considered appropriate. It is correct that they were reconditioned, but that is a common process that effectively restores them to a near-new condition. It is correct that Detroit engine went out of manufacture in 1995, which was associated with the strict air emission standards imposed in the United States to address air quality concerns that had arisen at the time. They fully comply with applicable regulations here in New Zealand. Fuel transfer. Mr. Hall provides a photo of the current fuel transfer location on on the Clutha River indicating that he made a complaint regarding it to Otago Regional Council's pollution hotline. I presume this is because the pipe is in the water. I can confirm that the photos of the current fuel transfer location we are using and the arrangement is reasonably typical. The stretch of river we are working in does rise and fall reasonably significantly over short periods of time due to the operation of the hydro dams. Whilst I understand why Reg might have concerns about what is pictured, it's important to note the following. There are two valves along the pipeline, that's the hose we're talking about, one at the nozzle and one halfway along. There's also a shut-off valve on the fuel tank itself. Fuel cannot be siphoned through this pipe, it must be pumped. There's a check valve for that. The pump is located at the fuel tank, which is on a private property. The pump itself is contained within a locked box. This setup and our procedures have been reviewed by both Maritime New Zealand and Otago Regional Council previously with no concerns raised. We have never had any issues with tampering or theft. We also select locations that are well concealed from the water. Most people would pass without noticing it. You would typically need to know where it is to be looking for it. As mentioned in my evidence in chief, all the necessary spill kits are held on site and during refuelling operations as required by our Maritime Transport Operating Plan. I am confident that the practices that we're adopting are sufficient to manage the risks associated with refuelling and are well within the standards required by the various regulatory bodies we need to achieve compliance with. Having said that, and having reflected on the photo provided by Mr. Hall, I can understand why someone may see that and have concerns, particularly if they're not familiar with the various layers of safety systems that are in place. In light of that, we're going to include within our operating procedures that the hose be pulled back at least 5 metres from the shore when not in use. The last thing I want to discuss is our anchoring system. The system uses 2 anchors set apart and the anchor warps are crossed. This provides good stability to the dredge and does not necessitate the use of lateral wires or stern anchors, as was the case when Mr. Hall worked on board over a decade ago. I disagree that the system poses a significant risk. Maritime New Zealand Audit and ORC Compliance, along with ORC Harbour Master, recently have reviewed and found it to be low risk. We actively monitor and assess any anchor warp backing lines. We have accepted the condition requested by the QLDC Harbour Master to maintain exposed anchor warps within the beam of the dredge. We're confident that we can achieve compliance with this requirement, but are also actively considering what changes can be made to the dredge to make it easier. We anticipate on the upper Clutha section of the river that we will need to adapt our operations a bit due to its different characteristics, higher incidence of other water users, etc. We expect that we will need to work shorter lengths before repositioning the dredge anchors again, for example. This will allow us to maintain more control over the dredge and manage the lines to reduce their risk to other water users. We would welcome being made aware of any planned commercial raft or kayaking trips or races by the tour event operators. This would allow us to coordinate with these operators, especially for large or inexperienced groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I'll just see if we have questions for you, Craig.
Sure you will.
Okay, thank you for that. Just with respect to the evidence you've just read, in paragraph 19 you talk about the HDPE pipeline.
Yep.
How much HDPE material do you think would be discharged into the river through that process in terms of a volume?
As I mentioned, we in the early days we burnt holes in it, and that's the last thing we want to do in terms of the dredge operating optimally. We actually, the original liner was quite a lot longer, and we, due to the action of the water and the material in there, we took a fair bit of it out and actually put in a bisalloy liner in the front section to try and manage that. It was the impact of water coming up through the nozzle. It was impact hitting the roof, hitting the floor, creating a wave and creating pressure points on that pipe. So we cut it right down. The short answer is it's surprisingly less than we normally anticipate. We replaced that pipe after its 3 rotations, and It would typically still be probably 20 millimetres thick. And but it's really hard to tell. The leading edge tends to get worn out before the rest of the pipe, and those pipes usually ended up getting donated to a farmer for a culvert or something like that in the end.
So if you've got a approximately 5 millimetre scouring through the pipe with the volume with the pi r squared times the length, how much plastic do you estimate would go into the riverbed? We just want to get a feel for that.
I have to do some maths and try and work that out.
If you could, that would be good. Thanks. Okay. Paragraph 24, that statement about working backwards, is that excluding the need to get it up to the Luggett Bridge, up to the Luggett area?
It depends where you're moving on the river. So sorry, when we're moving the dredge downriver, it's always backwards. Uprivers, you're heading upstream.
Sure,
so
okay.
So sorry, just to clarify that, and that's what the video refers to as well. We were moving downriver for the very first time.
Okay. Paragraph 27, you state the room would need to overtop the bund to that depth for anything to escape. Could you just clarify that, what you mean by that?
So the room, that intake grill is a ventilation grill, so it sits above the floor, 60 millimetres, and the rest of the room is fully enclosed. It has a step to get into it.
Okay.
So basically you would have to fill that room up with fluid more than 60 millimetres deep for it to overtop.
Okay, thank you.
The chances of that happening are very slim. The tanks in those rooms have got low-level alarms. There was a leak, we'd know about it beforehand. And there's a camera in that room as well.
Now, you state that paragraph 35, you don't use lateral wires
We did
or stern anchors.
When Reg Hall worked on board, we did.
Yeah, sure, I can see that. And then, so you do not need to use lateral wires, but then in paragraph 36 you talk about the use of backing lines.
Yeah,
What's
okay,
the difference?
lateral wires off the dredge is what I was referring to there. So we used to, the original design, anchoring system, the anchors were spread out in front of us to the port and starboard one. There were two, and then the problem was that the dredge became unstable. It could wander all over the river. It was acted like a bit of a sail. It
Sure.
could grab load on one side, and it could potentially shoot off across the river. And to stop that happening, we put lateral lines on the dredge to stop it swaying all over the river. It soon became evident that that wasn't viable or practical, and that's when we began crossing the anchors, and that just got rid of that problem altogether. It can't move, so it keeps it stable. But the anchors themselves, so that we can ensure they don't fail, and when I say fail, I don't mean something breaks on them, I mean they fail to hold properly. We in turn back those off to the riverbank, so it's belt and braces stuff.
So the backing lines relate to the anchor wires?
Yes.
Only?
So they're actually tied from the nose of the anchor, typically forwards upriver, and we tie them to the bank somewhere to a rock or a tree if we can.
Are you confident that the anchor types you have will hold in the upper river?
The anchors we have now are not the anchors that we originally used. We used a type known as a stingray anchor, which is a proper mooring type anchor. It's designed to dig into the substrate of the river or whatever environment it's used in. They are typically used in like the offshore industry use stingray anchors. The problem with them, they have to be placed. They have to be put down the right way up. We really struggled with our anchors at the beginning. They kept flipping onto the backs and we couldn't get them to set. We could spend hours trying to set an anchor, and it just didn't work. So we changed to a Bruce anchor. Depends what you're setting on. If you're dropping onto bedrock, obviously it's not going to set on anything. You hope it hooks, but they are extraordinarily heavy for the size of the of the vessel. But it's, as I said, it's a belt and braces things to make sure they can't go anywhere.
So you're confident that system will work in the upper Clutha where this faster flows?
Absolutely confident.
In paragraph 37, you talk about we expect we will need to work shorter lengths before repositioning the dredge anchors. So what do you mean by
So
that?
obviously
Can you be
we're
more
cognizant of the fact that there are more river users on the river up there, and to ensure that we can comply with the consent that we're agreeing to in terms of keeping those the anchor wires within the beam of the dredge before they submerge, it might be more prudent for us to work on a shorter warp that is the length of wire we feed out, or the anchor wire we feed out from distance from the dredge between, what am I trying to say? To keep the distance between the anchor and the dredge at a shorter distance. So we can feed out 250 metres.
I understand that. I'm asking you if you can clarify what distance you think would be appropriate.
150 metres. I'm saying that we potentially could get rid of the sidewires. We also sometimes use sidewires so that we maintain a spread on those anchor wires. And it may be if we just do a shorter set, we won't need the sidelines. So there's just one other piece of potential risk that we're removing.
You mean backing lines?
Backing lines for the anchors, and we use sometimes we pull the wires to the side
Sure.
more to maintain a spread. Yeah,
So no, I understand. I've seen the diagram. So just the backing lines are connected to the anchors, and then when you spread it, they're called spreading lines, or what are they called?
Yeah, we just refer to them as sidelines.
Sidelines. So if you've got shorter distance that you're working within, like 150 metres you just mentioned, would that mean that this requirement for the sidelines would...
We wouldn't use them at 150 metres, correct.
Because that changes the nature, as the chair said, changes the nature of the proposal to, to alleviate some concerns from recreational users. So it'd be good to get some more positive guidance on what you are going to operate within on that stretch.
Well, it's fairly dynamic at this stage. We have to assess, depends where we are on the river, what the river's, or the area we're working on a river, whether that has an effect or an impact on how the anchors perform or how the anchor wires perform.
Okay, so that it wouldn't be, you're not categorically stating that you won't use sidelines?
No,
okay.
we're not. And it doesn't mean, the use of sidelines doesn't mean they're necessarily a risk. They are kept generally tight and against the bank as well. So they don't really pose a risk to river users. If they're under the tree line, then someone coming down the river is unlikely to trip over it. We've discussed this with with the OIC Harbour Master. He's reviewed it, and where we assess there to be a risk, then he's just requested, and we agreed, and we have done it, and do it, that we mark those wires with a buoy or a marker.
Just turning to your brief of evidence, if I may, and questions. There's been concern raised about precedent effect. If this dredge is granted consent, there may be other dredges to follow. If you were granted consent and in mind the riverbed, how likely do you think that other dredges would then follow you, because wouldn't the gold be gone?
You never get it all. That's the challenge with gold mining. You never get it all. You've got to bear in mind that most of this river has been worked historically, and they didn't get it all. And what we need, what's economically viable today, perhaps wasn't economically viable back then. But the short and long of it is, no, the company holds the mining permits, and without a mining permit, no other person can operate on that permitted area.
Within the term of the mining permit?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
So this what we're applying for now will be exclusive to us.
Paragraph 6 of your evidence, I've got a question. You're just outlining the process. You may work for up to 3 months on an anchor set. Are you likely to move the anchors sideways and then do another run within a certain stretch of the river?
Potentially, yes.
Is that defined, or does it depend on how much gold you find at the point?
It's not defined at all, no. It's just dependent on how the river's particularly wide. We can't manage it within a single set. It's just we're having to swing fully from one side of the river to the other, and it's got operational issues in terms of managing that with the anchors. We don't necessarily set the anchors hard on each bank.
Sure, and what's the swath width typically of your dredge when you're sucking up?
It's on the lower river. It's typically roundabout. It's typically no more than 10 metres. There's quite a narrow channel down there.
No, I've got no further questions. I've been covered off. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to your statement of evidence, just paragraph 38, just you were talking about planned communication with other users of the river.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see any sort of communication plans proposed as conditions of consent. Is that something is that where you're thinking the communication would occur with other
there
users?
is a condition there that stipulates we'll communicate with.
Oh, there is?
Yeah,
Okay,
there is.
sorry,
Yeah.
that's my mistake, thank you. The second question I had was just to explain the mining permits. In terms of permitted activities, can your permitted activities operate, permitted mining companies under the district plan rules, do they need a mining permit? Can they operate in your area?
Anyone that wants to mine anywhere has to have a mining permit.
Right, and so they can come into your area with the little...
No,
No.
I say mining permit, that is, the mining permits are issued by Crown Minerals are exclusive to a given area of land.
Right,
So
okay,
they can't overlap,
okay,
and yeah, they're exclusive to the operator is designated within on the permit, and that person or company are the ones that are responsible for the permit.
so for like a recreational miner who has a size of a dredge that complies with district plan standards,
Still has to have a
still
mining
has the mining permit
Correct,
and
correct.
can only operate in their mining permit
Correct.
area.
Correct.
Thank you. Just following on some questions from Commissioner Welsh was just understanding the amount of the riverbed that would be mined when you're on anchor, and is it just a strip, or I understand it's possibly multiple strips, and
Possibly
now
multiple strips.
possibly multiple strips across the width of the river,
Potentially.
if you strike
This is the
gold.
challenge with dredging in the river. We can't test. So the only way we can find out if there's gold there or not is to go and start dredging. So often we'll spot mine, what we talk about, I think it's talked about in our evidence, is we talk about spot mining. We go in, we typically make the hole, process the material, and if there's gold present, then we can continue. If not, go forward, go sideways, have another look somewhere else.
And is there do you have, in terms of progression up the river, do you normally start in one spot and then progressively make your way up the river?
Upriver, yep.
In terms of the investigations that you've done and where you think it is likely?
Yes. So for example, we might go and spot mine, yeah, there's gold there, and then we'll actually drop back below it, and then spot mine again. If there's gold there, great, maybe drop back some further and then work up through that area.
Thank you. Just your evidence had a reference to Appendix 1, and I just wondered, were we ever going to see that, or is that, it was an attachment?
Oh, we haven't received that, no. It's a compliance
Okay, so-
report from our recent inspection, which hasn't been forthcoming, unfortunately.
That was my mistake, sorry.
That's all right. I had a question on if you had an update for the location of the fuel storage tank.
No.
No.
Probably, if you are going up to inspect our Queensbury Slipway site, it's likely to be on that property somewhere.
And it'd probably be a question for Mr Sycamore, but is there any consenting issues that you are working through in terms of hazardous substances? Or that'll be something that you can probably address as we move along. I had another question regarding the certificates that the staff are required to hold who operate the dredge.
Yep.
In terms of refuelling, and if
So
there's anything else you thought was relevant.
The maritime rules dictate that we have to have a qualified skipper certified for that size of vessel. No other staff are required to have any specific qualifications around that.
And on any given day, 2 staff on board, or is there
Always more than
Or-
two or more,
2 or more?
minimum of 2.
We saw someone sitting in the cockpit,
Wheelhouse,
perhaps?
yes.
Wheelhouse, that's probably a better
Yep.
word. And we didn't see anyone else. Would they both be normally in the wheelhouse?
So
I thought there might have been someone at the
I was
back.
kind of hoping you were going to go on and you'd have a look on board so
All
you
right.
would see and understand that. So yeah, there's always an operator sitting in the seat. So he's the guy that's operating the nozzle. He's got a bank of cameras, screens in front of him, and he can see what's going on underwater. He can see what's going on behind him and what's going on around the dredge as well. The other crewman on board is a floater, if you like, and he's got tasks such as refuelling or engineering checks on board and other chores that are required to do on board.
Okay. And the little tender craft that we went on, is that the boat that's normally associated with the operation? Is that what you use for refuelling?
It's a secondary one. That's actually a secondary boat.
Okay, is that the boat that's used for refuelling?
Similar, very similar to that. It's a bit larger. And that's that vessel, that tender comes under our Maritime New Zealand survey.
That was all the questions I had. Thank you.
Did you have some more questions?
Yes, I did. Sorry. Do you consider the barge will manoeuvre adequately in the upper Clutha given the faster flows?
I dispute that it's faster. I'm sure the experts will tell you it's faster. There are certainly the lower river, there are greater areas of slower velocity water, but there are also equally fast sections in the lower river that we've been navigating through
Right.
quite satisfactorily.
So you're comfortable that can be transferred to the upper river? And one question leading on from the permitted baseline discussion that the Chair raised this morning, the 150mm nozzled vessels, which are smaller vessels, much smaller vessels than yours, could they actually mine for gold in that main arm, the main stem of the Clutha River?
And out in the centre of it?
Yes.
No. They're usually not powered. They rely on being... Those small suction dredges have a diver, so they can't work in high velocity water. It's just,
Right.
it's just too difficult. So that's the sort of suction dredges, what you're talking about. They're usually tethered to the bank and work in close proximity to the bank.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it? Just 2 matters from me, Mr Hall. Just first of all, your paragraph 26, third line, you talk about actively watching and tweaking your activity. The word tweaking, what does that entail?
Is there tweaking in there?
Para 26. Of the
Of your
pre-circulated
Brent,
evidence.
sorry, Brent.
Yeah, not today's statement.
Sorry, could you just...
Yep, paragraph 26, third line, we are actively watching and tweaking. So just interested in what the word tweaking describes.
This is about water clarity?
Yep.
Yeah, so we can, obviously, we can control the amount of material that the pipe entrains, or the dredge entrains, and we do that. The pipe hangs down on a winch, and we have to actively manage the amount of material that goes through the dredge. It's very easy. You can just bury it in the gravel and it'll stop working. You can overload the pipe, you can overload the shaker at the back. So we're always managing the flow rate through the dredge. So in terms of turbidity, we are able to manage that to a degree as well in the same manner.
So tweaking means actively altering the pitch angle of the pipe, does it?
Doop, 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 doop. The guy's doing it all day long.
Yep, okay.
Both the foot pedals, which position the dredge on its, if you like, on its X and Y plane, and then the pipe winch, which lifts it up and down from the bottom.
Just turning to today's statement at paragraph 36, the very last page. Maritime New Zealand audit, ORC compliance and ORC Harbour Master reviews. Have you got any documentation of those reviews that you can provide us?
That was the appendix that was just referred to.
I think the appendix related to the ORC compliance. What about the Maritime New Zealand audit?
I should be able to get you something.
Yep, that would be useful. And the ORC Harbour Master review, was that any documentation result from
Not
that?
received yet, no.
Any emails,
So,
anything at
No,
all?
I've been chasing ORC for the last couple of weeks trying to get that. It hasn't been forthcoming. It was implied we might have seen it on Friday, but we haven't got it.
Staff member writing it up has been on leave, so they've
Okay, you need to pull the microphone closer.
Yeah, the staff member that was writing the report up has been on leave, and so been a little bit slow in preparing it. We've been chasing it.
Yeah, so
So
to
I
the...
think Peter's comments relate to the discussions they had on board as part of that visit.
Sure. So look forward to you digging up the Maritime New Zealand audit documentation, Mr Hall, and to the ORC reporting officers. We want to see the ORC compliance report and the ORC Harbour Master report before the end of Thursday, please. Now, it would really help me if you could, from Google Maps or Apple Maps or whatever, take a couple of sections of the upper river where the proposal is to be located, take a really bendy bit and take a straighter bit and blow them up if you can, and then draw on there where the dredge would sit, where the anchoring wires would sit, where any sidelines would go, just so we have a clear pictorial representation of how this might look in the upper river, in a really bendy bit up towards Luggett and in a straighter bit further down. If you could do that, that would be very useful.
Yep.
Yeah.
No problem. The bendy bits, it may transpire the bendy bits we can't do
Yeah.
for some reason or other, so it'll just depend where it is and
Yeah.
what's going on around it.
Sure.
So,
But-
but yes, we can.
Yeah. And in terms of providing that kind of pictorial evidence, is that something you can do before the end of the hearing, or will that come as part of reply, Ms. Irving?
I expect we can get it before the end of the hearing.
That'd be
Yeah.
useful, particularly if submitters
Um,
can see it. I think
I
it'd be
might
helpful.
get Hannah to email someone in the office and see if we can't get some imagery sent through, and Tamsin, if we needed some printing, could we? So we may even be able to do it today.
Yeah, great. All right, well, I think that's the end of our questions to you, Mr Hall, which is very timely because now we're going to break for morning tea. And to everyone present, there's tea for you guys down the back there, tea and coffee, help yourselves. And we'll adjourn for 20 minutes. So let's say we'll come back round about 10 past 11 where we'll continue with the applicant's case.
Thank you.
So, good morning everyone. We're going to resume the hearing. Could you take your seats please? You're very welcome to take a cup of tea back to your seat with you. So, Ms. Earthing, just before we hear from your next witness, we've just been reflecting on the noise condition that was discussed previously. We think it would be very helpful if we could receive from you the brief that would be given to the noise expert to undertake the assessment. Matters we're particularly interested in would be the topographical constraints that would apply to the assessment, like would it be done in, what parts of the river would it be done in? We're interested in the climatic factors that would be taken into account, windy day or not windy day. We're also interested in matters like how many measurements would be taken and then how would it all be pulled together. So just to give us some kind of confidence that it would be useful.
What I know is a lot of that is dealt with by the NZS standard that the noise measurements need to be taken in accordance with.
Good.
So, like that requires like downward conditions in all directions
Yes.
and all of that kind of thing. So, yeah, no, we can address that.
Great. So it should be pretty easy for your noise expert to pull a brief together then.
Yes. Yep.
All right. So now we can have the your next witness. Thanks.
Cool. So I would like to call Mark Hamer, please. Yeah.
Do you think it's hot in here?
A little bit. It's Mark Hamer. It's our ecological witness.
Yep. And just before you commence, Tamsin, can we get the air conditioning turned on? It's just starting to get a bit warm in here, I think. Yeah, just crank it down. Cold's better than hot.
All right, so you've got a...
No, I didn't. I've just emailed.
Mark has not brought hard copies of his summary with him. So Tamsin has an email copy. Sorry, can we, how would you like to deal with that? Do you want us to forward you the electronic copy to start with and then? Okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yep, so just pause until we get the email comes through. Craig, I'll make my screen big so you can follow it on there. I can use this. Okay, cool.
I could lend you my computer if you'd like. You good?
Yes, I was going to ask Tamsin to email that to Ms Duxon, is it? Yes. Yeah, to you, and would you prefer it to go to you or directly to Dr Young? Directly to Dr Young. Okay. So Tamsin, can you also email a copy of Mr Hammer's speaking notes directly to Roger Young? Thanks. Okay. And Mr Vile, do you wish to see a copy of the speaking notes? Yeah, Tamsin, can you email them to Tim Vile as well, please? Thanks.
Sorry, Tamsin.
All right, so you got those?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr Hammer, we have those, so just proceed, thank you.
Magic. Kia ora everyone, my name's Mark Hamer. I guess I was planning on taking my evidence as read the previously shared evidence brief, but I'll cover my main points and review.
Well, hang on a minute. So first of all, we need you to read out the statement that's just been emailed to us, your summary statement, which is new material, is that correct?
Well, no, it's largely a summary of the previous evidence that's been provided, plus some comments, maybe 5 points relating to responding to Dr. Young's comments.
Well, first of all, no, Tamsin, that was Peter Hall's summary evidence. We need Mr. Hammer's summary evidence. Yeah. So just pause a minute.
No worries.
Mark's summary, so we'll get through it quite quickly.
So, Mr. Irvine, just while we're waiting for Mr. Hammer's summary statement, do your other two witnesses have summary statements?
They're all printed.
Printed?
Yeah,
And-
sorry, I think I had anticipated Mark was going to bring printed copies, but
Yeah.
he says
I made a few tweaks this morning.
And the summary statements from the other two witnesses, have they been emailed to Tamsin as well?
we'll check. Not yet. So we'll do that. Yeah.
Was that a yes or a no?
Well, they haven't been yet, but we'll get
But they
that
can
sorted.
be.
Yeah.
Yep, that'll be helpful, thank you.
I've received it now. Thanks, Tamsin.
I haven't.
I'm speedy.
It must be closest to the Wi-Fi.
Junk. Nope. Yes. Do you have it, Craig? Yes. All right, now we have it. So, excellent. You may now read out your summary statement. Thank you.
Kia ora everyone, Mark Hamer here. Yes, so please take my previously supplied summary of evidence as read. However, I'll summarise some main points of my ecological review and respond to recent issues raised. Through points 9 to 15, I've discussed why the presence of fish near the suction dredge is unlikely due to various reasons, such as not being present, such as lamprey, or that not being their preferred habitat. And if any fish did happen to be present, the effects would likely be minimal, with only juvenile trout with still having their egg sacs attached would potentially be affected if present. Point 16 of my evidence reiterates that it's my opinion that it is very unlikely that fish spawning, juveniles and adult trout, not adults, will be present within the suction dredge footprint, and if they are present, the mitigations, natural avoidance behaviour, measures outlined, and the proposed consent conditions will minimise these effects on these fish values. Deposited sediment is a known issue in New Zealand rivers. The suction dredge will displace fine sediment from its current location and deposit it a short distance downstream, redistributing existing sediment rather than introducing new sediment source. This will result in an area of clean gravels, or clean substrates, and then other areas with fine sediment deposited on top. As the fine sediment is falling back to the stream bed, there will be a sediment plume downstream of the dredge that fish will largely avoid. The turbidity levels measured in the plume downstream of the dredge previously are lower than the levels known to adversely impact fish. As discussed in point 19 of my evidence, there are three main options to measure the water clarity on site and to provide immediate water clarity information back for adaptive management approach on the dredge. It's a black disc measurement, Secchi disc, and turbidity. The use of a black disc to measure water clarity is not practical in clear water like this from a small boat. You just can't physically measure beyond the length of the boat, can't physically measure beyond the length of the boat. So I discounted that fairly early on. A weighted Secchi disc method could be possible, and I've used it in Tairua River mouth, but again would be very difficult in this flowing water, even though it might be better to measure through the water column in deeper areas. So the use of a regularly validated and serviced turbidity meter is likely to be the most practical option for measuring the sediment plume upstream and downstream of the suction dredge outfall. With regard to avifauna, in point 21, I've suggested some locations that could be assessed for endemic river bird nesting, and those areas could be avoided. Point 31 outlines any potential effects would be localised and of short duration. In response to the evidence of Dr. Roger Young and Dr. Young's point 24, the mismatch between TSS and turbidity. This is likely due to larger particle size, so sands as opposed to silts, for example, being responsible for the plume. Sediment monitoring across the country is moving away from using TSS, so total suspended sediment, and moving towards using suspended sediment concentration, which is deemed more accurate with larger particles, when larger particles are present. So TSS, you take a subsample of a water sample, so you might measure 10 mils, whereas suspended sediment concentration, you measure the whole volume. So it's better when larger particles fall out of the sample. For Dr. Young, point 30, potential impacts on juvenile trout, alevins, will be minimised by avoiding shallow areas, as explained previously. Shallow areas less than 1 metre in depth will be avoided during the spawning season, and less than 0.8 of a metre the rest of the year. With regard to Dr. Young's point 34, adequacy of the macroinvertebrate sampling. Due to limited opportunities to safely access the section of the Clutha River, 3 sites were chosen. These sites provided similar MCI scores to the Clutha River at Luggett, with scores ranging from 85 to 100 MCI points, whereas the Clutha River, the Niwa Clutha River at Luggett site at the bridge there has MCI scores ranging from 85 to 96 over the last 5 years, suggesting the samples collected during the original assessment were typical of the safely accessible invertebrate community present in the river, and therefore appropriate. However, in saying that, I believe utilising the fish community present to assign the ecological value of the waterway is likely to be a better approach in this reach of the river. And that's why we focused on that. And in response to the evidence of Korako Edwards, in point 30, they point out that sound from the suction dredge is likely to lead to, in my opinion, sound from the suction dredge is likely to lead to behavioural responses, fish moving away from the dredge, such as avoidance and movement away from the sound. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You happy if we ask questions now? Yep. Okay, want to go first?
Thank you. I just had some questions around the, Dr. Young had earlier in his letter had raised issues with the possible presence of the Clutha flaxseed galaxis. And first of all, you can explain what the classification nationally threatened means. And second of all, that he thinks that he didn't rule out that they're not present. He said they potentially could be present in the main body of the water, and the implications of this activity on a nationally threatened species.
Yeah. So to start with the nationally threatened, there's a number of ways you can come up with that classification. And the way that this particular fish has come up with that classification is because it's very spatially confined to Central Otago. Whereas another way you could get that was if the whole fish is across the country, but there's not many of them. So I can't think of an example, but maybe lamprey could be an example where they might be more nationally vulnerable. But where there's a wide distribution, but not many, whereas there's lots of these, but in a very small area. But they are largely confined these days to small headwater streams due to predation from trout, largely, and habitat modification through the last 100 years. So they are present where they've been found throughout this area is those small headwater streams, and that's, I guess, why we've come up with trying to protect those 50 metre, those small stream outlets where they could come down. The way they breed is the juveniles do, I guess, wash downstream a small distance and then they'll work their way back up. And that's generally when trout predate on them, is when they in that juvenile phase, washing down. Did that answer the question? Sorry, I've kind of gone round.
I guess the response to them being present in the river itself and the impact on a nationally threatened species. Well, what happens after? First of all, what happens after? What's the next step in nationally threatened, or is that the end of the road? Is that extinction?
Yeah, I think there's nationally critical after that.
Nationally critical after that.
Yeah, and then extinct. Yeah.
So back to my question was, if they are there, the impact on the activity on that species.
They will be limited. Sorry, they'll be limited to those headwater streams. They won't get into the main stem. If they are, they'll be predated by trout very, very quickly. And everywhere they've been found in that area is in those smaller headwater streams.
And so you're quite confident that they're in the streams, but
Yeah.
not unlikely to be in the main river
Very,
because
very
of
unlikely.
trout.
Yeah. Very unlikely. But I guess that's why we've also put that 50 metres around the river mouths, just to if they did happen to get in there, to protect them.
I just had some more questions in response from Dr. Young's evidence. Just that he queried why the 20 years of data that the ORC have gathered was not referred to or used.
Yep. Two reasons. The Clutha River at Luggett site is operated by NIWA, not Clutha, so not ORC, or has been up until very recently. So that's one reason. It's NIWA data. And the second reason is their monitoring data is on those smaller tributaries, so the Lindis and all those smaller tributaries. It's not on the main stem itself in terms of ecological assessments. So we're focused on the main stem.
Dr. Young also raises an issue about the water clarity being different, from what I understand, because it comes from Lake Wanaka, so it's less, and the sediment settled in Lake Wanaka and it's unlikely to wash down. Just wondered what your response was to that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
You'd agree?
Yeah.
And so do you also agree that there's, he also goes on to say that there's therefore little natural stream bed disturbance? Would you agree with that in the conditions of the river?
There's still stream bed disturbance, but it's not as extreme if that was the lakes weren't there. So I agree with his assessment. I think he used quite good wording. It's a big, fast-flowing, turbulent river, but it is stable within that context. It doesn't come up and flash flood, and there's not huge sediment inputs. Yeah, I'd agree with
From that, he went on to say that because it's so stable, with little bed disturbance, that any mechanical dredging effects would obviously be quite a change for it. You're interested in your opinion on that?
Yeah.
Given that we've heard that it sort of mines, and then can move over into the next width.
Yep.
And it sort of works its way.
Yep, I think the scale is important, and also there is, I guess, an intermediate disturbance hypothesis, which kind of shows that an intermediate amount of disturbance generally is healthy for ecosystems. So I've kind of alluded to that in the Periphyton sorts of evidence early on, but that would be the case for everything. That an intermediate amount of disturbance is good, generally, for waterways. What's intermediate for this river? I couldn't tell you without doing a full study, really.
I had also another question about what Dr. Young had said about the period of egg incubation, and that it was in the gravels for several weeks longer, or even months, he said, from what you have told us, and I was just wanting to see what your response to that was.
Yes, so I guess we've taken that spawning season, which is fairly standard across the country to protect native fish.
Was that the 4 to 6?
Yeah,
weeks?
that's the spawning season for the trout,
Right.
largely in the main stem, which was the main fish species that are going to spawn in the main stem. He is right, and I guess I've alluded to that, those juveniles, when they do have a sac still attached, from the reading I've done from North America, is probably the one phase that is susceptible if it was to get entrained through the dredge. But by avoiding those shallower areas where they tend to spawn, or the majority of spawning happens, we should be avoiding them most of the time. So, yeah, no, I still think it's fairly limited impact on trout spawning.
And in terms of the depths, he also considered that it just doesn't occur in the shallows. He was
Yep.
that their spawning could be across in deeper waters.
Yep.
Anything to add to help us understand the difference there?
Yeah, he's correct, but the majority of those fish will be trying to head up into those smaller waterways, like their preference will be to be in those smaller tributaries. Some spawning will occur in the main stem, but the vast majority will be heading up from the lakes, up in the rivers, and then into the smaller tribs. So he's correct that they can, go down to maybe, 1.5 metres. Certainly that paper he shared showed that. But there's also the majority was less than a metre still. So with the median at just over a metre. So depth alone isn't the only factor, but the fact that the majority will be going up those smaller streams, I think, means that what is affected will be minimal.
And my last question was on if a species of fish does get entrained and go up the pipe, I gather they don't survive because they're also sharing the pipe with rocks, large boulders and things like that. Or can they survive? Or
Yeah. So the example I've used, my evidence there, is from a smaller dredge in North America.
right.
And they did feed 30 odd fish in through the pipe, and they came out the other side alive and survived. So they can. And another example is eel alva in Europe, which it didn't explicitly say they survived. They said that they searched for them, or they said that the alva worked their way to the top, and then they harvested them that way. They're using that method as a harvesting. So, and there was an estuary, not a river. So I think without rocks, yes, they can definitely go through and survive.
Right.
With rocks, I think that's probably a variable that the papers I've looked at haven't necessarily covered.
Thanks, Mr. Hammer.
No
That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Just to build on that, so what you're saying is that those case studies overseas are not relevant to this case, because there will be rocks and stones going through that dredge. That's the point of it.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends. Do the smaller, lighter fish go through faster than a heavier rock? Possibly. Yeah. I don't know.
So was that mere speculation on your behalf, or is that your expert evidence to us?
It's my expert evidence based on what I've read. Yeah.
Okay.
You weren't the author of the previous AEEs
No.
for
The
E3.
original one, no. Great.
Do you adopt those reports in your evidence? You
Yeah,
accept those into your evidence
Yep.
and agree with them?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. You refer to, in paragraph 9, information supplied by Contact Energy, audits, and at the moment we've got no evidence of that. Just wondered if you could provide that evidence to us. At the moment it's just hearsay. Thank you. With respect to your evidence on sediment plume, paragraph 18, are you a hydrologist?
No, I wouldn't class myself as a hydrologist, no.
So the evidence in there talks about figure 2 as a diagram. Have you just taken some generic evidence about settling and put it into your evidence, but you've got no expertise on that?
Just what I've read in that paper, I've used as evidence. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just for the ORC planner, Ms Burrows, if you could get Ms Coates to comment on paragraph 20, the beaches that have been identified for the bird nesting areas, whether or not she's happy with those.
Barnett, on behalf of Beveridge now. She's done the more recent ecological reviews, but yes, I'll follow up on that. Sorry. Apologies. Yes, I will follow up with Babbage. It's now Ms Treffry Barnett instead of Ms Coates, as she's since left.
Okay, thank you. What is paragraph 28? What is the relevance of the chlorophyll evidence for this proposal? I mean, talks about. So what are we to draw from that? Are you saying that the dredging from this proposal will increase the productivity of the river as indicated by chlorophyll A, or where are you heading with that evidence? Or what inference are we supposed to draw from that?
That the quality of the river wouldn't be adversely affected in terms of chlorophyll A, as an example of purified.
Is it chlorophyll A something that you've had a lot of experience with?
Yes.
Yep. You have?
Yep.
Okay.
Did my master's on relationship between chlorophyll A and macroinvertebrates in rivers.
Okay, thank you. It's nice to be able to get you a master's referred to in evidence. In paragraph 30, you talk about aquatic life, potential to locally reduce macroinvertebrate abundance for a short period of time, and that's with reference to the dredge nozzle, I presume. From what I read, I thought the macroinvertebrates were mainly found along the edges. Can you just clarify that?
Macroinvertebrates will be everywhere. It's just that place we've been able to safely access them and sample them along the edges. That particular study is probably the one study from New Zealand that's looked at the effects of dredges, and it's in the Pomahaka, so a smaller waterway, smaller dredge. They could get in there and sample before and after and see the effects and see the recovery of the invertebrates over a short period of time.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Just a couple of questions from me. First of all, your summary statement, paragraph 11. Just regarding the similarity of the MCI scores, were the taxa and abundance also similar? Were the same species in both sets of data at the same levels of abundance?
The lower data I've accessed from Luggett didn't go down to species level. It doesn't show the data, it just has the summary data. So I'd have to request that data from NIWA to do that, sorry. But in my experience with large river monitoring, we've previously used an airlift sampler to sample the bed of rivers, so that's very similar to a suction dredge where you pump air down and just do the bottom and lifts bugs up. So in that, and that was in the Waikato, we've done that. We found very limited, so quite a different river system, but found very limited invertebrate community in the mid-river, whereas the littoral along the edge was much more representative to compare between sites. It was much better to compare between sites. So that's probably a bit irrelevant, but the short answer is no, I haven't compared those aspects of the samples, just the MCIs.
Would it be very hard for you to do that? Or is that a big job or a little job?
It's a little job as long as I can get the data from NIWA, which is probably the hard part, but yeah, I can ask them.
Yeah, could you ask? And then if you can get that, I'd just be interested in how that compares.
Yep.
Now, just turning to your pre-circulated evidence. So, first question is at your paragraph 6. Excluding the ecological... Oh, sorry, you got that? Para 6. Just waiting for you to give me a nod that you've got it in front of you.
Yes.
Yep. So exclude the ecologically sensitive areas. What made those areas ecologically sensitive?
That was undertaken by Jaeger and Miller, but Jaeger and Doheny. So it predates me, but my understanding is it was like the lower reaches was largely excluded below the Lindis due to bird life.
Yeah.
And the Luggett, I don't remember any discussions around that, but I'm assuming it relates back to the flathead galaxis up there.
Flathead galaxis, okay. Since you're going to do a little bit of homework for us anyway in terms of the MCI, can you just confirm those answers for us?
Okay, yeah, I'll better go confirm that because it might just be birds everywhere. Okay. Yep.
So my next question is at paragraph 11, bottom of page 4. Second to last line, suspended sediment levels identified downstream of the suction dredge. Question is, how far downstream?
5 metres.
5 metres, okay. Next question, paragraph 17. Again, second to last line, provided care is taken by the applicant, what would that care entail?
To me, that would be using the video footage, the cameras to avoid those negative siphon beds.
Okay. Good. And 19, paragraph 19D, you don't need to turn to that, but just your recommendation to us is to use a regularly serviced turbidity meter. Just want to confirm that for the record. Is that correct?
Turbidity isn't my favourite measure of clarity.
No.
But I think in this particular situation, with the difficulties of using the other methods with 2 people off a small boat and the clarity given, I think it's the best option.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand that. All right. Now, just on that same issue, paragraph, I think it's still 19. Yeah, 19E, second line, more frequent assessments. What does more frequent mean?
I feel we have a lack of knowledge around the effects of these activities across the country, so I think more is always better in terms of building relationships to find out data about the plume. What am I thinking? My evidence here says every 4 hours would be more frequent, so I'd say that's more frequent, whether that's practical, that'd be another option.
Right.
Maybe twice a day might be more practical.
Okay, just to be clear, so your recommendation to us would be within the first year of consent, should consent be granted, turbidity measurements of the sediment plume twice a day. Is that where you've landed?
Yep, that's where I landed.
Okay. Now, just looking at the NTU information, so I understand where the 5 NTU, still in that same subparagraph, understand where the 5 NTU comes from. That comes from table 15.2.2 of the Schedule 15 of the Regional Plan for Water for Otago. Where does the 80% come from?
It's also that.
Don't look to the lawyer for the
Sorry.
answer. That's your evidence.
Yeah, fair
Where
enough.
does the 80% come from?
It's in the British Columbian strategy, climate change strategy document, which I've referenced, but it's,
Okay.
it's also in the ANZ guidelines and also, yeah, it's in those 2 places, if not the ORC document.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. So you referred there to British Columbia turbidity guidelines, and then I think you also said in the ANZ guidelines?
Yeah, so the new version of those, which is the ANZ guidelines, which is
Yeah.
Australia and New Zealand guidelines.
Can you provide us with the excerpt from those?
Yep.
Thanks. What does the 80% apply to? Does it apply to 80% of each day, or 80% of a week, or 80% of a
Samples.
month, or
80% of
80%
samples.
of all samples? Over what time period?
Well, they both relate to daily samples.
Okay.
So they would be daily samples
Daily.
as opposed to
Yep.
what I'm suggesting.
So if we take 2 samples a day, how does that work?
It it would complicate things.
Yeah.
I think maybe you could do one a day for your consent purposes and the other sample for additional information to aid with, as a future study to aid knowledge going forward.
Yeah, but 80% of one sample a day is even more tricky, isn't it? Because that doesn't work either. So can you give this some thought? Particularly interested in how this 80% might apply, and like to see some condition wording that sets that out. So number of samples taken per day, compliance with an NTU level of X needs to occur over whatever time range is appropriate. Yep.
This is what we've been working
Working
on,
on.
and the questions you're asking are questions that I've been asking, and we're trying to work through how we can sort of manage the practical challenges alongside the robustness issues.
Yep. Okay. Just a couple more. So paragraph 21, it's the very top of page 12, and where you say beaches are avoided by 250 metres, just clarify for me anything, that's still in the profit conditions, is it, the 250?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So what's the 250 based on, Mr Hammett?
I believe it's from the original report, the Doheny.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I believe it's from the Jaeger and Doheny reports. I'll have to check.
Yeah, could you just follow up on that, just what the basis for the 250 was, and if it was in an original report, just how that original report derived at 250, for example. I'm just curious to know why it's 250, not 200 or 300 or some other number.
Yeah, I think it's standard as 100, so I think we're just trying to be...
Okay. Yep, but if you could just clarify that, that'd be great. And then my last question is on page 17. It's figure 5. So the x-axis is number of moving events per year, but I understand that the dredge will only dredge a portion of the riverbed once. They're not going to go back and re-dredge. So the number of moving events per year for a given bit of riverbed is 1, which puts us right down by the 0, which is not nowhere near the peak of that graph, is it, in terms of chlorophyll or invertebrates?
Correct.
Right, so what are we to take from this evidence? Because that doesn't help your case, does it?
I was just trying to speak to the quality matters in terms of the Ngāi Tahu indicators. So I feel that this is very low down on the disturbance regime, which you see it's only 1, not up at the 30 end.
Yeah.
So I feel it's not changing greatly from what it currently is based on 1 disturbance event.
All right, so Dr. Young's evidence is that due to the nature of the river in that upper reach and the clear nature of the water emanating from Lake Wanaka, disturbance events of the bed are relatively sparse, and I think you've agreed with that. And so if on the graph we have a disturbance event of 1 per year from the dredge, you're saying that's better than having 30 a year from the dredge. I mean, I don't understand the relevance of your evidence.
Well, what you're saying, I'd agree with.
Yeah. So 1's
That
better than
wasn't
30,
really
but
the
not as good as 10.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit weird, isn't it? All right. Okay.
Yep.
All right, that's all the questions I had for you. Thank you.
Yes, Mackenzie is our next witness.
Yes, excellent.
What time will we be breaking for lunch?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
So So I've already alerted Mr. Vile, who's our first submitter after lunch, that we may not be running on schedule by then, but we'll see where we get to.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is just... they're here. Yes, please. Have we got... No.
Have you? Oh, yeah. Maybe just the pictures. Great.
Yeah, so that there are the pictures of a sort of possible setup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's from this morning's question,
Correct,
is it?
yes. So
It's just
I
one
don't-
picture, is there? Or?
there should be
There's
two.
we have to share. We've got one long, one bendy, one long.
Yeah.
We need
So
one
there's
bendy,
two.
one long, and a bendy.
Yeah. Would you like us to take one to those?
Yeah, we can get those. We'll get those later when we do some more photocopying.
Yeah, yeah. And we might get Peter to speak to them.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Sure.
All right, Ms. McKenzie, so we've been circulated your summary statement, 8 pages.
Yes. Are you happy for me to just read through that?
Yes, we are, thank you.
My name is Jessica McKenzie. I have the qualifications and experience set out in paragraphs 1 and 2 of my brief of evidence dated the 26th of October 2023. In this statement, I provide a summary of the key points of my evidence and elaborate on the landscape matters raised in the panel's minute 3 and the peer review report prepared by Richard Denny dated the 10th of November 2023. The peer review. The applicant seeks consent from the Queenstown Lakes District Council, the Central Otago District Council and the Otago Regional Council for a suction dredge mining operation on the Clutha River, Mata'o, and to construct a slipway. I had not seen the dredge at the time of drafting my evidence. I relied upon photographs, videos and information provided by the applicant to carry out my assessment. I visited the dredge on the 4th of November while it was operating on the lower section of the Clutha River near Beaumont. I note that an earlier weather event meant that there was high turbidity and the sediment plume was not visible. The photograph below illustrates the weather conditions and turbidity at the time of the visit. The photograph is not intended to illustrate the degree of visibility and has not been taken in accordance with the NZILA best practice guidelines and therefore does not accurately represent a full field of view. And then there's just a picture showing the river was quite dirty at the time that I was there.
Yep.
With regard to minute 3, clarification was sought regarding the ONF/ONL status of the river under the Queenstown Lakes Operative District Plan. Ms. Royce responded to this on the 8th of November and attached the the Queenstown Lakes Operative District Plan Appendix 3B Map 1. The landscape classifications shown on that map were determined, I understand, by several Environment Court decisions, and Appendix 8A of the Operative District Plan was updated as decisions came out. No landscape classification is given for the Clutha River, Mata'o. Either way, the ONF classification in the Queenstown Lakes proposed district plan was determined by Hawthornden versus Queenstown Lakes District Council 2019 Environment Court Decision 160, and it is not under appeal. Therefore, I understand that full weight can be given to the provisions in the QLDC PDP. Minute 3 and the response raised questions about the objectives and policies in the Queenstown Lakes proposed district plan, which refer to appropriate and inappropriate development. These are Queenstown Lakes District Council objectives and policies and relates specifically to the stretch of river between the Luggett Bridge and Sandy Point. The objectives and policies related to landscape include Policy 3.2.4.3, the natural character of beds and margins of districts' rivers are preserved and enhanced and where protected from where possible and protected from inappropriate development. 3.2.5.2, within the rural zone, new subdivision use and development is inappropriate on outstanding natural features or in outstanding natural landscapes unless where the landscape values of the outstanding natural feature and outstanding natural landscapes are not specified in Schedule 21.22, the values identified in accordance with SP 3.3.45 are protected. And Policy 6.3.5.4 provide for appropriate commercial and recreational activities on the surface of water bodies that do not involve construction of new structures. Ms. Royce has provided a response that outlines key strategic matters that determine whether an activity is to be considered appropriate or inappropriate, which includes the activity protecting the ONF and its landscape values. Her response accords with the above policies. The values of the Clutha River are set out in Hawthornden versus Queenstown Lakes District Council, and these are cited in paragraph 31 of my brief of evidence. The dredge will have an effect on the naturalness and aesthetic values that are confined to a very small portion of the river and intransient in nature. In terms of natural character, the impermanent nature of the dredge is such that the natural character of the bulk of the river will remain unchanged. Characteristics and qualities that will be temporarily affected by the proposal include modification of the active bed and presence of the dredge and sediment plume influencing experiential qualities, including the turquoise water colour. In terms of the values of the ONF, again, the impermanent nature of the dredge is such that the values will remain largely unchanged. Values that will be temporarily affected to varying degrees, depending on the location of the dredge and people, relate to naturalness, aesthetic values, experiential values, and cultural values. Once the dredge has finished in a particular location and moved on, the effects will be fully remedied and there will be no lasting effects on the values of the ONF. And then I have in the landscape assessment peer review report. In this section, I comment on differing opinions and queries raised in the peer review. In terms of landscape character, the peer review concludes that the proposal would have a moderate to low adverse effect on the values that contribute to the landscape character of the overall river landscape, specifically with regard to experiential, shared and recognised and aesthetic values. While I conclude that the adverse effects will be of a low degree at most. This is largely due to dredging being an anticipated activity within the Clutha River Mata'o and the temporary nature of the activity. There is disagreement about the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity from Māori Point Road. The peer review concludes that adverse effects are of a moderate degree, while I conclude that the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity from Māori Point Road will be of a low degree at most. The Clutha River adjacent to Māori Point Road is incised and generally fully screened by topography. The stretch of road from which the river can be seen is approximately 500 metres, and from this stretch of road, views are complex, panoramic, and comprise a mix of both natural and modified landscapes. When operating in this area, the dredge will form a small part of wider views, and given the viewing distance, recessive nature of the dredge, and brevity of views, the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity will be of a very low degree at most. There is disagreement about the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity from the Mata'o Scientific Reserve. The peer review concludes that the adverse effects vary from very low to moderate high to a moderate high degree, while I conclude that the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity will be of a low degree at most. When considering effects on views and visual amenity, we must consider the viewing audience. The viewing audience from the reserve is likely to be limited, as the purpose of the reserve is to preserve remnant semi-arid ecosystems and associated threatened species, rather than for recreation. The reserve does provide access to the river for recreation though, including walking and fishing, but this access is not well signposted and likely to be limited to locals. Due to the limited viewing audience, dredging being anticipated, and the transient nature of the dredge, I consider that the adverse effects on views and visual amenity from the Mata'o Scientific Reserve will be of a low degree at most. There is disagreement about the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity from the Upper Clutha River track. The peer review concludes that the adverse effects will be very low up to a moderate degree, while I conclude that the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity will be of a low degree at most. This is largely due to the transient nature of both the dredge and the users of the Upper Clutha River Trail. There is disagreement about the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity from private properties. The peer review concludes that the adverse effects are a very low up to a moderate degree, while I conclude that they will be of a low degree at most. Again, the permitted dredging has been considered as part of the receiving environment when determining the degree of adverse effects. And while the proposed dredge is a larger scale, mitigating factors including colour and the transient nature of the dredge ensure that adverse effects on views and visual amenity will be of a low degree at most. The peer review raised concerns about the duration of the activity, in particular locations, and suggests volunteer conditions of consent regarding exclusion areas and times. It's changed to include: the dredge shall not occupy a single 250 metre stretch of river for a duration longer than 3 months or relocate back within that 250 metre stretch of river within a 10-year lifespan of the consent within 1 kilometre of any rural dwelling from the river, visible rural dwelling from the river, from Māori Point Road and associated side roads, both public and private, and River Ridge Road and associated side roads, both public and private. And I understand that the applicant is happy to accept this condition to ensure that there is certainty around timeframes from static views from private dwellings. Other conditions have been suggested, including a condition requiring temporary land-based buildings to be coloured in dark recessive colours. I consider this is considered unnecessary to mitigate an identified adverse effect. The conclusions from my evidence are summarised. The proposed operational area is within the stretch of the Clutha River Mata'o between the Liggett Bridge and Lindis Crossing, approximately 23 kilometres of river. With regard to effects on views and visual amenity, the proposed operational area will be considerably screened by topography and established vegetation from both public and private locations. The transient nature of both the dredge and the viewing audience creates limited viewpoints and limited viewing audiences. Visibility is only available when both cross paths. Additionally, dredging can be carried out as a permitted activity in both the Queenstown Lakes District and the Central Otago District. As such, can be reasonably anticipated and views and forms part of the anticipated amenity values of the Clutha River / Mata'o. In my opinion, the proposed suction dredge mining activity within the Clutha River Mata'o will have an adverse effect on views and visual amenity of a low degree at most. With regard to landscape character, I note that the Clutha River Mata'o is identified as an ONF in the Queenstown Lakes proposed district plan, and it possesses the same or similar values within the Central Otago District, despite not being formally recognised as an ONF. It is also subject to Section 6 of the Resource Management Act regarding matters of national importance. Excuse me. The suction dredging activity is anticipated in both the Central Otago District and the Queenstown Lakes District. The bulk of the operational area is within the Queenstown Lakes District, which provides for, the Central Otago District, sorry, which provides for commercial dredging operations using a vessel up to 6 metres with up to 3 staff as a permitted activity. A separation distance of 500 metres is required, and therefore several commercial activities could be carried out simultaneously along the 23-kilometre stretch of river. As such, when compared to what is reasonably anticipated, I consider the adverse effects on landscape character, including natural character, are very low at most, and the values of the natural character of the Clutha River Mata'o are preserved. The relevant objectives and policies provide for mining and commercial activities on the river if the landscape character, visual amenity values, and the natural character of the river and their margins are protected or enhanced. I consider that on balance, the landscape character, visual amenity, and the values of the Clutha River Mata'o are maintained and protected. The activity will have a limited viewing audience, and the scale colour and transient nature of the dredge will ensure that the degree of adverse effects on views and visual amenity from these locations is of a low degree at most. I consider that the proposal sits comfortably within the Central Otago District Plan and the Queenstown Lakes Proposed District Plan. The provisions that relate to the proposed activity, and the provisions that relate to the proposed activity. I consider that the proposal will appropriately protect the natural character, landscape character, and amenity values of the Clutha River Mata O. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Craig.
You first, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just referring to your summary evidence first, you seem to put quite a lot of weight on the permitted baseline argument.
Yes.
If we don't accept that if we don't accept there's a permitted baseline with respect to dredges being dotted all over the river as a permitted activity,
Yeah.
how does your evidence change in terms of your findings?
In terms of how
How much weight did you put on that permitted baseline?
I did put a considerable weight on the permitted baseline, and I did that in accordance with the Tatangi Ati Manu NZILA guidelines, which state that when you're assessing the effects on landscape, you assess the effects are a consequence of changes on landscape values that arise from changes to physical attributes, and they're measured against not only the existing landscape values, but also the outcomes or values that are sought in statutory provisions, and specifically with regard to the nature of the activity. I think that's relevant in that.
So if we don't accept that there's a permitted baseline, how would your evidence change? Would you need time to...
I would need a considerable amount of time if there's no, but if we were to not accept that there was any permitted baseline, I'm not sure how that would be in accordance with the guidelines of how we carry out our assessment.
Well, if we asked you to provide an addendum which takes permitted baseline out of your discussion and has no weighting, would you be able to do that?
I would be, but it would take,
Is that something
obviously I'd have to have a bit of time to think about
would
that.
you be able to do that in the right of reply from the
Yep.
applicant?
Potentially do that in the right of reply.
I think it's a particularly relevant issue for us. I mean, I've already conveyed to council my lack of convincing that the permitted baseline is applicable in this case. We've also heard from Mr Hall that his mining licence over the Upper Clutha is exclusive. There can be no other mining licences granted within that mining licence area, so the whole permitted activity baseline argument goes out the window, doesn't it?
Mr Hall could do permitted dredging.
Yeah. There's nothing to stop him.
So-
Yeah, but Mr Hall's not proposing to do that dredging. The proposal from Mr Hall is the one in front of us. The permitted baseline argument relates to what other people might be able to do.
No, not necessarily. I don't think it is confined to what other people might do. It's an assessment of essentially the plan framework, and that's distinct from an assessment of the receiving environment, of course, which is where that layer of a real-world analysis is necessary. I think I'll need to perhaps discuss with Jess in the context of the guidelines, NZILA, is when they're talking about statutory provisions, whether that is rules specifically or also the policy regime, because I think the policy regime in both of the district plans does contain some specific provisions around the likes of gold dredging and activities within the water bodies, and that could influence the landscape assessment beyond just what is permitted in the rules. So I think that'll be something perhaps we need to discuss. And so I think, there's a number of issues at play, I think, in assessing the relevance of the permitted baseline, the extent to which you might incorporate that into the receiving environment. And I think in that context, the mining permit issue and the exclusivity associated with that becomes relevant. I don't think the mining permit and the exclusivity associated with that is relevant to determining your permitted baseline. Those are two distinct assessments that you will need to undertake. And I'll need to just read that the NZILA guideline, and Jess and I will have to have a discussion from a professional practice point of view about what the statutory provisions in that context are intended to mean.
Yeah. Right, Craig, sorry I interjected. You carry on.
Sorry.
No, that's good. So is the answer that you will provide what I asked for in the right of reply?
Well, I think we can. We'll need to, I suppose there's a whole lot of hearing to go, and we don't know when the right of reply.
That's right.
Yeah, so we'll can definitely.
But at some stage
Yep.
we could hear that
Yes, I think so.
addendum. Okay, thank you. Paragraph 7, you refer to the natural character of the bulk of the river will remain unchanged.
Yes.
Were you thinking about the bed of the river at that stage?
Well, the natural character refers to the active bed as well, so there will be a change, obviously, to the part of the river that is being dredged, but for the bulk of the river, from what I gather.
But we don't know how many hectares will be disturbed because it depends where the gold is, so how can you make that statement?
Sorry?
We don't know how many hectares of bed will be disturbed because that will depend where the gold sits.
Okay.
So how can you make that statement?
So in terms of my assessment, I look at the assessment in terms of views and visual amenity and experience. So I obviously don't look
You're not looking at the hydrological aspects?
No, I'm not looking at the hydrological aspects.
Okay, thank you.
No, you go ahead.
So in paragraph 8, you state in your evidence, no more than a hectare will be mined in any given month. Is that volunteered as a condition?
That was based on information that was given to me by the applicant, so I'm unsure about that. I can check that though.
It's unlikely to be more than a hectare.
Okay. So the question is, was that being offered as a condition of consent? You would just want to...
It hasn't been yet, no. That was what was set out in the application to broadly describe the activity.
Okay.
Yep.
Paragraph 18 of your evidence, associative attributes. You state, as such, it is less frequented by members of the public for recreational use than more accessible areas. Does that apply to rafters and kayakers, that statement?
Yeah, it does. So I accept that there are rafters and kayakers that use that area of river, but I have no formal evidence on this, but from my observations, the upper reaches of the river are much more accessible and much calmer, so are much more used by members of the public.
How often do you see the river in use?
How often?
How often do you see the river in use?
I reckon I've floated down the Clutha River 10 times in my life, and it's always been the upper. And I see it.
So you don't have any data on who recreates where on the river to make that statement?
So the only data I have is experiential from my site visits, and yes, that is obviously not conclusive.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to come back to that during the hearing because I haven't got a good picture of how often the river's used
Yeah.
and in what stretches it's used. So if there's a conflict between the dredge operation and surface water recreation, I need to explore that in more detail. And a question for Kirsten Royce when she's doing her evidence. If she could possibly look at paragraph 41, the relevant objectives and policies, and I'd just like to get some feedback on whether or not you agree with that list, if she's listening on Zoom.
I am listening, and yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. Just testing you're still there.
Always. No, I've got no further questions. The remaining questions I was looking at were related to the permitted baseline discussion, but I think we've covered that off. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I also don't have a good understanding of the numbers of users of the reserves, and just wondered if your evidence had any information on how many people actually access these reserves.
I tried to find information on how many people access the reserves, and I could not. I tried to find information also about how, like, if you were going to float down that section of river as a recreational floater, how you would do it. And I found one blog that had information about it, and that was all I could find. So I'm not aware of huge numbers of users. I did also, when I did my site visit, try to go to all of the legal accesses to the river, and they are fairly limited along that stretch where there's like paper roads and things. Often you actually cannot get to the river.
And building on that, from Mr. Denny's peer review, he talks of that limited accessibility, that it sort of increases, probably got the wrong word, but the preciousness of that reserve, that sense of seclusion. What are your views on that? It's almost like I don't know, it's obviously a precious resource to the people who use it, and for them to view this sort of scale of the dredge in this location, what's the extent of, what does that do to the experience of those users in those areas?
I think that's definitely a consideration to take into consideration. But there is also, where you've got that sense of seclusion, you are an incised river on the edge of quite intensively farmland. So while you're down by the river, there is definitely a sense of seclusion. However, it's not one of entire naturalness. Like when I was at the Māori Point Road area, for example, there was a couple of diggers on the other side. So it's not well, you're secluded, you're not entirely remote and natural. So I think that there will definitely be an effect on that sense of seclusion. However, I think you've got to take into consideration the context of the entire kind of area, in that you're not there by yourself without any other modification visible.
You mentioned a degree of effect. Would you be able to advise us on the extent of that effect?
I'd have to have a think about that. Sorry, is that all right? Can I come back to you on that as well?
No, take your time, that is fine. And if you wanted to wait and do it in writing, that is totally fine as well. I think we've covered the permitted baseline area quite well. The other side of the permitted baseline to me is the cumulative effect. If we have all those activities, and you're saying that there is going to be that much activity in those areas with a numbers of dredges, what does this scale of this operation do in terms of a cumulative effect, especially from being on the water and on a reserve and on maybe a river margin?
Yes, from what I gather, cumulative effects relates to like activities. Is that? I'll have to talk to Bridget about the relevance of that. So in terms of cumulative effects, because we're only proposing one dredge, I would say that the cumulative effect is not particularly of a particularly high degree. But I can also come back to you on that if you would like.
Cumulative effect is sort of a built on, if you have all those dredges and then you add another big dredge.
Yes.
It's the combinedness of those. That is
Yes.
what I'm sort of getting at. I wanted to ask your advice on.
So in regards to dredging specifically?
Just mining operations on the water in terms of different suction dredges, you're quite reliant on your permitted baseline. And if you add in this sort of scale of this dredge, also mining in these areas, the degree of effect that there be from the combined...
Yes, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So in terms of if you had the permitted baseline plus the dredge,
Yes.
I see what you're saying.
What would that do to the diminishing the experience of the people who enjoy these places and peace and quiet and tranquility and all those feelings that you get in these riverside areas?
Yes. Well, I think firstly the argument that if we were having this dredge there wouldn't be a need for the other dredges, and that they've got exclusive rights of mining the river. So if this dredge was to be consented, the other dredges would not be something that would be within that stretch of river as I understand it.
Yeah, that's my point.
I wanted to ask your response to Mr. Denny's views of the potential visibility for over a year in some stretches. Your response to those comments that he made?
I think they're fair comments, particularly from houses and places where people are.
And the other comment was he had a slight disagreement in terms of visibility viewpoints. Do you agree with that, of his extra parts that he added, the places where he could view the dredge? Was there any disagreement between you on sections of visibility? He added a few more lists in.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember what those were. Sorry, I only got this on Monday.
I just wanted to understand if you accepted those or if you actually had a disagreement there.
I did, from memory of reading his evidence, I don't think there was any disagreement on areas where you could see it from.
Commissioner Welsh, did you want to add something there?
Just saying there was a paragraph on it.
Yeah. Mr. Denny also, back to the users of the river and the margins and the reserves, he raised an issue that he thought your assessment was too narrow and from certain locations, and that he couldn't understand how you had reached the low adverse effects, and I just wondered if you wanted to respond to that.
Yes, so...
And why you reached low.
And why I reached low. So
part.
this has been a discussion quite frequently with landscape architects in regard to scale and effects on particularly ONLs and ONFs in regard to the degree of effects, if you are standing obviously at the dredge, looking at the dredge, there is going to be an effect. However, that is not the effect on the whole ONL, so you have to look at the scale. And because this activity covers the entire 23 kilometres of ONF, I've considered the scale of my assessment to be quite a large scale, whereas I think that Mr. Denny, has considered it to be on a more localised scale.
Okay, so I understand that, so Mr. Dent, you've got a broad scale over the whole stretch of the river, and Mr. Denny's more focused in terms of particular sections, what you see.
Yes.
What's the common practice in terms of landscape architecture? Is it, how do you define a landscape? Is it what you see when you experience from that spot, or is it the entire stretch? I mean,
it has been a big discussion, and the latest is that it's a balance of not zooming in too close, not zooming out too far, and we have actually had a decision on this relatively recently with regard to activity in the Cadrona Valley,
right,
where there was differing opinions on what the scale of effects was and the context of the scale of effects. So particularly with regard to the further away views, when if you're standing in one location looking at the river, you're not assessing just the view of the river, you're assessing the wider context of that view, and that was the general consensus of that decision, was that you're not zooming in on the activity, you're taking in everything around it as well.
and is that how you've reached the low?
And that's
Because you've
generally,
taken it over the stretch that they've applied for, the applicants applied for. Did you have a view, if you were to be a river user, and from what the river user would see in that vicinity that they view that stretch of landscape, would you have a view, or would you be prepared to inform us of that, or is that something you would rather do with more thought?
I think there is a section in my evidence
And if that's relevant to, for us to ask? I
that
guess.
refers to if you
Given-
are, 1 minute while I have a look. Sorry.
It's just in terms of river users, they don't tend to see the river as a whole.
Yes.
They experience in their part that they're using, is probably what I'm asking.
Yeah, so in paragraph 65 of my evidence, I've got in views of the surface of the river and the river margins, the dredge and sediment plume will be clearly visible in close proximity. In the event that the dredge and the river users cross paths. In these views, the dredge and associated sediment plume will likely be seen as an unusual element within the river corridor, but not one that is necessarily offensive or unexpected. The unexpected obviously refers to the permitted baseline, so if we're not accepting
Okay,
that.
and I accept that we may have more information to
Yeah.
come from. I want to move off topic in terms of the issue that Mr. Denny raised about mechanical noise being part of the landscape, setting aside the sort of the compliance standards, and understand they're not applying to breach those rules. Just wondered if you had a view on this mechanical noise being part of a landscape?
I think I'd need more information about kind of the level of noise, the ambient noise, and it's not entirely my area of expertise.
Also had a question on, I've learnt this morning that the dredge doesn't just do one strip, it is possible that it can go wider and mine a certain width of an area, and the effect on the water clarity in terms of the plume, does that change? You may have already understood that was the case, but has any of that changed your opinion on the effect of the plume on an area that's perhaps more disturbed than what I initially understood?
I would need to have a think about that as well. So, and I'd also have to clarify how, like, the time frames for that. So is it your understanding that it moves sideways and the plume gets wider? Is that kind of your question?
It's not our job to tell you that.
Sorry.
It's your job to give us your expert opinion based on what the applicant's proposing.
Yes, so my understanding of that is not that I don't, the visuals of that, I've only seen the video of the plume in action, so I can't.
That's the same video, I think.
Yeah,
that-
so I
that's-
can't assess that
Okay,
because I'm
no.
not aware of what it looks like really.
That was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just got 4 questions for you. And turning first to your pre-circulated primary brief of evidence at paragraph 39.
Yes.
Yeah, in your reference to policy 6.3.3.4,
Yes.
looking at the 4th line of that policy, is the proposal before us a large-scale mineral extraction activity?
Yes, that is a good question. I
I know it's a good question. What's the answer?
I don't know what the definition of a large-scale mineral extraction activity is. I think that was taken out of Ms. Royce's 42A report from memory.
Well, it's a provision in a plan, which is in your evidence.
Yes.
So in your experience with mining activities, would you classify this as large-scale, yes or no?
No.
And the reason for your no?
The reason for my no is that other mining activities that I have dealt with that have been large scale are considerably larger.
Okay. For example?
Macrae's.
In terms of this permitted baseline argument, which I think we've established your evidence is at least partially reliant on, you referred to the district plans. Did your permitted activity baseline assessment take into account the provisions of the regional plan water for Otago?
From memory, it did take into consideration those. Again, I relied on the information provided to me from the planner on what the permitted activities were.
Right, so maybe,
So the information I was provided that the ORC provides for suction dredge mining within the bed of a river as a permitted activity, provided that there's no conspicuous change to colour or visual clarity of the water body beyond 100 metres from the point of discharge of the dredge.
yeah, can you obtain a copy of the regional plan water for Otago, and can you look at rule 13.5.1.7, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or so conditions for the permitted activity, and just advise us whether or not a consideration of that rule alters your evidence at all?
Yes, I will have a look at that. There is also on page 15 that is referred to in my evidence, but again, that was provided to me from the planner.
Yeah, it's better if you look at
Didn't
that
get that
rule
information.
yourself and then let us know whether or not that affects your conclusions. Can you do that? Now, I just want to take you back to your paragraph 65. And I think a question was put to you about that paragraph and your conclusion in the 6th line that the dredge and the plume might be an unusual element, but one that's not necessarily offensive or unexpected. And I think you said your conclusion on the unexpected nature of that related to your understanding of the permitted baseline.
Yes.
But here we're talking about recreational river users or people walking alongside the river, etc. Do you think river users, recreational river users and people walking along the paths adjacent to the river would have a full understanding of the permitted baseline in the district and regional plans?
I suspect that they wouldn't.
Yeah, so would they therefore, they might well find the presence of a dredge to be unexpected?
They may.
Yeah, okay. And just my last question, and so I want to jump back now to your paragraph 12.
Yeah.
And it's the diagram below paragraph 12, which is taken out of the New Zealand Landscape Assessment Guidelines, as I understand it.
Yes.
And so my question is, notwithstanding the disagreement between yourself and Mr. Denny, my understanding is that neither of your conclusions regarding adverse landscape or visual effects trigger the significant portion of that diagram. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Wells has another question for you, I understand. That's the end of my questions.
Yes, just one thing that's, some of the previous questions have stimulated another question. In your evidence, you refer to the plume. Paragraph 67. And also you refer to it in other paragraphs as well. The question I've got is, given we don't know the size or clarity of the plume, it's an unknown, how can you draw that conclusion at the end of paragraph 67 and similar conclusions elsewhere in the evidence?
As I understand it, there's a condition proposed relating to the sediment plume and the size of the plume and monitoring of that, which I believe says that it will be between 50 and 100.
That's still being worked on, that condition.
Yes, that's
So-
what I've relied upon and the conclusions drawn there.
So you've reached a conclusion based on a condition that's not yet drafted?
As I understand it, it has been drafted.
Can I just take you to the conditions?
Yep.
Yeah. So the condition that's proposed in the permit at the moment is the condition included in Ms Barrow's draft conditions, which included the colour and clarity requirement. So we've left that in. The thing that we're working on at the moment is the hard quantitative limits that allow us to demonstrate that through monitoring.
Yeah.
So at the moment, the measure is visual colour or clarity, which is what's in the plan, it's referenced in the Act. Inherently difficult to kind of what is visual, so we're wanting to establish a limit that we can monitor. That's the thing that we're working on. But there are conditions around the plume not having that conspicuous.
The version of the conditions you were looking at the point in time you drafted your evidence, that was subjective in nature when it was referring to the clarity, wasn't it?
Sorry?
Which version of the conditions were you looking at when you drafted your evidence?
I believe that it said that it would dissipate within 50 metres and you wouldn't be able to see within 100 was the condition that I referred to in my drafting of my report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, that's the end of our questions. You have many questions for the planner?
A few, not
Do you have many questions for the planner? So, Mr Sycamore, I think you're up next. How long is your summary statement?
8 short pages.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is, so rather than interrupt your evidence to us in our questioning, we might take an early lunch adjournment now. It's only 15 minutes early, and therefore we can hear from you after lunch without a break, which is probably better for us and maybe better for you, I'm not sure. So we'll adjourn now for lunch, and we'll resume in 45 minutes' time at 1:30. So Ms Duxon, or Dr Duxon, isn't it? You might want to let Roger Young know that the timetable is a little bit fluid, and so he might not be on at the allotted time as per the schedule. Just give him a little bit of heads up. Yeah, thank you. Yes, that's right. Right, thank you.
show me after the hearing,
Oh, yeah, we're going to start.
at the end of the day. Try and narrow down my questions.
Rightio, good afternoon everyone. We'll resume the hearing, and at this stage we're still hearing from the applicant and their witnesses. And Mr Irving, just before we hear from Mr Sycamore, we put a number of requests through to Mr Hammer and Ms McKenzie in terms of homework. I think it'd be really useful if they could just provide it's like a bullet point list of the things they think we've asked them to do, and then we can cast our eyes over that just to make sure we're all on the same page. That would be helpful, I think.
When would you like the book?
Oh, no rush,
Just-
sometime over the next day or two.
Okay.
Yeah. They could maybe do that after the hearing finishes and provide it tomorrow, and we can run our eye over it if that suits. All right, so at this stage we're hearing from Mr Sycamore. Now, you've circulated a written summary statement. That's correct. Which we have a copy of, so we're happy for you just to read that out to us, and then we'll see if we have questions for you.
I'm sure you have a few. So, kia ora koutou. I'm going to step straight into paragraph 5 and forget the...
Yeah, that's good.
If you're
Thank
happy
you.
with that,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah.
So, the site and the dredging activity have been fully described in the application documentation and 2 consulting planners section 42A reports and the technical reports. The application has evolved somewhat since the time of lodgement. Whilst the actual mining proposal remains much the same, the forward planning to comply with our proposed conditions will require some more attention than that of the existing operation in the mid-reaches of the Clutha River. The evidence provided by submitters and the landscape peer review inform my summary, and I conclude that some additional conditions may be suitable. Some of those have evolved, sir, just because of the lateness of some of the reports that have come through.
Sure. Yep.
So if I could turn to noise effects in my paragraph 8. Cold Gold Clutha have committed to carrying out the proposed activity in compliance with the relevant district plan noise limits, and it's their understanding that it will comply. There is little benefit in obtaining noise monitoring data within the existing area downstream of Beaumont at this stage, just because the topography and background noise differs. And as you've heard, Cold Gold wishes to undertake some further upgrades to the dredge prior to relocating it in the upstream reaches. As such, noise monitoring of the existing dredge would not be relevant at this stage. And as you've heard, to provide certainty, the applicant proposes to engage an acoustic expert, and those discussions are already underway, sir.
Yep.
And carry out noise measurements within 2 months of commencing operations in the upper Clutha reaches. Noise sampling results will confirm compliance with the performance standards and any setbacks that need to be maintained from sensitive receivers to ensure that compliance. The dredge operators will then be able to forward plan where it will be appropriate relative to private properties with a high level of confidence that the noise standards will be met. It is foreseeable that some properties, such as those identified by the submitter, Mr Kenderdine, may be sufficiently close to the riverbed that the dredge will need to adopt an exclusion around some of those properties, and that's something that's evolving as we move forward, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could just take you to matters of landscape considerations. Landscape effects have been an issue of concern to many submitters. The Clutha River Mata'o is described as an ONF in the Queenstown Lakes District, and I agree with the opinion of Ms McKenzie, landscape architect for the applicant, that whilst the Clutha River is not identified as an ONF in the CODC district, the values of the river remain much the same. Ms Royce for the territorial authorities, in paragraph 102 of her 42A report, talks about the context of the framework, and she considers the proposal appears to sit comfortably within the policy framework with respect to natural character and landscape values. Ms McKenzie provided an assessment of the effects on visual amenity and landscape character from the dredge, including the sediment plume associated with the discharge. Strategic Policy 3252 of the QLPDP confirms land use is assessed as inappropriate unless the values as specified in the strategic policy are protected. I consider the assessment of Ms Royce and the landscape report by Ms McKenzie confirms those values are protected, and that's consistent with the strategic policy. And I believe Ms Burrows has landed in the same conclusion in her report that arrived this morning, sir. Ms Mackenzie notes the Clutha River Mata'o is described for its recreational opportunities, and that's been discussed at some length already. The area has a high flow, strong current, and there is limited public access. And as such, it's been proposed that it's less frequented by members of the public for recreational use than other more accessible areas. And we're talking about places such as the Lake Wanaka Outlet and the Luggett Bridge. The land abutting the Clutha River Mata'o is primarily productive rural land with lifestyle properties and pockets along the river margin. Whilst most are located on the upper terrace and are generally set back well from the river, some dwellings are 100 metres or less from the river margin. Ms Mackenzie found in her assessment that given the incised nature of the river, views towards the surface of the river from some dwellings are relatively limited. Vegetation dominates the river margins also, interrupting views of the river from many locations. Ms Royce, in her reply in minute 3 from the panel, in her paragraph 9, provides some context of the additional development and the consented building platforms. It is accepted that from some sites the dredge will be both visible and audible, and that position is also identified by a number of submitters. Effects on amenity or rural character from the presence of the dredge near those dwellings does need to be managed, and we've put forward a package of conditions that look to do that, sir. Mr Denny and his landscape peer review differed in regard to visual effects. The Mackenzie report determined visual effects to be low at most, whereas he considers they'll be very low to moderate high on specific views where the proposal is visible. Mr Denny promotes several conditions of consent to address those concerns. And in my paragraph 20 there, sir, I've set out one which I think is probably the most relevant in my mind. And I consider the first point in that proposed condition is the key one. I do not consider it necessary in relation to the Upper Clutha River Trail. Trail users will experience a fleeting exposure of the dredging operation. Mr Hall has commented on the extent of feedback he has received when mining in the mid-reaches of the Clutha River Mata'o. And cyclists on the Cold Gold Trail have observed the dredge intermittently over the previous 10 years, and none have felt compelled to complain to the council or media, and I'm happy to provide a bit more at the end about my personal experiences on that. With respect to the blanket exclusion adjacent to the Mata'o Scientific Reserve promoted by Mr Denny, I consider this is unnecessary. The suggestion is a severe response given the effects of the activity will be a one-off event and of a temporary duration. There is also no suggestion the dredging operation will affect the ecological values of that reserve. For the public, the rural zone includes a range of noise sources and the dredging operation will comply with the permitted noise standards. It is my opinion this condition should be disregarded or at least refined to avoid the summer months where it is more likely that people will be utilising the area. Overall, Ms Mackenzie concludes in her assessment that the effects of the proposal will be of a low degree. This assessment is considered with that by Ms Royce and broadly by Mr Denny. I do prefer the landscape assessment of Ms Mackenzie, and I'll touch on that at the end of my evidence, sir. Although consider that some of the conditions suggested by Mr Denny can be accommodated to respond to specific concerns raised by the submitters. In relation to light spill and the potential impact on adjoining property owners, Cold Gold holds the view that the activity will meet rules 31571 and 21573. The applicant has indicated that each down-facing light will also be fixed with a shroud to further minimise light spill. Revised hours of operation and the provision of setbacks to comply with noise standards will provide additional comfort to manage any light spill effects. Ms Royce's response to minute 3 from the panel has now proposed a revised condition of consent, which is consistent with Rule 21572 of the QLPDP. I agree with that approach. Overall, when assessing the planning and landscape evidence and the peer review, I consider the effects on amenity, rural character and landscape will be less than minor. So, sir, I'll just turn to cultural values. The mana whenua submission and evidence raises concern that the application does not appropriately protect the mauri of the Mata'o or give effect to Te Mana Ata Wai. I accept mauri as a critical element of the spiritual relationship of Kaitahu. The Clutha River is a statutory acknowledgement area and consultation with mana whenua has been carried out in good faith with the applicant. As I've set out in my evidence in chief, it is my opinion the mauri of the river will not be affected by the proposal. When applying the definition of the partially operative RPS for mauri, This is supported by the conclusions that the activity will not affect the life-supporting capacity of the river. My next couple of paragraphs talk about the further consultation with mana whenua representatives. So on 24th of October, we carried out consultation with mana whenua representatives, Mr. Vile, Mr. Edwards and Dr. Murchison. My interpretation of that meeting differs a little from that of Mr. Vile and his evidence, but nonetheless it's neither here nor there, I guess. In my interpretation of that meeting, we found general consensus on a number of points and options in terms of managing turbidity. We had a discussion about how we're going to do that with the three options, and it was agreed the use of a turbidity meter was an appropriate mechanism for measuring turbidity. We also agreed that an ornithologist would carry out an assessment of potential bird nesting habitat, and we've set out a framework for conditions for managing that and appropriate setbacks during the nesting periods. And we've also talked about potentially linking up with an existing pest trapping program in the area to put a halo around the bird nesting habitat. So mana whenua representatives were invited. Whether there are any other matters they wish to discuss, they did not raise any additional matters. Turning to the recommendations of the Section 42A authors, they both find there is insufficient information to enable an assessment on the effects on cultural values. Less tangible matters such as whakapapa or other metaphysical concepts have not been assessed, and I rely on the approach set out in Ms. Irving's legal submissions that the biophysical effect needs to manifest before concerns about metaphysical effects can be engaged or weighed. Both Ms. Burrows and Ms. Royce concluded there was not sufficient information to form a judgment. In my view, the matters that can be assessed have been done so thoroughly. In terms of ecologically measurable values, both the applicants and council's ecologists find the effects on the environment to be less than minor. In addition, the applicant's landscape architect finds the effects on the activity are low. And council's landscape architect, Mr. Denny, finds generally similar conclusions, with the key difference being the potential imposition on private residents, which have now been addressed by way of proposed conditions, and some issues in terms of the reserve areas. Drawing on a mana whenua perspective, the applicant obtained a cultural impact assessment which provided a Te Ao Māori context. The applicant certainly taken that on board. It would have been helpful had the Section 42A report authors specified what aspects of the cultural values are incomplete, rather than making a broad statement without any context to enable any further assessment. The Section 42A report authors have put aside all the information provided, such as the assessment against Māori, the Murihuku cultural indicators, or the ecological advice from our experts. Their recommendations effectively adopt a veto to the proposal by relying on opposition of Ka Runaka. In my opinion, and to the best of the applicant's ability, the effects on cultural values have been sufficiently assessed and considered. So, sir, that pretty much wraps up everything I've got to say there, sir. I've got a few things that I'll be quite happy to add that may answer some of your questions, and add to some of the other points if you want, or...
Yep, if you wish to add any information, you should do so now. Thanks.
Okay, certainly,
yep.
Thank you. So, just down the road is the Chafer Beetle Scientific Reserve. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. It's about 1 kilometre down the road. I've lived in Cromwell and driven past it a couple hundred times. Never once have I seen a person there. Now, the Mata'o Scientific Reserve, that was formerly a operating farm, and it was converted to a scientific reserve about 8 or 10 years ago, I believe. And that includes quite a range of dry land vegetation and cover plants. Now, and also quite a rare assembly of insects that go with that habitat. Now, look, from my understanding there, some of those plants, you can only tell what their species are during the flowering cycle. Otherwise, you're really speculating whether they're one of the threatened ones or not. So, you know, I don't think you're going to have a huge number of people attending these scientific reserves, and I don't think there's going to be any great imposition of effects from the dredge in that area on people. So in terms of the permits, Cold Gold hold 3 permits. This steps into the permitted baseline aspect, sir.
Yep.
They hold 3 permits. One is the existing one in the mid reaches, and 2 in the upper reaches associated with the application now. It's absolutely credible. You know, they pay annual fees to Crown Minerals for those permits, and it's absolutely credible there'll be at least one dredge on each of those permits at a time. Now, in terms of the baseline, there's a number of things that are going on there. Before Cold Gold purchased the upper one closest to the Lugget, the previous landowners were actually operating a number of dredges in there, and they had a YouTube channel where they'd actually drop off in boats, the dredges and staff, and there'd actually be multiple dredges operating in that upper extent only, which was the QLDC portion. So in my mind, there is a real credible position where multiple dredges in a small area do occur. And another aspect, sir, is that there's a number of rivers in Otago where permit holders hold the exclusive rights to it, but that doesn't mean they are bound to be the only people using that river, and a number of them actually lease out large portions to other users. And you might get a large river of, say, 20 kilometres where they actually lease out 1 kilometre blocks to people on an annualised basis, relying on the permitted activity rule. So, you know, I certainly know of some rivers where you can have 4, 5, 6 or 8 dredges operating over a 20 hectare area, and that's just a commercial contract with the permit holder. So in terms of effects, I think there is a credible argument to apply the permitted baseline. And look, it has been a bone of contention. We've talked about it from the very start of lodging the application, where I said theoretically you could put 53 permit dredges on there, which is simply not realistic. So, yeah, I think that pretty much wraps up everything, sir.
Excellent. See if we have questions for you.
Thank you. Just on, you were talking about the permitted baseline, just my other part of the questions I had for Ms Mackenzie was about the cumulative effect. Just wondered if I've taken into account if the permitted baseline is something that we do end up considering. What's your view on the cumulative effect?
Well, if you were in a situation where you leased out portions to other parties or had multiple parties using the river, then you could have an issue of cumulative effects. But right now, Cold Gold's got their one large dredge on a barge operating in the mid-reaches. They want to relocate it to the upper reaches. It's my understanding no other dredging is going to be occurring on any of that permitted area. So from my perspective, there's going to be one dredge operating now. Should consent be granted, there will remain one dredge operating across all the tenements now. So I don't see cumulative effects being an issue.
Thank you. I just had some questions on the difference in the rules. There seems to be still one rule that's outstanding. I just wanted to know if you'd thought about that. And it was Rule 21.15.11 about motorised craft for commercial activities, and I couldn't see that had been resolved through the exchange of evidence. I think the council planners have identified, QLDC council planner has identified it, and I just couldn't see that where you sat in relation to that rule.
To be honest, I haven't turned my mind to it greatly. I read Ms Royce's position, and I was certainly comfortable where she landed on it.
Okay.
Look, the proposal is a bit of it sits outside all the rules in a lot of ways in terms of policy frameworks and things. It's a bit of a hybrid. It doesn't really fit neatly anywhere. So, in some parts, it requires a bit of interpretation.
I had a question on just understanding if there's any consenting requirements for hazardous substances, like the fuel in particular on the land-based side
Yes.
of it.
Yes, so I heard that question earlier on. From my understanding, the storage of the fuel and will comply with the permitted activity rules for the councils,
Right.
and there's no HASNO or other consenting requirements.
Mr Denny had raised an issue with that there's several archaeological sites in the vicinity of the boundary between QLDC and CODC, and I was wondering if you had any response to that.
I have had a look at the New Zealand Archaeological Association's web map, and the area identified for the proposed slipway in the Queensbury has one nearby, a known site nearby. but it is set back some distance from the proposed slipway. But look, that list is certainly not exhaustive, and you know, I think we should go into any excavation along the Clutha River that you may expose an archaeological site that has yet been discovered, and having some accidental discovery protocol in place and staff being fully aware of the obligations would be a prudent move.
And the accidental discovery protocol is part of the recommended set of conditions, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I had a question on just a consistency and effects question. On page 41 of your evidence, you discuss the policies relating to the National Policy Statement of Freshwater, and you state that it's not likely to result in any effects, and then your AEE conclusions are no more than minor, and I just wondered how I reconcile those two slightly different statements.
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, a lot of time has passed since things
I
got lodged,
understand
and the application's evolved a lot, and a significant amount of additional thinking's gone into where we've landed on things. My position is that the effects will be less than minor.
There was your summary statement that you just circulated at the bottom of the appendix refers to policy 6334, and looking at that, it just seems to relate to outstanding natural landscapes. How relevant is this for an outstanding natural feature?
Look, to be honest, I didn't intend to give you that.
Oh, yep.
It was, when I was asked to forward my opening statement, I actually had that in the back for my own
Okay.
for my own records, and then at lunchtime I scooted away, earlier on I scooted away and sent it to Tamsin, so
Okay.
my intention was for you to not have that. That was simply a bit of a go-to for me if I needed to.
That's fine.
refer to some policies.
Are you suggesting then we just strike out that appendix?
Yes, please.
Okay,
We'll
no
strike
problem.
that out.
I just wanted to check on wording on, and it may be that, as you say, time's moved on. Page 59 of your original AEE goes through the different objectives and policies, and there's one where you refer to objective 21.2.15, and it's just got, it might be something you come back to us on it because it's quite specific. It has slightly different wording to the policy wording that Ms. Royce has identified. The wording that you refer to is opportunities provided for on the basis they don't degrade, and whereas Ms. Royce has got the need to protect, maintain or restore, and what I wanted to know what was the correct version of the policy, of the objective. So it might be something that you don't answer now, but just to take note.
Yeah, look, I certainly will. So that's on, did you say page 33?
It was on page, it's objective 21.2.15 on page 59 of your AE, and there's just a slight difference in the wording between you and Ms. Royce. And I just want to make sure that we've got the most up-to-date reference of the objective.
Sure. If you're happy, I will look into that and we
That's
can
fine.
put that into
That's
a
no
closing
problem at
or
all.
Yeah,
reply
that's
back.
good.
Page 12, I've got myself lost on your evidence. You refer to Miss Lindsley?
Oh, did I?
Yeah, and I'm not too sure who that was.
Oh, sorry, that's Ms. Royce.
Miss Royce,
Yes,
okay.
in a former life. My apologies, Kirsten.
Yeah.
Okay, cleared that up. Done that. Oh, I wanted to understand I think it's a Central Otago District Council policy, LFFWP12, and it refers to outstanding water bodies, and I wasn't sure where I find if the Clutha is classified as an outstanding water body. I didn't know where I would find that information.
I understand that's part of the Otago Regional Council
Otago
proposed
Regional
water
Council.
plan, proposed regional policy statement.
Proposed regional. Thank you. Oh, and the other thing, there's slight inconsistency between the planners is on the iwi management plans, and I understand there's two iwi management plans, and the one that is not in your AEE, and I haven't seen it referred to again in your evidence, was the Cry of the People, 2008, and if you had any reason why it wasn't included, or if it was an oversight and you do think it's relevant.
It certainly is relevant. I actually thought it was included in there. If it's not, it's an oversight.
Okay. That's okay, as long as you consider it relevant.
Yeah, it's quite comprehensive. I rely on it
Okay,
quite often.
thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Craig?
Thank you. The ad-libbing that you did at the end of your summary statement, can you provide us a written copy of that, please?
Certainly, to the best of my ability, I will, yes.
It'd probably be still better than the notes I took because I was listening to what you were saying. Thank you. Now, you mentioned in the original application that if the dredge moved upstream, the cumulative effects would be, there'd be a transfer of effects, and so that there'd be a benefit downstream because the dredge is no longer working there. I wasn't quite sure what to do with that. But my question is, if you do move upstream, would the consents downstream be surrendered? Because they would still have life left in them.
That is correct. I would have to defer that to Cold Gold. But my understanding is there has been some discussion about that. But what I do understand is if the dredge is down there and it's been relocated, there'll be no dredging going on in that lower reach.
Well, there would be the possibility to buy another dredge and put it in there and carry on mining under that consent. So it's to do with cumulative effects. You've put something in the AEE to that regard.
Yep,
So.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, sir. Well, look, I think based on the information discussions I've had with Cold Gold, they would be comfortable with a condition that limits that.
Okay. Could you confirm that at some stage?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Page 5, you talk about pests, and you've offered the pest trapping as an offset, where I've heard from legal submissions it's a positive effect. Can you clarify that, please? That's just relevant to our considerations under 104.
Look, again, it kind of sits in the middle, really. I did call it an offset. That may possibly have been the wrong phrasing. I'm acutely aware of bird colonies in the lower reaches where dogs and cats and things have devastated entire colonies, and I've had to contact the Department of Conservation of that. So I'm acutely aware of how pests do destroy bird colonies, and if there's something the applicant can support, then...
I just wondered which pigeonhole you're putting it into, offsets or positive
I'm happy to
effects?
call it a positive effect. I think it fits in that pigeonhole most appropriately.
Okay, thanks. I just wondered if you could provide an update on consultation under paragraph 16 is quite long. Top of page 6, a follow-up email was sent confirming there were no other unresolved issues. This was with respect to iwi concerns.
Yes.
Could you provide an update of where you've got to now with I assume the consultation's been ongoing. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, there's no further consultation from that point.
Okay.
The evidence exchange happened relatively quickly after that.
Paragraph 27, you're referring to the proposal, it's to do with that rule 13517. You say, despite technically not meeting the lim of those conditions, are you suggesting that it doesn't need to, therefore it's, if it doesn't meet that lim, technically, it sits within that rule, even if it doesn't have a, you're saying a spill tray. There's no spill tray. So you're saying we've got the equivalent, but it doesn't actually have a spill tray, so therefore does it comply with that rule?
Depends on how literally you interpret the word spill tray versus some other acceptable solution.
Okay. Paragraph 12, last bullet point. Page 12, last bullet point. The operation of the dredge will provide immediate economic benefit to the employees, the rural communities they reside within. So I just wondered if you could clarify how there'd be immediate benefits to the rural community.
Sure. Well, look, there's a number of staff that will be employed, and they obviously get their income and then they spend their income in part within the immediate community. In terms of contractors and fuel suppliers, welders and anything else that may be required, you automatically go to people in the community for a quick response. So just flow-on effects like that, it's a bit of a circular economy where that money gets spent on contractors and staff, and then it gets spent within the community itself.
Okay, thank you.
Sycamore, just 3 matters for you, and one of them's pretty trivial, but I'll ask it of you anyway. Just first of all, at your paragraph 16b, and it's probably not so much a question for you, but just for a question serving for you and the team to reflect on and come back to us in reply. It's just in regard to the noise issue and the operating hours, just a thought occurred to me. It would be more certain just to say, look, it's 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and that's that, which still gives you a 12-hour operating day, which is still a pretty long working day. I'd be pretty tired at the end of 12 days. I was working on that dredge. So maybe just reflect, Ms. Irving, if you could just discuss with the applicant, Mr. Hall, and just see whether or not to provide certainty and avoid the need to do all of these, an assessment regarding the 7 a.m. period, etc., whether or not just 8 to 8 would be acceptable. Just a yes or no on that in reply would be fine. And Mr. Sycamore, here's the trivial question. It's at your paragraph 38. And in the first line, you say that ORC PORPS includes a definition of Māori, and then in the bottom of it, you say there is no definition in the PORPS for Māori. So I was just thinking inside my head, one of them is probably partially operative and one of them is probably proposed. Which is which?
Correct. The partially operative one does have a definition for Māori.
So the first reference is the partially operative one?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, good. Okay. And my last question for you. Your para 55, you talk about a survey identifying potential bird colony nesting habitat. So is that now reflected in the amended conditions table 1 and Regional Council Consent 01, that table? Is that that?
That is correct.
Yeah. So my question, and it may not be for you, but again in reply, Ms. Irving, between Mr. Sycamore and Mr. Hammer, I had the thought, what's the shelf life of that? Obviously, that's where those beaches are now, but, and I'm not sure what happens in the upper Clutha, but in the rivers I'm familiar with, these beaches move around a lot from season to season and after flood events, etc. So question is, what's the shelf life of that, and is there a need to resurvey potential bird nesting beaches / habitat on an annual or some other basis, just so that we know where they are if they do move around? And I simply don't know the answer to that, but it was a question that occurred to me. And that's all I had for you, Mr. Sycamore. Thank you for your evidence. Now, Mr. Irving, there's one more thing I thought we were going to address. I think what it's called, the wiring diagram, the pictures you've done very promptly for us, showing where the barge may locate in the upper Clutha River. And I think Mr. Hall or someone was going to talk us through those pictures.
Yes, yeah, so if perhaps I get Peter to come back.
Yeah.
And he can take you through those. Tamsin, are there any spare copies of those images? Thanks, Rebecca.
Tamsin? I've got another. Tamsin?
We
I've
just
got
we just
another
need
set here.
one for Peter to speak to. Yeah. Thanks.
So we'll look at the one in the straight section of river first. This actually is an area of river where we are planning to commence work in the first instance. It's probably up in the QLDC section in the upper part of the 3 permits. It's actually really hard to see the colouring on this image. The anchors are set at one. This is to scale by roughly to scale the size of the dredge. A is approximately to scale, and
Yep.
positions 1 and 2 would be typical of that anchoring points on a river. It's around about 60 metres wide, Jess, that we measured? 60, 65 metres. So that'd be quite typical, and although it's hard to see, there's 2 black lines there which show the direct lines to the anchors.
Yep.
So if we're working in the middle of the river, that's spread on its own without sidelines, and the sidelines are where we pull the wires wider, closer to the river. That would provide good stability for the dredge. Now, if we wanted to move to the left-hand side of the river, we would pull the anchor iron from position C to position B, and that's when we talk about side wire. So we just pull it up under the bank, and it maintains that spread on the anchors so that we've got good stability on the dredge still.
And when you say left, do you mean true left, which is looking downstream?
True right.
True right, yeah. Okay. And in terms of that, if you were to adopt the red line,
Yep.
the little A, which is the barge, how much would that move downwards, would it?
The anchor wire?
Yeah, so if you
Well,
move that...
it's dependent. So the
Right.
loading on the dredge is dynamic. So it depends on flow. The pipes in the river, it creates drag.
Right.
So that wire, it can change. We've been thinking about this, talking about this over the last few days, and I think we can better manage that to ensure that wire stays well submersed, and that may include altering our the point at which the anchor wires leave the dredge, because at the moment it's quite high, and we could probably also look at putting a weight on there to actually pull those wires down towards the bottom of the river. And I think both of those are things that we can readily achieve. We just have to work out how we're going to manage that from an operational perspective, but I think it's quite doable.
Yep.
So the wire would be,
So we're still maintaining that we're going to accept the term from the OSC Harbour Master about our wires submersing within the beam of the dredge, and if we make those modifications, I think we can quite comfortably maintain that.
Yep. Okay. And the second picture?
Second one's a curlier bit of the river, so that presents some few other challenges. This is actually down at the gravel pit at Maori Point, for example. Same scenario, the dredge is A and the anchors drop left and right in the river, assuming that we've got access, there's sufficient draft in the river to drop the anchors at those points. If we wanted to work the true right side of the river, again, we'd have to put a sideline in to move the wire from position C to position B. Same scenario, that would allow us to work that true right side of the right side of the river. The opposite's true if we wanted to work the true left-hand side of the river.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Jane, any
Okay.
Yeah,
questions?
no, that's fine.
Good. Craig, any questions?
No, that's fine, thank you.
No, that's good. Thank you very much for developing those pictures so quickly. Appreciate that. So, Ms. Irving, anything else from you at this stage?
No, that's it for now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So now, at this stage of the hearing, we now turn to hearing from submitters. And our first submitters are Ngāi Tahu representatives. Just why don't you all come on up? I think we've got enough chairs for you at the submitter table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just while that's happening, for the applicant's
Craig.
point of view, the AEE, page 20, says that the dredge plume, the statement with the reference to the dredge plume, it says had forewarning. There was a no missing. I've assumed the word no is supposed to be in there. Had no forewarning, but it says had forewarning. It's quite an important missing word. Just let me know if that's not the case.
So sorry, the reference.
Page 20 of the AEE.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, so is this in relation to that image?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, no forewarning.
Okay, thank you.
It's Google, taking pictures. Thank you.
So, Mr. File, good afternoon and welcome to you and your team. I may have correctly or incorrectly assumed that you're leading the case for the submitter. So I'll hand over to you shortly, but just to let you know, we've received summaries of evidence from yourself, from Mr. Parata and from Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
And other than that, just to let you know, we have read the pre-circulated statements of evidence, so you don't need to read that as out loud to us, but as with the applicant's witnesses, you're very welcome to summarise key points from that primary evidence, and with the additional tabled information, we're happy for you just to read that out to us. But other than that, over to you to introduce your team and to undertake whatever protocols you seem appropriate.
Kia ora. Kia ora mā, i te rupo, i huihui mai nei, nei a haka me kia koutou. So acknowledgement and greetings to the panel and to all gathered here. It's a privilege to present evidence today on behalf of Karonaka. I'm joined today by Mr. Edwards, Kotaka Edwards, from Katihurapa Runaka ki Pukuraki, who will introduce himself when he presents his evidence. And I'm also joined by Mr. Parata, Riki Parata from Hokanui, Rananga. So in terms of the order of our presentation today, we'll start from left to right. I'll ask Riki to introduce himself and present his evidence and take all questions. We'll then move to Mr. Edwards, and I'll conclude by a summary of the planning evidence. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Riki.
Ko tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou, ko taunga nei ki te tūtok te kaupapa o tēnei ra. Ko Riki Parata toko ingoa, no Hokonui hau, ko Waitaha Kati Mamoi in Kaitahu, o ngā iwi. So kia ora koutou, my name is Riki Parata. You just want me to read through this statement of evidence?
Yes, very happy for you to read the new material, or new to us, which is your summary statement.
Kia ora, my name is Riki Parata. I whakapapa to Kaitahu Kati Mamoi Waitaha and Te Aotearoa ki Whakarongotai. I'm employed as a kaiarihi taio, or the environmental lead at the Hokanui Runanga Kaupapa Taio, where I lead 7 kaimahi working in the Waimari, or freshwater research monitoring and educational space. The Ngāi Tahu Association with the Mata'au. So the Mata'au is culturally significant to mana whenua. Ngāi Tahu's association with the Mata'au is recognised by the Crown and provided for as a statutory acknowledgement area in the Ngāi Tahu Claims Settlement Act 1998. The Mata'au is our whakapapa and mahinga kai, a source of life, resources and knowledge. It facilitates our memory and connection to place and is a focus of our identity. The Mata'au and mana whenua connection to the Mata'au has been impacted by human activities post-colonisation and continues today through practices including dredging. However, the impacts of these activities on the awa does not diminish the cultural significance of the mata'au for mana whenua. Rather, it imposes a duty on mana whenua as kaitiaki to address that degradation and to restore Māori and mahinga kai. For mana whenua, water is a fundamental part of our whakapapa. This whakapapa connection carries rangatiratanga rights and imposes obligations on mana whenua as kaitiaki to protect Waimāori in accordance with mātauranga, knowledge and tikanga practices developed over many generations. Māori is a critical element of spiritual relationship of Kaitahu and Waimāori. A cornerstone for mana whenua in exercising kaitiakitanga over the mata'au is to avoid activities which further degrade the Māori of the river. Mr. Sycamore has attempted to discern between the physical and spiritual aspects of Māori, which suggests that he does not share my understanding of Māori. Mahinga kai is the Kaitahu whānui resource system that underpins mana whenua relationships with rivers, lakes, wetlands, and the broader environment. For mahinga kai to be sustained, populations of species must be present across all life stages and must be plentiful enough for long-term sustainable harvests. An example of our work to enhance mahinga kai within the mata'au is the work we are commencing around the trap and transfer of kanakana. The project involves trap and transfer of kanakana and installation of a lamprey passage system, or LPS, to aid in the successful migration above the dams. The effects of activities on freshwater and their cultural values must be understood contextually. Any assessment of cultural values or effects of activities on cultural values needs to be deduced from knowledge, research and monitoring of the mata'au. An assessment of the current state of the awa using Western scientific disciplines is not an appropriate starting premise for assessing the effects of activities on our cultural values. The fundamental starting point is a comprehensive understanding of those cultural values and assessing whether and to what degree the proposed activity aligns with those values. I fundamentally disagree with Mr. Sycamore's assessment of the proposal against cultural values. Any views mana whenua representatives may or may not express in relation to a regional plan in Murihiku are not relevant to the activity in Ōtākau. Secondly, Te Manawa Te Wai is not a traditional Ngaitahu whānui concept, nor a framework to assess the impact of a proposed activity on Ngaitahu cultural values. Rather, Te Manawa Te Wai is a planning construct for managing freshwater in New Zealand. In conclusion, I consider that the proposed activity will adversely affect cultural values associated with the mata'au. I do not agree the applicant has appropriate information to conclude that there will be no adverse effects on mahinga kai, and the approach taken to understand mahinga kai and making that assessment is too narrow.
Thank you, Mr. Parata. I see we have questions for you, James.
No, I don't have anything.
Craig?
On the, just the summary.
No, and the evidence.
Thank you for that. I'll just check that none of my questions have been superseded through other evidence, but I just wanted to, paragraph 22, get some understanding of the significance of the impacts that you consider this proposal has. The scale of it, I guess, the scale of the significance.
The scale of the significance to Māori in terms of this report?
Yeah, the effects on cultural values.
Yeah, we see them as quite significant. It's a big question. In probably more ways than one. I mean, the actual physical operation of it will through evidence, there is not enough evidence to confirm that it will have significant effects on our cultural values. Yeah, it's a difficult question. Do you mind reframing it just a little bit so I can be a bit more specific?
I can give you more time to answer it if you like. What do you think? It's just, I wanted to get a feel from you in terms of, you've stated will have significant impacts. I just wanted to see, in terms of a scale of 1 to 10, what you might think the significance was.
Yeah. The ability for us to be able to scale an effect is very difficult. Maybe if I go back to a bit of a historical context of what effects have been had on us on the Mata'o might be a bit more significant. Due to these activities like dredging and damming of the Mata'o, we've been unable to practice our traditional practices along there. This has caused us to not being able to access areas or to gather kai or to even connect to some of our significant areas. Because of that, we are now trying, probably in more of these latter years, to reconnect to the Mata'o through a lot of the practices we are doing of our trap and transfers and our monitoring, to then get that connection back. A good example is the work we're doing with the dams and the trap and transfers of those taonga. Now, because of these impacts upstream and our taonga no longer being present upstream, we're really trying to minimise any effect that any activity will have on migration of spawning of habitat, and we think that the activity such as suction dredging, which is akin to a vacuum being placed in the Mata'o, will significantly impact our connectivity and our rehabilitation of our taonga to the area.
And I'll take your first point, there's not enough evidence to decide the scale of the significance. It was a pretty tricky question, but I think you've explained it quite well, thank you. No, that was my main question. Thank you for that.
So, Mr. Parada, I've just got 4 things that I'd like to ask you about, and Mr. Vile will be familiar with my questioning of Ngāi Tahu witnesses from previous hearings, and I just want to say I don't mean any disrespect or to devalue your concerns or views. It's just I need to get clear in my head the evidential basis for the matters you're putting before us. So that's the nature of my questions, and I hope you understand that.
Absolutely.
Excellent. So I also had a question about paragraph 22, which my colleague asked you about. And what I wrote down is that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that your context is that past activities such as damming and dredging have degraded Ngāi Tahu's access to the river and its natural resources that historically have been important. And therefore, your concern and Ngāi Tahu's concern is to minimise any further impact on that already degraded access. And I wrote down in terms of migration, spawning and connectivity, and then I didn't catch the fourth adjective.
That I just said?
Yeah.
Oh, great. I can remember. Rehabilitation, thank you.
Rehabilitation, excellent, that's right. And you did explain to us the rehabilitation that you're doing in terms of kāna. So in terms of paragraph 22 and the significant impacts on the cultural values, what I've just fed back to you is minimising those 4 things. Is there anything else you'd like to add in terms of what you think the significant impacts of this application are on mana whenua cultural values?
Yes, so the way we assess impacts on cultural values is taking a lot of the evidence being able to provided to us by applicants or studies or anything like that.
Mhm.
So in this case, there hasn't been, in my opinion, enough of the evidence provided for us to give a good account of what those effects to cultural values are.
Mhm.
I also think that the way it's been interpreted is not the way that it's meant to be interpreted. We've done a lot of work through our partnerships with ORC and specific councils around interpreting what our cultural values are within a planning framework, and this isn't an easy concept even for us. To be able to put our concepts into an RMA planning process is difficult. So when we do try to put it into an application process such as this one, you know, we like to be a part of it if possible and to receive as much information for us to do a proper assessment. We don't feel that that has been provided in this case.
Okay.
I hope that's kind of answered.
Yeah, so, so again, you tell me if I've got this wrong. So your concern is to minimise the impact on migration, spawning, connectivity and rehabilitation, and in your view, you don't have sufficient evidence for you to conclude that those effects will be minimised. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
Okay. What sort of evidence would be required for you to be able to reach a positive conclusion in that regard?
Specifics?
Specifics or generality, whatever you're comfortable with discussing?
So for our taonga species specifically, we do not know what effects a dredge of this type will have on them. Our taonga have very specific life cycles, specifically our migrating species. So we're unclear how this activity will affect those migrational pathways, spawning habitats, the laying of eggs and larvae, and even those migrating downstream as well. There's been nothing to that effect with dredging in New Zealand, specific to the Mata'au either, and we are working hard to reintroduce some of these species into these upper areas, and we don't have that sufficient evidence. And so there's that, but there's also around, I mean, this is a lot of water getting sucked up and through the sluice or whatever mechanism. There's no evidence of what effect that has on any of our taonga species at any life stages. So things like that we like to take into consideration to then make an assessment from a cultural perspective. If it did have an effect, obviously it would have a big cultural values effect as well. So those are the kinds of alignments we try to do when we marry up science and mātauranga. But there could be a whole host. I mean, I could probably go on for a couple more if you like.
Well, the time is yours.
Okay. Just in regard to the plume and fish gathering behind it, great for trout by the sounds of it, but you know, what effect does that congregation of animals and even tuna will have on migrating species? Little young of the year, emicetes, which are from kanakana, they migrate downstream. It's unknown into what depths, into what habitats that these emicetes or macrophilia are trying to get downstream. So there's unknown effects on that. There's unknown effects on the noise of migrating alva and kanakana and tunahiki, which is trying to get downstream. So just this lack of evidence, it's, you know, we are unable to assess it from a cultural perspective because of a lot of these.
No, that's helpful. Now, just got a couple more questions arising from your evidence, and the first one is at your para 43 of your pre-circulated evidence. And the water bodies, you say the water bodies with high mori are characterised by good water quality, etc. And the question is, does the river exhibit these qualities in the reach affected by this application?
To answer that specifically, we would need to go out and do a cultural health assessment specific to those areas. Yeah.
So you can't answer it definitively at this stage, but do you have a gut feel?
From the top of the Dunstan right up through to Luggett?
Yeah. No, it's from the Lindis, where the Lindis comes in to, say, to the Luggett.
Right. Yeah, God, that is very difficult.
Okay, no, that's
to answer.
fair.
Yeah.
Paragraph 54. So, in terms of Mahinga Kai and the further depletion of Mahinga Kai, is it your view that this application will further deplete Mahinga Kai, or is it your view that you don't have enough information to draw a conclusion on that?
To answer that, I think we need to understand the definition of Mahinga Kai as well. I mean, I'm sure you already know it's not just about those food sources in there, but it's all the activities associated with it.
Yep.
In saying that, I feel there isn't enough sufficient evidence to be able to go out and say it will deplete, which is why we're asking for more evidence.
And finally, Mr. Parada, just at your paragraph 83. I just read with interest there where you said the activity will affect the Māori of the awa as it introducing more human activity and intervention into natural processes. And when I read that, a thought occurred to me, which was, gosh, does that mean that any development or use of the river would also have that effect? Like, is that essentially saying no use or development is appropriate?
What that is saying is that, yes, any activity, any human activity will affect the Māori of the awa, of the natural processes of the awa. That's inherent. It doesn't say to what degree it will, but I stand by that statement. Yeah.
Okay. So what I've written down is that, in your view, yes, any human activity will affect the Māori, but I guess the scale of that effect would depend on the nature of the activity, is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. And would it be reasonable to assume that some activity might be acceptable, depending what it was, just hypothetically?
Oh, look, there's even activity that would enhance that Māori on there, you know, where it would be specific to the activity.
So, again, you tell me if I've got this wrong. So what I'm taking from that is that we shouldn't assume that this is a straight out right of veto against any use or development. It's very dependent on the nature of that use and development.
Sorry, are you saying that?
We shouldn't take from your paragraph 83 that we should not interpret that as a outright veto on any use or development, but whether or not the use or development is appropriate would depend on the nature of that use and development.
Yes.
So it's sort of case by case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And type of activity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, I'm coming through. I'll just start with my introduction. Ko ai au he reo o ka te huirapa rawa ko kai te rua hiki iki, ko koraku dus tōku i koa he karahi tā o taku tūraka mahi. And just jumping back a point, On the cover page of my evidence in chief, I refer to my evidence as planning evidence. However, this should refer to cultural evidence.
Thank you for that clarification.
The mata'o is a wāhi tūpuna. Ka runaka seek the preservation of wāhi tūpuna in a conditional state that would resemble what it would have looked like to our ancestors from generations past. Activities that alter the shape, behaviour, water quality or mode of waterways will continue to degrade the condition of wāhi tūpuna. Our vision for the management of wai Māori in this area recognises that the Clutha mata'o is a single connected system, ki uta ki tai, or from the inland to the sea, and that the source of the wai is pure, coming directly from Tawhirimatia to the top of the Moka and into the Roto lakes and Awa rivers. We want to ensure that the high quality waters of the lakes and rivers those lakes feed are protected. I challenge the notion that the proposed activity contributes to the health and well-being of the mata'o. For ka runaka, the protection and restoration of Māori is the primary environmental ethic that governs decision making. Having been a facilitator of cultural health index studies, I've come to learn that Māori cannot simply be equated to a number or a sum of cultural health indicators. When mana whenua apply their own cultural indicators to a specific location, it takes into account their values, memories, and knowledge of the whakapapa of that waterway. Long-form answers and the discussions that arise when cultural health assessors stand on the banks of a waterway are required to give full effect to the intentions of the cultural health monitoring methodology which I use. It would not be appropriate to assess indicators of cultural health without having visited the site with appropriately qualified cultural health assessors. Mahika kai is a cultural practice that provides a connection between mana whenua and the lands and rivers. Tuna have been a tauka or prized species to kaitahu. Having the ability to gather and process eels is a practice which maintains and strengthens kinship within and between whānau and hapu. Given the ongoing impact on the life cycle of eels within the mata'o catchment, mana whenua place great weight on looking after the remaining populations of eels and alvas that are able to move throughout the upper mata'o Clutha catchment. I believe the proposed activity has not adequately considered the effects of noise generated on alvas and adult eels. Effects on macroinvertebrates. When considering a te ao Māori approach to environmental management, we recognise the interconnections between different elements of an ecosystem. Macroinvertebrates are an essential part of the aquatic food chain, providing nutrition to higher orders of biota in aquatic ecosystems. From a cultural perspective, the artificial removal of macroinvertebrate species from the stream bed does not put the health and well-being of the mata'o first. This does not support the mauri of the mata'o and will not in any way support kaitahu aspirations for a recovering mata'o or eel fishery. The human-induced process of entraining macroinvertebrates into the water column disrupts natural ecosystem processes. In conclusion, ka runaka have a long and enduring relationship with the mata'o. Recognising the history of human pressures that have degraded the natural state and the mauri of the mata'o, we assert the need to allow the recovery of this river from continued activities that do not support its health and well-being.
Thank you, Mr Edwards. Questions? Craig, start with you.
Thank you. Your main evidence, paragraph 14, I just wanted to get more of an understanding of how the proposal affects connectivity, please.
In this regard, I believe I'm referring to the connectivity of the passage of eels through this area.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked about in other parts of my evidence the inappropriateness, I believe, of the scientific study that was referred to by Mr. Hamer in terms of the entrainment of alvas, whereas the activity that's referenced in that report is much different to what's being proposed here. So
we discussed that this morning, didn't we?
Yes, that's correct.
So I wanted to get a better understanding of how that connectivity would be influenced by this proposal, and from your point of view.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm referring to the ability or the potential for the dredge to entrain eels or tuna into its
In all life cycle, all stages of its life cycle?
All stages, yeah. And also the lack of evidence with it that's been presented on that being mitigated purely by not operating within the 0.8 to 1 metre width of the river, or river edges, I should say.
Have paragraph 19, you refer to indicators for the Māori Index and Cultural Health Index. Have you done work on the indicators that would be relevant in this stretch of river we're looking at?
If you're referring to the 70 indicators that...
paragraph 19, you just refer in general to... I've learnt that you must be given the opportunity to identify indicators that you may want to use for a particular water body that's being assessed. Have you done any work? Have you done any work on that stretch that we're looking at?
No, I haven't done any Cultural Health Index work on that particular stretch of the river.
Are you aware of any specifically?
I'm aware of a small amount, not on that particular stretch of the river, but within the Cadrona and the Manuhita Care, there's been certain cultural health monitoring that's been done for different purposes, I think mainly related to flow.
Okay. Thank you. In your figure 1, you've got a relative distance from source location and then response, different types of responses. Just wanted to get an indication of the scale of those distances, the vertical lines.
I don't have that information on me. I'm sorry. I'd have to go back. I think this is more of a diagrammatic representation of the effects rather than sort of specific distances.
Okay. That's all the questions I've got.
Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions, thank you. I just noticed in paragraph 3 of your summary statement, and I hadn't thought of it before, but you've mentioned the activities that alter the shape of the riverbed. That's obviously something that I hadn't considered in terms of as an issue for you. I just wanted to confirm that that I have the right understanding. You're worried about the riverbed, the shape of the riverbed after the dredging being altered, and that's a concern.
Sorry, no, that isn't correct.
Have
in that sentence, I'm trying to give examples of activities that do affect the values of a wāhi tupuna.
Right.
In terms of the shape of the riverbed, I meant that as an example of such activities, but I'm not specifically saying that that this activity
okay,
will...
so not for this, it's not a specific concern for this activity, the dredge going along and changing the shape of the riverbed?
No.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to understand that I had that right or wrong. Thank you. The other question I had is, you mentioned the noise assessment, no noise assessment on the effect of the noise of the dredge underwater on the alvers or adult alvers. Have you seen evidence like that? Have you been involved with cases where that evidence has actually been prepared and presented?
I haven't been involved in cases where evidence has been presented on that matter, but I have been involved in an ecological impact assessment in a previous role of mine where the effects of noise on both avifauna and aquatic ecology was to be considered.
And is that by an ecologist you would carry out that work?
That would be
Or
a
is it a
specialist
more
field that
specialist
you would,
role?
yeah, that would need to be employed to investigate something of that nature.
Thank you. And I just wanted your view on if your view has changed in terms of any of the amendments that have been made to the application in terms of reduced hours, more exclusion zones. Has any of that changed? Any of your views?
I suppose there's been reference made to a meeting held on the 24th of October, and there were certain questions in there about like avifauna and exclusions, which I haven't included in my evidence because they're not of large concern to me. I've just tried to focus in my evidence within the things that I believe are still outgoing effects that haven't been appropriately addressed, and I think are impinging on cultural values and like mana whenua beliefs for what is appropriate in that stretch of the river. So I suppose, yeah, within my evidence, I stick by that none of any changes to the conditions or anything wouldn't satisfy what's within my evidence in chief.
Thank you for that.
Concerns.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Edwards, just 3 questions from me. First of all, your paragraph 24, just turn to that. Do you have any knowledge in terms of the reach of the river that we're looking at here, say from above the confluence with the Lindis up to Luggett, where harvesting of tuna occurs from? Like, would that occur from the banks of the river, or would it occur in the main, further into the main stem of the river?
In terms of my experience in gathering, like the harvesting of tuna would be done from the banks of the river with the hinaki or nets that we use.
Okay, so that's using the traditional style of netting? Yeah, okay. Your paragraph 30, interested in your concern there about long durations of the dredging to be carried out in the hours of darkness. Would it be appropriate in terms of that concern to limit the operation of the dredge to daylight hours? Would that?
I think that would go away to alleviate those concerns, but I would probably still maintain that the effects of noise on alvas that may be living within any stretch of that river under operation are still not assessed.
Yeah. And lastly for you, your para 36. Just interested, from a kaitahu perspective, are trout and salmon considered to be part of natural ecosystem?
No.
Yeah, okay. Great, that's all the questions I had for you, thank you.
Provide a summary of planning evidence, and I'll start that summary at 3.
Yep.
The cultural impact assessment submission Karanaka highlight mana whenua concerns that the application does not appropriately protect the Māori of the Clutha River, Mata'o, nor does it give effect to Te Mano Te Wai. Mr. Carter and Mr. Edwards discussed the relationship of mana whenua with the Mata'o. Mata'o, linking the pure waters of the upper lakes with the coastal environment, is an awa of status and significance for Kaitaho. The concerns underlying the mana whenua submissions relate directly to Part 2 of the Act. And in my view, it is evident that giving effect to sections 6E, 7A and 8 of the Act requires active protection of the relationship of Kaitaho with the Mata'o. Turning to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, Te Mano Te Wai is a fundamental concept in the NPS FM that recognises that protecting the health of fresh water protects the health and well-being of the wider environment. It protects the Māori of the Wai. I do not agree with Ms Irving that Te Manawa Wai is not intended to operate as a strict hierarchy. The NPS FM at clause 1.35 states there is a hierarchy of obligations in Te Manawa Wai that prioritises first the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems, second the health needs of people, third the ability of people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being now and in the future. While I accept that clause 1.3 of the NPS FM refers to restoring and preserving the balance between the water, the wider environment and the community, it uses that phrasing to describe the outcome of applying the Te Manawa Wai hierarchy. The concept of Te Manawa Wai represents a paradigm shift in freshwater management. The Environment Court in the Aotearoa case noted that the usual RMA focus on the scale and significance of effects of resource use is redirected onto the mode or life force of water. And the inquiry becomes, how do users of resources protect the water's mode and health? The Environment Court has further confirmed Te Manawa Wai is not a Māori-centric, but a water-centric approach. While expressed in Te Reo Māori, Te Manawa Wai benefits all New Zealanders, and Te Manawa Wai is a concept that requires natural and physical resources to be managed in a way that recognises that by protecting the health of fresh water, the health and well-being of the wider environment is also protected. In my opinion, Mr Sycamore has interpreted Te Manawa Wai too narrowly, as a Māori concept rather than as a water-centric concept, and has not demonstrated that the current proposal protects the Māori and the health and well-being of the Mātou. Turning to the operative and proposed regional policy statements, the operative RPS 2019 made fully operative in March 2021, and I defer to the reporting officers on those provisions. The proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021 has been the subject of extensive community consultation and hearings on the non-freshwater and freshwater provisions, and those hearings closed in October this year. I do not agree with Ms Irving that little weight should be given to the provisions of the proposed RPS. The proposed RPS sets out the current direction to resource management in Otago and gives effect to the NPS FM 2020 as amended this year. The proposed RPS includes long-term freshwater visions for freshwater management units in Otago, including the Mātou, as required by the NPS FM. In my opinion, there is insufficient information to conclude that the proposed suction dredging activity is consistent with the relevant objectives and policies of the proposed regional policy statement, including the Te Manawa Wai objective, LFY 01, which requires the protection of the mode and the health and well-being of Otago's water bodies. Accordingly, I suggest that a precautionary approach is required towards the proposed suction dredging activity, as directed by the Integrated Management Policy, IMP 15, as the effects of dredging the bed of the Clutha River, Mātou, are unknown. In conclusion, in my opinion, the application is narrowly focused on the individual effects of suction dredging, rather than on protecting and safeguarding the health and well-being and the mode of the Clutha River, Mātou. Further, the proposal does not safeguard the relationship of mana whenua with a significant awa.
Thank you, Mr Barr. Any questions?
Me?
Yeah.
Thank you. I did have a couple of questions. First of all, the Queenstown Lakes Operative District Plan, so going back a while, had a separate sort of insert about statutory acknowledgement areas, and I couldn't find anything in the proposed district plan. There was no similar section that I could refer to. Have you come across anything like that in the PDP?
I will check that for you. I do note that the plan does have way tupuna layers.
I'm aware of that chapter, yes.
I just need to check the
Yeah.
overlap between.
Okay, and it was just, the ODP it was just a one-page sort of supplement, but it just sort of explained what the statutory acknowledgement was and how it all works, and I was just wondering if there was anything that had been carried through to the PDP, and what purpose that it played. So if I would appreciate if you could look at that for me, that would be great. The other question I had was if you had any involvement in the PDP through developing the permitted activities for suction dredge mining?
No, I didn't.
No, okay. And the other question was more general, and I may have lost my way on all my notes, but it was just interpretation or how to apply the priorities that you've been talking about under the MPS, freshwater. And I see from, I think, Mr Sycamore and Ms Royce may have applied it, they've linked it to effects, the adverse effect, and I couldn't see any of the provisions that you could link those three priorities. I'm just wondering if you could give me a steer on how those three hierarchies play out in terms of looking at the degree of effect as well. They seem to have sort of come up to the conclusion because they thought the effects were listed minor. Mr Sycamore has said that those priorities, where am I going with it? Yeah, that it was okay, it was acceptable under the MPS is probably where I'm heading. I just wondered if you had any response to the way that's been applied.
Well, certainly my understanding from the case law is that it is, as I noted, a paradigm shift. So whereas the RMA started with, are the effects minor or more than minor? Whereas this is starting from quite a different place. It's starting from the place of what are the intrinsic values of this water body and what is required to manage impacts on those intrinsic values. And I think that is the key issue of concern for mana whenua through the cultural impact assessment and the submission, is that while the application in part addresses effects on health and well-being around the confluences and the exclusion areas, there are key questions unanswered, as Mr Parata has identified. It's only when you have addressed that first tier of the priorities that you can then drop down to the second tier and identify what is required to provide for things like drinking water. And then having satisfied tiers 1 and 2, you then drop into tier 3, which is where suction dredge mining sits.
And in terms of that, you're saying that there's insufficient information to be able to address priority 1 and possibly priority 2.
Well, I've just turned my attention primarily to priority 1.
Yep.
In my opinion, there's insufficient information to provide for priority
Thank you.
1.
Thank you for that.
Craig.
I've just got one question. In paragraph 12 of your evidence, I wondered what you meant by a precautionary approach. Does that mean decline the application or staging, or wanted a bit more steer on that, please?
Well, in my opinion, the cautionary approach
For this case?
for this case is a decline.
Okay, thank you. Here's my question.
Okay. Mr Bile, just a couple of things from me. Your para 24, just your reference there in the last line, this is the pre-circulated evidence, to archaeology. And I thought this is a proposal to dredge the riverbed, and I was just wondering what archaeology might be on the riverbed.
Well, my reference there, I think, was to the overall impacts on that wahi tupuna. That the AE was focused on the impacts on particularly 19th century gold mining and dredging activity. And in my opinion, there wasn't information in the AE that I could identify that talked about an assessment of archaeological values along the banks.
Right. Just exploring that a little bit further, given I think the applicant said they won't dredge within shallow waters, I think it has to be deeper than 0.8 of a metre. Has the activity got potential to affect the banks?
I think potentially the area of potential impact is probably the slipway.
Sorry, I didn't hear
The
that.
slipway.
Oh, the slipway, okay. Paragraph 43. Just get to it. And you emphasise this in your summary too, the applicant hasn't demonstrated in your view that the proposal protects the modern health of the matawao. What would it have to do to have done that? What would need to be different for it to be able to tick that box?
Well, I think the concern again has been canvassed today is that a lot of the research is focused on suction dredging overseas.
Yeah.
And there's been a lack of understanding of what suction dredging does. And again, I'll defer to Mr. Parata and Mr. Edwards, who are ecologists, rather, which I am not. So essentially this application is proposing to dredge up the bed of the matau and to then replace it. So creating, and then potentially drifting wide over the matau. So again, it's my understanding from the evidence is there's been no research done into, the dredge has been operating for 10 years in the lower matau,
Mm-hmm.
and there doesn't appear to be done any research to indicate what impact that has had to give Mana Whenua the confidence that this can be undertaken in the upper matau with safety.
All right. So now just paragraph 46D. In terms of the activity or the effects of the activity being potentially significant, would that reflect the discussion I had with Mr. Parata in terms of significance? Is that
Yes, that's
what
right.
I should refer to there? In terms of the next word, irreversible, are the effects of this activity irreversible?
Again, I think the question in my mind, writing this evidence, is the effects are unknown.
And so just drawing that out a little bit further, so would it be your evidence to us that you simply aren't able to say whether or not they're irreversible?
That is correct.
Now, I had a question in my mind when I read your paragraph 53, the very last sentence where you talk about these significant species, taka species, and I thought to myself, are those species the same ones that are included in the conclusion of the CIA, Cultural Impact Assessment, which were, for example, kāna, kakahi, eggs of multiple fish species, including kāna, galaxid, and migrating alvars? Is that those species? Yeah. Now, I might just bounce back. Either yourself or Mr. Edwards, I'm happy to answer this question. When I read, and it's about the issue of kāna, and I think that Mr. Hammer for the applicant says there are no kāna upstream of the Clyde Dam, and I think Mr. Edwards, you referred to a trap and transfer proposal for kāna, did you? Or referred it? Mr. Parata, sorry, Mr. Parata, you referred to that. Yeah, so what's the status of that? Has that started yet, the trap and transfer for kāna?
It's actually been going for a number of years at the Contact Energy Dam. However, it hasn't been very successful.
Okay.
They've been using the current alva traps to entice the kāna into those traps. And it has worked a few years ago, my understanding, but it hasn't worked for a number of years. So currently we are working with DOC and NIWA around implementing a lamprey passage system.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, we're looking at ways to physically net them from the bottom of the Roxburgh to transport them.
Okay. So in terms of trap and transfer below the Roxburgh Dam, where will they go? Where will you stick them once you've caught them?
Yeah, great question. Manuhita Care has been identified as a place because we've known that we've got evidence that there used to be harvests there traditionally.
Mm-hmm.
And we also want to put them up above the Clyde because there's also evidence around Hawea. So we'll probably have to go above that weir there as well. So by all accounts, those upper reaches they are typical of kāna spawning habitats.
Yeah.
So we want to be able to get them back into those reaches.
So you mentioned the Clyde Dam. Did you mention the Hawea, did you?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the Hawea weir.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So that was above the weir, sorry?
Yes.
All right, thanks, Mr. Fowler. I think that's the end of our questions for you and your team. Thank you very much for coming in, presenting your evidence and answering our questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Welsh has got a question for the applicant.
Thank you. Just before everyone leaves, I'd just like to ask this question. It's relevant to the nighttime dredging activity. I just wondered, is there a light on the dredge nozzle so that you can actually see the bed at nighttime? Okay, thank you.
All right, so somewhat surprisingly, we're almost back on track time-wise. So let's assume it's 3:10 now. We'll adjourn and come back around about 3:30, and Dr. Duxon will hear from you then, and hopefully Dr. Young as well. Thank you. We've got a little breakout room down there.
Okay.
Oh, it's cracking a crank sound of my sword knee.
I'm going to follow.
the sun's gone away.
Making it less cold. Did you ask Thames?
No, but I'm wondering. Sorry? I was just pondering whether or not we could tune it off.
Yes. Yep, I'm
Have we
pretty
got
sure.
more stuff? Sent it through?
Can't annotate it. It's an image file, so you can't.
Highlight it.
Oh, that's good. All right, so we'll resume the hearing. At this stage, we're hearing from Dr. Marilyn Duxon and Dr. John Harris and Dr. Roger Young on Zoom. Yeah. So, sorry, just thanks for the pre-circulated evidence. We've read that, but if you've got some speaking notes, as with all the other witnesses we've heard from, we're happy for you to either read them out to us, or if you want to just summarise your speaking notes, whichever is more convenient for you.
Tried not to replicate too much.
Excellent.
Anyway, thank
Okay,
you for
thank
the
you.
opportunity to present. As Chairman has said, my name is Dr. Marilyn Duxon. Just a really brief background. I have a BSc, an MSc, a PhD, basically in biological sciences. And I taught as a lecturer, senior lecturer at the University of Otago Medical School for almost 30 years. I served on research committees as a reviewer and published over 40 papers in international journals. I outline my professional history as evidence, though, that although I'm not a freshwater scientist, I'm educated in many aspects of biology and accustomed to evaluating the evidence, and I'll come back to the relevance of that in a minute. Just to talk about life too, my present life, my husband and I co-own Māori Point Vineyard and Māori Point Wines at 413 Māori Point Road, Terrace, which we bought as bare land in 2000. The land is adjacent to the River Reserve. The property includes an 8-hectare vineyard and a winery with tasting room, which attracts both local and international visitors. In addition, we live on the land and have a separate cottage that is rented as tourist accommodation. Thus, we're residents living close to the river, have locals and tourists visiting both the winery and the cottage who regularly use the river. We also employ up to 10 local workers. For all of us, the mata'ao is an integral part of our daily environment. I'll now just raise a few points on my, in additional to my original submission, and I'll use the same headings I used in the original submission. So on points 1 and 2 of my original submission on potential effects of the dredge on our personal quality of life and effects on experience of national and international visitors. I mainly want to address the point that I do strongly disagree with the author of the S42A opinion, that the effects on recreational value and the effects on natural character and amenity discussed in section 6.1 S1041A from operation of the cold gold Clutha dredge working the river would be no more than minor. Although our house does not face onto the river, we clearly hear the river flow from the house on quiet days, as there is no bank or any solid obstruction to sound between the bend of the river, which is almost exactly the bend that Peter Hall has shown on his diagram recently. And so there's no obstruction between that bend of the river and our house. Noise from the dredge would be definitely louder than that of the river flow and would be clearly heard from our house and garden. And to live with that constant industrial noise coming from the dredge would have a major effect on the amenity of the environment in which we live. I also disagree with the point that several people have made that the presence of the dredge in the river would not be apparent to many people. Although the river is deeply incised along Māori Point Road, there's a well-established walking and anglers track along the edge of the river from the north of Māori Point Road to the boundary of our property. We walk this track every day, as do most visitors to our cottage and many other neighbours, as well as fishermen. Visitors to the tasting room are invited to picnic by the river. Within the incised environment of the riverbank, both noise and fumes from the dredge would be trapped and amplified for these users, and the deep pleasure of the peaceful river and bush would be much degraded. From our point of view, that the view of the river from the road is limited seems completely irrelevant. We live there, we live that river every day. The number of visitors to the close environment of the riverbank is also expected to increase substantially with the completed of the approved cycleway along the Mata'ao, which will join the existing tracks which currently end just downstream of Luggett and just upstream of Pisa Moorings, and the numbers of cyclists there are expected to be large. In addition, with respect to the amenity of the natural environment which we live, the submitted evidence from Anthony Ward Holmes makes me aware that extended family and visitors swimming and kayaking in the river and floating down the clear stretches of the river, which is a daily event in summer, would likely be endangered should the dredge be in the region and the cables anchoring the dredge be there along the Māori Point part of the river. This would be another significant loss to our enjoyment of life at 413 Māori Point Road, and obviously includes the threat of death or injury to friends and family. I understand some of those issues have been addressed to some extent. I think that we'll hear more about that later. None of these issues are of no more than minor effect to those of us living and recreating along the river. Environmental risks, my third point. On initial reading of the environmental report from E3 Scientific, I was struck by the apparently slight nature of the evidence they used to draw their conclusions, and that's why I earlier mentioned my scientific background. In response to this, because I'm not a freshwater scientist, I sought the advice of a qualified and experienced freshwater biologist, and I'm really grateful to Dr. Roger Young of the Cawthron Institute for agreeing to present his expert evidence on the nature and biology of the Mata'ao Clutha River and risks to the health of the river should this consent be granted. I'll just cover a couple more points before handing over to Dr. Young. My original submission voiced concerns about the risk of spread of Lagorasyphon through the river due to the operation of the dredge, and because of that concern, I contacted Professor Carolyn Burns, Emeritus Professor of Zoology at the University of Otago, who's a freshwater biologist. Her response is copied below, highlighted in blue. Hi Marilyn, I'm really not the person to provide an affidavit about Lagorasyphon, although I do know that the stems are easily broken at nodes and that each internode fragment is capable of rooting and starting a new patch, so that any mechanical disturbance caused by strong currents or strong waves created by wind, jet boats, motorboat propellers, anchors being dropped and retrieved, etc., can lead to stem breakage with the possibility of transport of the fragments downstream. Lagorasyphon is also readily transported to new sites around boat propellers, clinging to the hulls of boats, floating in bilge water and clinging to fishing gear. End of quote. This information suggests that a dredge systematically working the riverbed over a 7-year period is likely to at least accelerate the spread of existing patches of Lagorasyphon into new potential habitat. The last issue I want to address is Didymo, I have no evidence here, I just want to raise the issue that the displacement of Didymo from rocks on the river bottom and into the free running water is another issue which I haven't actually seen addressed in any of the expert evidence so far. As everyone will know, the river bottom, which was once a wonderful clean spectrum of rocks and colours, is now coated in a thick layer of white Didymo, which is upsetting. However, usually there's not a lot of free-floating Didymo, and I wanted to raise the issue that the action of the suction dredge might well displace Didymo from the rocks passing through it and significantly increase the amount of free Didymo floating down the river, which would be very detrimental to the quality of fishing and swimming in the river and be very likely to foul jet boat engines. And I'd appreciate comment on this from other submitters. Finally, my points 4 and 5 on the challenge of this application to the Māori of the river and in support of the cultural assessment submitted by Aokaha. We wish to strongly voice our support for the protection and preservation of the magnificent Mata'ao and to add our voices to those of Aokaha who speak on behalf of the Ngāi Tahu whānau. To quote the submission of Aokaha, the awa has its own whakapapa, is a source of life and well-being, a wellspring of knowledge, memory and connection, and is the focus for identity, unquote. This is not a river to be further raped and exploited for a minor commercial benefit to a few people. It has only just recovered from the attacks of the past century. Please let it live in peace. Ngā mihi, thank you for listening to me. And I pass over to Dr. Roger Young, who I hope is at the other end of a line somewhere.
Yes, just before we hear from Dr. Young, good afternoon, Dr. Young. We can see you. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, loud and clear, thanks.
Excellent. We'll just, Dr. Duxon, we'll just see if we have questions for you first,
Yes,
just
sure.
so while they're fresh in our mind. Craig, any questions for Dr. Duxon?
No, is this going?
Yep.
I don't know if mine's going. Okay. No, I don't. I've looked at where your property is in relation to the river and the slipway that's proposed, and I thought your evidence was quite clear. So, thank you for that.
Thanks.
I've just got a couple of just points from today's, what you've read out today. Just wanted your some information on use of the trail that you walk on every day, how often you see people, is it the same people that you see every day or are there different people? Just we've not heard a lot of information about numbers or use, and I just would appreciate some information around that as a regular user.
Yes, so walking the river every day, I would see almost always my neighbour and his dog, as indeed I have my dog. There's often other people with me as I walk from family. I very often see members of the Kenderdine family who live just north, and also of the Mortimer family who live right at the north end of Māori Point Road. In addition, as I said, we have a cottage that is almost continuously occupied by visitors, Airbnb visitors. They almost always start their day with a walk along the river, so I'll often see them. They're sometimes a little bit later than me, and they tell me they've walked the river. We do invite visitors to the tasting room to go down to the river and have a picnic. We have picnic tables down there just that we use ourselves. So I see signs always of people having walked along the river. You know, you notice things have been moved, things have been left behind. So I would say, you know, there's a relatively constant flow of people. I have, for example, a woofer staying with me from the Netherlands who certainly walks the river every day. And as I said, with the addition of the cycleway, we expect that there will be really a large flow of people close to the river. And you're really very cut off from the environment of the farms and everything else that's going on down there. Those of us along the Māori Point stretch have made it quite an effort to remove pest species of plants and to encourage the regeneration of the kanuka, cabbage trees, a lot of planting of other natives that are endemic to the region. So we are really trying hard to regenerate that part of the riverbank and restore the experience of that riverbank to what it once might have been. There are also 2 known Mahinga Kai sites along that stretch of river and one Nohoanga, seasonal settlement site.
Okay. And in terms of visibility, first of all, how long is that stretch of river that you can walk along the trail? And would that be somewhere that you think would be useful for us to get an appreciation of views of the potential dredge on that stretch of river?
Certainly. I think that the bit I walk regularly is probably about 1 kilometre, where the track is well established. As we go further south, the public road was at some stage bought or ceased to exist to the south of us, where there's a large pine forest. We do still walk through that area, but you're not easily able to stay right on the riverbank because there's a steeper bluff.
Right.
And yes, you would be very welcome to come and walk along those properties.
And I had another question on visibility of the river from that trail. Are you beside the river?
Yes,
Are you
you're
above
right
the
beside
river?
the river.
Right, and there's good visibility of the river from
absolutely.
the trail?
It's sometimes when the river is high, it comes up a little bit over the track. It's a gently terraced riverbank, as I said, with very good bush regenerating there, and you're right by the water. You look at it all the time.
And my last questions were around you mentioned the approved cycleway.
Yep.
Yeah, just some more information on where that's at. Has construction started?
It
in
hasn't
terms of
started.
approved?
They told us it was going to start last winter.
Right.
I think that our last information from them was that they were still awaiting some dock consents, and that was running rather slowly. Right. I meant to look up the name of the company who's doing the development. Right.
Do you know if it's been granted consent from the district councils?
I believe so.
Right.
I believe so. It's certainly in an advanced state of planning, because they've been working for at least 3 years, I'd say, getting the consents from all the landowners.
Okay, who's driving that? Is that the Upper Clutha Cycle Trust or something like that?
I think it might be.
Right.
Yeah, I should know. I should have tried to find those.
Okay.
But I'll try harder and send it on to you if you'd like me to.
And you mentioned, I think on your second page under environmental risks, that it was a 7-year period. Forgive me if I'm wrong, it might be 10 years.
in one of the more recent documents where it said 7 years rather than 10, and I was surprised.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I just might
maybe
get that clarified
wrong.
by the applicant if it was 7 or 10 years. Yes.
So we've linked it to the expiry of the mining permit,
Right.
which is, I think, 25th of February 2031.
Okay. Thank you. That was all I had. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Duxon, some questions.
sorry.
Yeah,
I was trying to run away.
that's all right. Yeah, you mentioned that your house doesn't face the river, but is the river visible from your house?
No, it's not. We deliberately didn't put the house on the riverbank. We thought...
Yeah, no, that's fine. Is it visible from the winery?
No, it's visible from the north of the property.
Okay.
But not from the winery.
From your garden?
The land is flat and then slopes down into what was an old bend of the
Yeah.
Clutha, and from the top of the bank you can look to the river.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's not now my garden. No, it's the garden
okay.
of the Airbnb.
Oh yeah, and you mentioned you have a cottage on your property, so
Yeah.
the river visible from that cottage?
From just north of the cottage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Kirsten Rice, if you can hear us, just in terms of the question about land use consents or otherwise being required and or granted for the extension of the cycleway, can you address that in your end of hearing report to us, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So, Dr. Young, we now turn to you. Thank you very much for providing your initial statement to Dr. Duxon and then for reformatting that into a statement of expert evidence. We've read that, so you don't need to read it out loud to us, but you are very welcome to highlight key points and to respond to any information that you've come across in relation to this application subsequent to writing that brief statement. And then we'll see if we have questions for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I've prepared a shorter summary, but I'll probably just go through and summarise key points from that. Yeah, my qualifications and experience were provided in my evidence, and I confirm that I'll comply with the Code of Conduct for expert witnesses. My evidence was focused on key water quality and aquatic ecology issues associated with the activities being applied for. So one of the key things I was wanting to raise is the existing environment, the fact that the Upper Clutha River is a lake-fed river, which is responsible for the outstanding water clarity of the river. The flow changes are buffered by the lake upstream, so the river does not experience the same level of extreme highs and lows that would be typical of a rain-fed river. And similarly, sediment washed into Lake Wanaka settles out within the lake, so there's a low supply of sediment to the Upper Clutha River. And that means that the water is exceedingly clear in my evidence. Over the last 5 years, it's an average of over 5 metres, whereas the lower Clutha River, where the applicant is currently operating, is less than 2 metres of average clarity over that same period. My main concern relates to the disturbance of the riverbed and the discharge of fine sediment from the activity. There's a wide range of effects of fine sediment on the macroinvertebrates and benthic fishes when it's up in the water column, and as it is discharged, it will reduce water quality, and when that fine sediment settles, it's potentially smothering the riverbed and reducing food and habitat quality for invertebrates. There's also direct effects of fine sediment on fish, affecting their feeding and potentially their irritating and clogging their gills. When the water clarity is high, as it is in the Upper Clutha, it takes only a very small amount of sediment to have a substantial effect on water clarity. So in very clear water, you add a small amount of sediment, it's very evident, whereas a more turbid water, you can add a lot of sediment without much apparent difference. So it's not a linear effect of a change in clarity with sediment. Again, coming back to the lake-fed source, because it is a lake-fed source, the sediment doesn't go up and down with rainfall. The clarity, the river remains relatively clear even after rainfall. The sediment disturbed by dredging has probably been there for a long time. It's not as though there's sediment moving through the system, because the sediment upstream is trapped in the lake. So release of that sediment from the bed of the river will be quite an unusual thing for the Upper Clutha River, and therefore potentially affecting the ecological and aesthetic values. And that all combined means that, yeah, I think a substantial sediment plume is likely to be evident in the Upper Clutha downstream of dredging activities. In terms of measurement of sediment and water clarity, in my opinion, the turbidity and suspended sediment concentrations are not appropriate measures of water clarity in a high clarity environment like the Upper Clutha River. The horizontal black disc method is the preferred approach used to measure water clarity in rivers. Just wanted to make a comment on the flow and habitat stability. So the applicant several times in the application refers to a highly unstable environment, the river being highly variable and unstable, highly dynamic and mobile, with an unstable benthic environment. And I'm keen to point out that the opposite of true again, because of that lake-fed outlet. The flows are much more hydraulically stable than you'd expect in a rain-fed river, and therefore they don't go up and down, and you don't have the bed moved around by the high flows. And similarly, that settling of the sediment means you don't have pulses of sediment coming down the river. It's a very stable riverbed, and that That stability in flow and the bed contributes to some of the outstanding characteristics of the Upper Clutha River. Just moving on to trout spawning and egg incubation, I noted the application was going to focus their activities in a smaller, reduced area over the trout spawning period, just raising the concern that the period of egg incubation within the gravels is potentially not taken into account in this assessment. So after spawning has occurred, the trout eggs will stay within the gravels for about 4 to 6 weeks, and then the young trout, once they have emerged, will also seek shelter within the gravels for an additional period. So I think there needs to be consideration of those additional requirements. Finally, I share the concern raised in the Babbage audit report about the inadequacy of the sampling undertaken in the S3 scientific report that was appended to the application. I was particularly surprised that more than 20 years of data from Otago Regional Council water quality and macroinvertebrate monitoring right within the affected reach were not considered, and also in terms of context, the lake-fed nature of the Upper Clutha River and that outstanding clarity and bed stability were also appeared to be overlooked in the assessment of effects, which I consider as a major omission. That's my summary, thanks.
Now, Dr. Young, just before I hand over to questions, we received some speaking notes from Mr. Hammer, who's the aquatic ecologist for the applicant. Have you been able to see a copy of those speaking notes? Because he referred to some...
Yes, I have seen those. Yes, I've got them here.
Yeah, so he responded to your statement. Has anything he said in response to your original statement led you to change your opinion on any of the matters he addresses?
Not really, no. His response to his suggestion about particle sizes being the reason for the difference in relationship between suspended sediment concentration and turbidity, I consider that might be a reason for the difference that I noted in my evidence. Point number 10 of his speaking notes, he refers to the dredging not occurring in the shallow water. Well, that was my point, was that the trout spawning will occur in all depths of water. The evidence suggests that spawning doesn't just occur in water shallower than 0.8 metres, and it doesn't occur in very shallow water, less than 15 centimetres, but it will occur in deeper water and well beyond 0.8 of a metre. He comments about the macroinvertebrate sampling and the fact that there was 3 samples taken, and the results from those 3 samples were in a similar range to those that the Otago Regional Council sampling has occurred. I recognise that's true. I think that's probably good luck rather than good management, but yeah, it is 3 samples from the river, on the edges of the river, and I accept that the results are somewhat in the same range.
All right, and we'll see if we have questions for you. Jane, questions?
I do just have a few questions, and it was just trying to get a better understanding of the extent of the effects that you have identified. The first one was the mechanical. You state that in paragraph 16 that the mechanical disturbance directly affects the stream bed, and I wanted to understand, what do you consider the extent of that effect would be?
My reading of the application suggests that the dredge sucks up the riverbed down to quite a depth and moves it through, and the dredge moves around and is continuously dredging different parts of the river that are considered to be likely gold bearing areas, I guess. So over a long period, that would be a continuous disturbance in a relatively localised area, but as they move around, it would cover a broad area of the river. And so, yeah, I think it's a large area of the river that would be covered over time. And then the sediment that's disturbed will be discharged downstream from the dredge depending on the type of sediment. Coarse material will drop out of the water column quickly, whereas fine material and organic material will move downstream quite some distance, I anticipate.
And just on that, I'm still trying to understand if you think it's a low effect, a significant effect. Have you had any thought on that?
From my perspective, I think it's a significant effect. It's really turning over the riverbed completely. It's not just skimming off the surface, it's really just sucking up the riverbed, and I understand that the plan is to cover a large proportion over time of the riverbed. So I think that's, yeah, it's a large section of river, almost 30 kilometres of river.
And in
An
paragraph...
area that's not used to disturbance.
Okay, sorry. And in paragraph 31, once again, just the concern raised with the sediment deposition reducing the quality of spawning. Once again, just interested in your opinion on to what extent would that effect have on the spawning?
Yeah, the survival of eggs within the gravels is dependent on a lack of fine sediment. It could potentially be clogged up and the eggs won't get the oxygen to them that they need to survive. There'll be patches in the river where there is a lot of sediment, or there may be some sediment there now, and other areas that are less embedded. In general, the river is quite embedded, but being a lake outlet river, it's quite a stable substrate, so there isn't it isn't regularly disturbed and open gravels like in some systems, so it's quite an embedded system to start with.
That was all I had, thank you.
Great. He's busted it.
Thank you for that. It's my little comic error for the day. I was just forming my last minute question based on what you just said then, but I've got some other questions that are in paragraph 15 you talk about the upper Clutha supporting very high trout densities. I just wondered if you could clarify, does this include the stretch that we're considering?
I think it might be a bit further upstream. I think it was the reach around Albert Town rather than the reach below the Luggett Bridge. But I would expect the trout densities around the Luggett Bridge area to be a little bit lower than at Albert Town, but still high compared to other rivers around the country.
And also just wanted to get a second opinion on whether the macro invertebrates would be throughout the riverbed, not just on the shoreline. I think Mr. Hammer pointed that out this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be right across the riverbed, in deep water, fast water, shallow water, slow water. They'll be everywhere, different types in different places.
So how representative is that shoreline sampling, in your opinion?
Not very representative.
Now, you mentioned that the paragraph 18, that the sediment that would be disturbed by the dredging has probably accumulated slowly over years to decades. So my question is, what do you have? Is it likely that the material that will be uplifted through the dredging process will contain a reasonable amount of fine sediments?
I imagine so, yes.
So that would contribute to a plume behind the dredge if it was disturbed?
Yes, yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on the possible visibility of the plume and to what extent it would fan out behind the dredge? Or has there been not enough work done on that?
There's limited information. I noted the study that was reported in the E3 scientific report that was appended to the application, and there was also an aerial or a satellite image of the dredge operating, which gives some idea. The plume will be relatively narrow immediately behind the dredge and at its most intense, and then it will widen as it extends downstream. I think, as I mentioned, with the much higher water clarity of the upper Clutha compared to the middle and lower reaches of the Clutha, the extent of the plume will be much more visible in that clear water because it'll be much more contrasting. And as I said earlier, you only need to add a small amount of sediment to very clear water and it makes a very big difference to the clarity. I don't know how far downstream it would go. It would depend on the size of if it's fine glacial sediment, it would travel quite a long time, I imagine.
And given that there's no natural flooding disturbance, is it likely that the sediment that has settled over time will be, on the first disturbance with the dredge more noticeable? Like, is it going to kick up more than some river that has been affected by flooding regularly?
It's probably river dependent, depending on how much fine sediment is sitting in the gravels. But yes, I think it would be, because it's such a stable system, that fine sediment has been sitting there and accumulating for a long time, and when it is first disturbed, it would be very evident, I think.
So you mentioned it depends on the particular river. We've got limited information with respect to the upper Clutha in terms of grab samples, haven't we?
Yes, yeah.
Do you think it would have been useful to get grab samples of the riverbed as part of this AEE?
I think so, yes. It would be interesting to know if there is fine sediment, what is the predominant substrate within the upper river? Is there I imagine there's a mix of cobbles. My visits to the river, there's gravels and cobbles in some areas, but presumably in amongst that in the riverbed there is a lot of fine sediment too.
So without that information, it's difficult to project what size or visibility the plume will have. Is that correct? Okay. How significant would the effects on the natural character of the riverbed be? I think one of my colleagues asked the question about the effects on the riverbed, but I'm thinking in terms of the natural character of the river system. What's your opinion on that?
I'm not a natural character expert, but in terms of the ecological impacts, it's making a significant effect of disturbing an area that isn't regularly disturbed, releasing sediment that wouldn't be regularly released. So I think that's a significant effect on the ecological values. In terms of natural character, I can't really comment.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Young, just a couple of questions from me. You mentioned in paragraph 7 the Upper Clutha was one of the sites that you studied during your PhD. Can you just remind us what your PhD was about?
I was measuring oxygen changes and organic matter in river systems and looking at growth of, or the rates of algal growth in rivers. So I had a site just around the Luggett Bridge, just downstream of the Luggett Bridge.
Okay.
Along with other sites around
Yep.
the place.
All right, thank you for that. In terms of this application before us involving the dredging of a major river, are you familiar with any other similar activities from your work experience? Any other dredging of major rivers that you've been involved with or aware of?
No, I haven't been involved in any dredging.
Okay. Paragraph 13, you say that the MCI scores are relatively low, and they would typically represent mild to moderate pollution, but in the case of the Upper Clutha, they're more likely to reflect the lake-fed nature and stable flows of the river. Why is that? How does that work? How does that drive the low MCI?
In lake outlet rivers, because of that stable flow, there isn't the repeated disturbance and recovery that goes on in river and rain-fed rivers. So lake outlet rivers, I think I mentioned further down in paragraph 13, they're often dominated by filter feeding caddisflies. The plankton in lakes drifts out of the lake in the lake outlet river, and that plankton is a major. The filter feeding caddisflies they're like spider webs. They put out little nets in the water and capture that plankton, and it's an incredibly rich food resource. And so lake out rivers across the world are renowned for high densities of those filter feeding caddisflies. They don't have a very high MCI score, and so the high abundance of those means that it gets a moderate score.
Okay. And those caddisflies, are they sensitive to suspended sediment, particularly fine sediments?
Yes, yeah, they're capturing particles from the water, and so if it's food particles, that's great, but if their nets are getting clogged up with fine sediment, that will make their feeding activities problematic.
And at paragraph 16, fourth line down in brackets, you have, you mentioned macroinvertebrates and benthic fish. Are there what species of benthic fish in particular would you be concerned about in this situation?
There's upland bully and common bully, they'll be right in amongst the gravels. The longfin eels will be seeking shelter within the gravels as well.
Okay.
Benthic means living on the bottom of the river.
Yep.
Sorry, I should have said that.
Yeah. Now, just in terms of this vexed issue of us measuring the sediment plume and potential development of trigger levels, etc., the applicants, ecologists, have looked at the options and concluded that a turbidity meter is the most practicable option. Do you think that can be made to work in a situation like this?
I have my doubts. I don't think so. The turbidity measurement is very insensitive at the clear end of the spectrum, so I imagine the turbidity in the Upper Clutha might be something like 0.8, And if you go from 0.8 to 1.0, which is a very small change in turbidity, that would be quite a large change in water clarity. So the resolution at that high end is very poor for turbidity measurements. And that's why I would recommend clarity, because it's very sensitive. It's the exact opposite. It's a very sensitive measure at the clear end and an insensitive measure at the turbid end of the spectrum.
Right, that's, in my mind, that's quite an important issue. Would you be able to take the time just to write that down for us, just with the verbal response you've given, just sort of write that out in an expanded paragraph so that as lay people we can be crystal clear about the point you're making there. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Okay. If notwithstanding, oh sorry, I'll let you write that down.
Yep, I remember. Yep. Thanks.
That's good. Now, just in the situation, should we be minded to grant consent, and if we were persuaded on the applicant's evidence that a turbidity meter was the only way or the best way to go in terms of assessing the plume, would it be possible in your mind to derive either a suspended sediment or an NTU trigger level that would say, hang on, this is an effect it's too big and the activity should cease? Could that be made to work in that regard?
Yeah, potentially. There is uncertainty around that, as I said, due to the lack of sensitivity in the measurements. But it's conceivable. I'd be just worried that it would be the error in the measurement error in the turbidity sensor would be probably in the range that you're talking about in terms of limits. So yeah, I think that would be the real difficulty.
Yeah. Okay. Or maybe if you could just include that in that written response you're going to give to us on your views on the turbidity meter. Great. Yep. And just my last question, in terms of your paragraph 30 and your concern about the extension of the disturbance exclusion period by 2 to 3 months for the egg incubation and the alvean sheltering. So translating that to dates, what would that mean for a shutout period from what date to what date? From start date to end date? Can you, top of your mind, or do you need to think about that and come back to us?
Probably have to come back to you. It's probably, sporting is generally starting in April and for brown trout and goes through to May, early June. Rainbow trout is a bit later on. And then if you add another couple of months after that, then yeah, you're probably talking April through to September, October, something like that.
All right, so maybe, given you're going to do a little bit of written response for us on the turbidity meter, can you just confirm that advice in writing for us?
Yeah.
And of course, just set out the basis for that. That would be, which I think you've just said to us verbally, but if you could just put that in writing, that would be great. And Dr. Young, that's the end of my questions for you, but thank you very much for your evidence and for answering our questions. I'll just check with my colleagues. Any follow-up matters?
No, thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Dr. Young.
Thank you.
Oh, and how soon do you think you'll be able to get that written material to us?
5 o'clock.
Oh.
Let's say by the end of tomorrow we'll be fine.
Okay.
Great.
Do I send it to Tamsin, is that right?
Yes, if you can send it to Tamsin, that'll be great, and she'll distribute it to us and to Dr. Duxon and to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the next and last submitter on our list for the day is Duncan Kenderdine, who hopefully is appearing on Zoom.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Kenderdine, we can not only hear you, we can see you as well.
Spectacular.
So now the time is yours to speak to your submission and highlight any concerns that you have.
Tēnā koutou, Duncan Kenderdine, Pukuingoa. I trust you have a copy of my speaking notes, my talking notes.
Yes.
And I will start by apologising, but they're somewhat haphazard in brevity nature due to not normally handing the talking notes over. I do intend to highlight components of my submission, dated the 5th of November, in the order in which that submission is presented. And I will take questions at the end. I've read the landscape assessment peer review report and the opening submissions of council on behalf of the applicant. I've also read with interest the submissions of Anthony Ward Holmes, Esther Water, Marilyn Duxon and John Harris, Kim Fogelberg, and the submitters on behalf of Olkaha. Just referencing, the property that we own is just adjacent to Murray Point and upstream. And if I can, at the end, I'll show you some photos that were taken while you were talking to Marilyn Duxon of the riverbank.
Great, thank you.
First, and obviously a major point for discussion has been the landscape. We can all agree that the Clutha Mata'o is an outstanding natural feature or landscape, and I agree with both the landscape assessment and the peer review to that point. I'm somewhat confused as to the weight placed on the experience of a landscape by a driver of a vehicle. To that point, I note the word vehicle does not occur in either the RMA in a landscape context or Te Tanga a Te Mano Aotearoa, the NZILA landscape assessment criteria. Whether or not an outstanding natural landscape or feature is seen from a car does not mean that it does or does not exist, nor that the negative effects on the outstanding natural landscape or feature are mitigated by the fact someone in a car may not experience it. This is where my disagreement with the landscape assessment starts. The peer review states on a number of occasions, paragraph 42, 45, 47, 53 and 65, that the visual effects would be moderate to low to moderate to high, thus pushing the activity into the context of minor or more than minor on my reading of the scale that is contained within those landscape assessment guidelines. It also highlights that the activity would occur in an area or view shaft for more than a year. This is not what most normal people would call temporary. The peer review and videos provided by submitters highlight the activity as being better suited to an industrial zoning than an outstanding natural landscape or feature, albeit in muted colours. While the legal submission infers that a lack of information can be appropriate, I would submit that the hurried nature of both the landscape assessment and the peer review has been a challenge for both authors. Had the landscape assessment been able to have the chance to view the river from the river itself, or the number of houses adjacent to it, would the assessment of impact of negative effects been closer to that of the peer reviewer? And would those of the peer reviewer been higher than they had they had that opportunity? I submit that both the assessment and the peer review can be seen to be incomplete until they have had that opportunity. And I note you were just talking before to Marilyn about access to the riverbank. We could provide access to houses above the river or to private property along the edge of the riverbank in the next 24 hours for yourselves and for the landscape assessor and peer reviewer if that would assist the Commission. Noise in the landscape being compliant. Noise landscapes were not properly addressed in the landscape assessment and the peer review due to being stated as being in compliance. Conversely, evidence presented by the applicant in their application shows this not to be the case, and I'll discuss this further below. I would request that the Commissioners test the impact of including non-complying noise with the Section 42A and Landscape Experts Review of Landscape. Cultural attributes. Inference from the applicant's legal team that if there are no physical effect, then there is no reference point for consideration of metaphysical effects. As the peer review points out, some effects will be more than minor, if only temporary, not temporarily, and of sufficient impact to recommend an additional exclusion area, that around the scientific area. This shows that there are physical effects and hence consideration of impact on cultural attributes is required to be weighted sufficiently. Note also that the designation of the Waihi Tupuna in the QLDC district plan is a higher bar perhaps than the background, and I realise there's a long discussion about the permitted baseline, but the background to the cases that were raised in the applicant's legal submissions. Recreational values. I disagree with the peer review that there are few opportunities for safe swimming. And I say that because you can actually access the river in a number of places. And oftentimes the edge of the riverbank, there are nooks or wee hollows that are safe to swim in for many people. Marilyn's grandchildren have been seen in the river as an example. I note the peer review suggestion that other dredging to continue at the same time, and I realise there's been some further conversation about that this morning regarding whether or not what was perceived as permitted versus the larger dredge can operate at the same time. My assumption had been that to this point that they would not be occurring at the same time. And I do wonder whether all of the experts have taken into consideration that not only could we have the big dredge, but we could have 4 or 5 little dredges at the same time. There was a lot of discussion about the limited access in the landscape assessment and the landscape peer review, and they compare that to the Wanaka lakefront. My submission is that that's not necessarily that helpful. One of the landscape attributes, obviously, of the outstanding natural feature is its seclusion and its quietness. It's not destined to be that picture postcard with hundreds of people on the waterfront. But the scientific reserve has an approximate 4 kilometres of river frontage. You can just drive through a gate to get there, and often there are cars at the start of the Sandy Point Walk, which is on the Luggett Terrace State Highway. I wholeheartedly disagree with the legal submission on assessments of effects re the Central Otago District Council. Likely impacts of the proposal versus multiple smaller dredges are similar. As I pointed out in my main submission, paragraph 58, I have floated past in the river one of those smaller dredges, and there is no way that you can consider that to be even close to similar. I also would point out that I haven't actually seen any evidence other than mine on the impact of those multiple smaller dredges in terms of landscape or the effect on recreational users, so I'm not sure what that legal submission is based on. I also point out that the economic argument that has been raised also this morning could be ignored, as 4 to 5 dredges operating at the same time would create a similar level of employment, and therefore that cancels each other out. Clearly the submission and it doesn't meet the test of the CODC 5.8, which is about on work on waterways, water surface and margin resource area, where it states that free and unrestricted passage of vehicles on the water surface will continue. Clearly the videos presented and the drawings that have literally just been presented to the Commission show a restraint on the free movement of vessels and or people up and down the river. I refer there to the submission of Anthony Allhow Ward Homes, read the anchor height and length. And as I don't know if you've had the chance to look at the video, but you can see that the line is suspended above the water by a significant distance. That has and is almost, on the video that I watched, was very hard to see. So imagine a jet skier coming past there in literally a rate of knots, and I mean many knots, as they travel pretty fast up and down here, and collecting that line Conversely, if that line is anywhere between the surface of the water and a distance of 1.5 metres under the water, someone might, like me floating down, could get trapped against it. And the highest risk for people floating is objects directly underneath the surface of the water. So whether or not it enters the water is largely irrelevant. It's actually how far underneath the water and how wide across the river flow it goes. In terms of the discussion about the outstanding natural landscape or feature, and the fact that the submission raises the applicant raises in lots of times that they are doing this down the river, so therefore they should be able to do it up the river, and the fact that the landscape assessment and peer review both say that the stretch of the Clutha Mata Ao is outstanding. The only other similar river that drains into Lake Dunstan is the Kawaro, and there commercial boating activities shall not take place under the Central Otago District Plan. It is also an outstanding natural landscape. Further, the legal submission states that no substantial progress is being progressed, and Commissioner Sinclair, I realise your questions to Marilyn Duxon were on this matter regarding the walking and cycling trail. I have a copy of the completed easement between one of my neighbours, the Central Otago District Council, and the Southern Lakes Trails Trust. Somewhat ironically, it's been compiled by the law firm of Galloway Cook Allen, who I believe is also representing the applicant. There are a number of these easements that have been signed off by private property owners, the CODC and Southern Lakes Trails Trust, to enable the application for consent of that trail sometime later this year or earlier next year, I hope. To that end, I understand that all of the private property access between the current end of the river trail downstream from the Nook and Smiths Way, which is over 30 kilometres, has been agreed in this manner, which has been quite an exercise and good progress. Point that out because I believe that actually constitutes a substantial proposal, and I do believe it is being progressed. I'd also point out that as an example of positive community engagement of a development in this area, we as the landowner that we are do not need to give the Southern Lakes Trail Trust an easement. However, they rang us and emailed us to offer to meet, to explain the proposal, to explain how it might work, what the options were, and any of the issues that we thought we might have, despite the fact that in theory I have no legal requirement to talk to them. I highlight that against this application and the way in which it's been carried out. Outstanding natural feature and outstanding natural landscape. I just have a quote there of an objective from the Central Otago District Council, which I'm sure one of the others obviously references. But I would like to highlight that to protect the district's outstanding natural landscapes and outstanding natural features from the adverse effects of use and development, and I left out subdivision, clearly there are adverse effects. Purpose of the outstanding natural landscapes and outstanding natural feature designations and assessments within the area are to protect them, not to adversely affect them. Operational constraints and risk, and again, that's been discussed this morning, and I've talked before about the video of the barge showing mooring lines well above the water, significant hazard to recreational water users. I'd also note that in my submission, paragraph 47, I had the phrase hard to see and hard to hear. That is obviously people on the barge will be unable to see and unable to hear recreational users in a lot of cases. They may not appear on the cameras, but they may be caught up in some part of the structure or the mooring lines that are attached to the structure. And I just thought I should point that out, that it's not the other way around, because clearly the barge will be obvious and loud. Progressing now to noise. Of note, the receiving environment that we are in is that the neighbours have recently tested the noise levels, and the daytime level is approximately 40 dBA, and the night time is down towards the limit of the recording device in the order of 20 to 25 dBA. So in noise terms, that's very quiet, and hence Marilyn gave her submission that she could hear the river even though she doesn't overlook it. We can't see a pump station, but we can hear it at night, and it's a relatively quiet pump station. So as an example of the way that noise travels in this part of the world. I note that the balance of probabilities argument raised in regards to the information provided. Obviously, the noise data provided by the applicant confirms on the balance of probabilities that houses within 150 metres of the operating dredge as it exists now will observe noise in excess of the CODC, if not in the QLDC rules as well. I make reference to the fact that I'm not a landscape, I'm not a noise expert in my evidence, but my reading of the QLDC level rules is that it's anywhere within the site, not just the notional boundary. And the sites that are adjacent to the upper part of the assessment area that we're talking about are much closer to the river than 175 metres. So how people can keep reiterating that we will comply with the noise level is something of a mystery. There's also references to the existing noise environment, and again, Commissioner Sinclair, I think you raised this with the landscape expert on behalf of the applicant earlier. I would attempt to describe that. So yes, we're a rural area, but in the course of a year, we will have mechanical crop harvesting in adjacent paddocks and across the river. That will be a relatively short duration. They tend to go through pretty quickly. They do work all hours of day and night when they're harvesting. So 3 to 4 days later, the activity is done and they're gone. I would also suggest that they don't breach that noise limit, although I haven't tested it. Bird guns are referred to. These are random, they're not consistent, and really longer do they last for a 4-week period. And frost fans do exist. They're a short duration, really more than a few hours in the morning, and sporadic days during the year. And jet boats and jet skis, yes, they're noisy, but they're very, very short durations, and they're normally between the hours of 10 and 2 in peak summer days, which is by the time people have got onto the river or the lake. It takes a wee while to get to where we are. And just to that, I point out the conversation that was had about signage, and that most of the jet boats and jet skis that we see come from Lake Dunstan. So, and there's a number of areas on those, in that water body where people can launch boats. So they would need to be included in any conversation about signage. The lawyer for the applicant has made the comment on the ground and of the existing environment a couple of times. I will point out that that is this very quiet, short duration noise activities is the on the ground existing environment over the last decade along the stretch of the river. And then finally, we're on to the conditions discussion. Scientific reserve exclusion was raised in the landscape peer review. One of the reasons for that is because of its seclusion, its quietness, and its because of the incised nature of the bank on both sides, that was worth protecting. That's a roughly 4 kilometre long boundary, 250 metres plus potentially for 3 months equals 4 years of this activity running along the edge of the scientific reserve. So I wholeheartedly endorse, if you're a matter to grant this consent, that you exclude that scientific reserve for exactly that reason. I understand this morning that a residential property exclusion has been proposed. And I guess I take this point, which was part of my ad lib, if that like, at the end of my written component, to raise that one of the real challenges with this whole application is the varying and sporadic nature of information and effects. That I raised the issue of noise in June, and it takes until today that we get a potential suggestion from the applicant that there would be a area around houses that might be excluded. There's a suggestion there for noise testing. I would go, having discussed this with a noise person, he said surely this is back to front. Normally you do the noise testing to create the exclusion areas, and that is what goes in the consent, not the activity in the first place. Because effectively you're doing a second consenting round in that process. And I'm sure there's some legal discussion for how that would work or not work. However, if it was to occur, I would strongly suggest that not only would it need to be certified by a general manager, which is totally in line with the adaptive management approach that includes, but that it also involves a degree of community engagement and engagement with the various houses in the process. And then finally, duration and activity. In my main body of my submission, I talk about the fact that this really should be treated as an industrial zone where people get to park up a small factory whenever they like. And again, the grappling with, as it's clear the Commission is, as to what exactly happens during the next 7 to 10 years. There's some debate over 7 to 10 years as to how long this boat will actually be dredging and what happens to it when it isn't. If it's 1,500 metres per year, which is what I could draw from some of Peter Hall's conversation this morning, that could occur quite quickly. That could be over in a matter of months. I would then suggest that the boat should be taken off the river because there is no good use of it on the river, rather than just leaving it there. There was a suggestion in the peer reviews, suggested consensus that a 3-month period of not used would be suggested. I would suggest that as soon as it's finished being used and not intended to be used for another period of over a month, then it should be removed from the river. There's lots of things that have come up this morning, but I think maybe I'll just give you a chance for questions before I go any further.
Yeah, thank you. We'll assume that is your presentation. So now we'll see if we have questions for you. Jane, questions?
Oh, yes, I do have some questions, Mr. Kentine. Thank you very much. I just had a couple. One was on, you said you saw what probably would be a permitted size of the dredge, and you said it was vastly different. Can you just describe what it looked like, or how big it was, or just to give me a better understanding of what a permitted activity would look like?
So what I saw, and I stand to be corrected that this is exactly what they're talking about, was I would suggest maybe 4 metre long, 2 aluminium tubes with a deck in between with an engine on top, and a pipe going over the edge, and some degree of filtering equipment on top. So relatively small, and a small generator / motor running on top of it. And it has been sort of inferred, attached to the bank rather than floating with wires going out either side to the riverbank. So that, I don't know how long the applicant, Mr. Halls, had the licence, but it was relatively recently upstream of us, about three years ago, upriver. So I'm not sure whether he leased it out or someone was just chancing their own. But floating past, it's, you know, it made the noise of a small farm motorbike sort of thing, trundling away. It was a point of some interest. It was of no threat or danger. And as you will have heard, my concern a lot about the health and safety risk for recreational users. And basically had little or no impact on my use as a recreator. 3 or 4 of those might be a bit odd in a row down the river, but over the 20 odd kilometres we're talking about, the impact would be low, and that, as I submit, is why exactly those types of dredges are a permitted activity rather than floating factories.
The other question I had, you would have heard my discussion with Dr. Duxton just previously about the use of the walking trails in the vicinity of where you live. Would you agree with, and I was trying to work out how many people use the trail, you know, if it's just residents or if it's other people. Do you agree with what the advice that she gave us, or is there anything you would add to that?
No, that's about right. It obviously varies during the seasons and who's staying, and in summer you'll have people camping down there, friends of homeowners, or given it's Esplanade Reserve, people do camp there if they want to. Yeah, so yes, I would agree with predominantly with what Dr. Duxton said.
And the other question I had is on, well, there's 2 questions. One was how many homes live in the vicinity of where you are, how many dwellings there are. And the second question was, like a typical day in summer, what would you see in terms of activity on the river, just to get a better understanding of that?
Okay. In my main application, I don't know if you've had a
yes,
look
I have
at that.
read it, but just maybe refresh
so the
me.
2 attachments, which are in, excuse me one moment, Appendix B, Map 1 and Map 2.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're quite good on a screen, not so good if you've got a black and white version. But so some of those houses are 200 to 250 metres apart, and that's not, if you take map 1 for instance, that's definitely not all of the houses in that area, but it is the ones most adjacent to the river. If you're looking at map 1 to help you put things in context, Marilyn's house, where she can hear the river from, is, you see the letter E,
yep.
And you can sort of see Marrow Point Road heading down the page. Marilyn's house is about halfway between the E and Marrow Point Road.
Okay.
So that would be, I'm going to hazard a guess, 400 to 500 metres from the river, and you can still hear the river, and that shows how quiet it is. Hence, I have to say I'm very surprised around the nature of the evidence that it will comply when there hasn't been an exclusion zone around houses, because, and I think what's useful for the discussion of what the water is like or the river is like from those houses, if you turn to 2 pages on to appendix, that's in appendix B, you go past the 2 maps and you come to Paulson Terrace, which is, I have listed as A.
Yes.
You can see at the top there you've got the house and a little white line which shows roughly the distance from the notional boundary and out into the river. In this case, It's about 70 metres. And then you have an approximate photograph from the same point. Now, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that a dredge parked in there for 3 months. I'm sorry, but that is not a low impact activity. That is a very high impact activity. Yeah, so in terms of people along the riverbank, yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. That's very helpful. And that was all I had. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Moved it forward without breaking it. That's good. Just wanted to clarify a few matters. Are you appearing as a landscape expert?
No.
As a lay submitter?
As an architect.
As an architect.
As I have an architecture degree.
I saw that. That's why I just wanted to clarify what.
But no, I'm submitting as a neighbour affected party.
Okay. Thank you. Next thing is a bit of homework for Ms. Royce, please, if you're listening. With respect to paragraph 2, there's talk about recreational users again. I wondered if you could attempt to find any statistics about the number of kayaks, rafting, jet boating, jet skiers along the stretch of the proposal that we're looking at, please.
I can certainly try.
Thank you.
And sorry, yes, that was part of Commissioner Sinclair's request before. In summer, on an average day, you would have at least one jet boat or jet ski go up the river. What happens though is you end up with periods of relatively high activity. So normally, not on a public holiday, but very close to it, which I think was about the 2nd or 3rd of January, you would end up with a kayak race where you would end up with 60 or 70 kayaks coming past, kayaking often from by the outlet down to the Lindis crossing or the Bendigo Reach, just at the end of the applicant area.
When you say the outlet, you mean the outlet of the lake?
Oh, outlet of Lake Wanaka.
Sure.
Down the river to the Lindis Crossing or Bendigo Reach.
Okay, thank you. And there's a question here for the applicant that I've picked up from paragraph 7 of the evidence about the number of days the dredge could potentially be tied to the shore, to the riverbank, days per year. Could you please clarify that? Get a chance to address that in the right of reply. Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Right. So Mr. Kenderdine, we're hoping to do a further site visit tomorrow afternoon. Yesterday we viewed the dredge from the bank and from the river itself. We're particularly interested in looking at Māori Point and some of the residences there. If we're in the area, can you see the river from your dwelling, from your property? All right, so if you're happy for us to go onto your property to look at the river, can you just email Tamsin, our admin assistant, hearing secretary, just email her your physical address and your cell phone number should we be in the area and if we want to wander onto your property and look at the river, if you wouldn't mind.
Not a problem. I have a child there that will, I'm not actually there myself today, but I have a child there that will be able to.
Oh, it won't be today, it'll be tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon. Yep.
And if we do come on your property, don't come up and talk to us.
No, exactly.
Yep. All right. But other than that, no further questions from me, but thanks very much for coming in this afternoon and answering our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to the end of the submitted scheduled for today. So I just want to check anything from either of the reporting teams before we conclude for the day. No, Kirsten, anything from you? Kirsten Royce?
No, I've got a bit of homework to do.
Yeah, just a bit. And from the applicant, anything at this stage before we conclude for the day? Yes, yes. I see you've emailed Tasman, I think you've emailed Tasman a list of issues that they're going to address. What did I say? Tasman, did I? Tamsin, not Tasman. Yeah, all right. Yep, so we'll look at that list and just confirm whether there's anything we think need to be added for that, but other than that, they can be excused attendance for the rest of the hearing. All right, so with that, we'll conclude and we reconvene and tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock where we continue hearing from submitters, and the first one on the list is Anthony O'Howe Ward Homes. So enjoy the rest of your day, everyone, and we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you.